today. Achieve. Winning on our stage is the first step. There's always more to achieve. There is always more to win, and all of that starts from today.
Hello, 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 hello. Will I do rank stream after? So at 4 p.m. my time, I've got an important meeting about tax, which is fun. So I'll probably quit the stream before then. I also want to go to the gym, but in the evening, like at least 7 p.m. onwards at some point, I'll rank stream in the evening. Can't believe they lost 3 now, not even 4 maps. Tax, yes, tax. Hello, Gab. Why not do tax evasion? The irony is, if I wanted to do tax evasion, I would need to do more of these meetings. You do more meetings, not less meetings, if you want to avoid tax. You can't just not pay tax. You gotta figure that shit out. Why do you keep so much money? Why do you keep so much money that they call you? I mean, if you're not a full-time employee, you have to pay tax and figure out stuff, you know. It's not as simple. It's not a simple process at all. So that's why I did to take the call. I don't know what time I'll be. I just made 7 p.m. up, honestly. It'll be this evening sometime. Hey, Truban. What do you think about this tweet, by the way? Do you think this goes... This is a VCT struggle tweet, right? Cuck coach watches X team win trophy. Do you think that's okay? Do you think I get away with that one? I guess is it pretty good? Good? Okay, right. You called it. I'm gonna give... We could pre-fire at VCT struggles already. Right, Bot Wisdom, thank you very much. Bot Wisdom 31, that is a great name because I can say it. And it's a name I quite like, Bot Wisdom. The contrast between the bot and the wisdom, and a random number, as if 31 has anything to do with wisdom. Right, good morning. Right, let's go. Let's fucking go. I ain't got time for these shenanigans. I do have plenty of time. I'm jobless. Right, we're watching whatever happened at the start, and then we do hard hitting analysis.
Every leap they've taken echoes in the halls of history.
You are low-key funny. Weird tweet, very out of character. I don't think you guys know me very well.
Welcome the Meta Makers!
Do people stop you on side routes asking to sing My Legs Don't Work like they used to before at their grandma's funeral? What the fuck are you talking about? Hello, Ivy. Minnie is so sleepy today, honestly. I need to sort my shit out, man. The easiest way to get to me is to say that I look like Ed Sheeran, honestly. It's the easiest way to get to it. Have my coffee? No. I don't drink coffee. That's true though. Yeah, but Ed Sheeran's not a good-looking guy at all. So like, it just makes me feel bad. A 31er is a slang term used in Germany to describe a traitor or a snitch. What's that got to do with anything? Why am I getting German lore in my chat? Do you drink anything other than water unlike Sticky? Yes, I'm drinking orange squash. Because I'm a bum, is that a Coke Zero sugar cherry bottle right now? How many times to sing an Ed Sheeran song on stream? I don't think there's enough. I don't think there's enough. Dryad never drinks water? Never drank water? One sec. Am I about to make a joke about Colombia? Is that where I'm going with that one? I don't know. I don't know how many people I want to piss off for that one. When he drinks energy, so does it. Dryad was gonna be 6'2", and then she decided to not drink basic sustenance. Hello, NSL. I think Mitch just got better at the announcement thing. Yeah, her tiny little kidneys must be struggling. Those tiny liver, that's it, liver. I just copied what you said.
And it all comes down to this.
Am I married? No. I had tours Milan, like 6'6" or something.
7 out of 10 players. What a
so it's what Fnatic brought onto the table. Fnatic is going to go for split right off the bat. Seen some of.
So to me, this was slightly surprising, but it's good. I like that Fnatic have had a philosophical shift in their vetoing, which is very good. Like Ascent is not a good map for Fnatic at all, but Heretics also look shaky on Ascent. Fnatic would insta lose this map probably, and they insta lose this map obviously. So the veto was strong from Fnatic. So was strong that like Team Heretics didn't even want to pick the weak map. So I do genuinely think that Heretics fucked up here, but yeah. To me, this was always going to be a Fnatic win. This was, I think I said yesterday that I thought these two were 100% from, maybe it was these two? I can't remember. These three maps are just like, you know, once we get to here and here is where I saw Team Heretics maybe doing some damage. And then also these two maps, you know? So the irony is that the first three maps, it looked like a very, very convincing 3-0. But Heretics' maps are actually here and here, in my opinion. If that makes sense.
Spot some of the flaws. We saw also them changing the composition, going back to that Sova, removing the Techo. This is, yeah, this is actually what I kind of expected. If
no, Fnatic doesn't like Haven into Heretics. No, not at all. Let's just quickly break that one down for you. Look, watch. This year on defense, they had a good defense against Na'Vi, but they won 3 against Vitality. They won 6, I believe, with Pistol. They won 6 with Pistol against Giant X, and then they won 4 against Heretics, I believe, with Pistol. No, yeah, 4 against Heretics with Pistol. And Fnatic's defensive haven has become so shaky that they cannot play this map anymore, like convincingly against teams like Heretics. And Heretics, if you're on the flip side, you know who's going to be playing it. On the flip side, 13-3, 13-5, 13-3 against the teams that Fnatic were looking a bit shaky against. Is it something to do with their comp? Well, no, because Heretics play the exact same comp. So, no. Right.
To go for that Haven ban, this is what I had in mind. Yeah,
Last time Heretics played Split, they played an ISO comp, which was kind of shit. And this time, don't they switch to...
Oh, I saw, and it was definitely proven. I sent for the last one. I'm gonna be yeah.
I mean,
so Heretics switched to the same comp as Fnatic. Did Fnatic? When did Fnatic switch to Astra? Have they always played Astra on this map with this comp? I think they have, right? Yeah, they have. The Astra is better than the Omen on Split, and I'll die by that one, 100%. I think Omen in Terra meta has actually been better than I suspected, but the Astra on Split is Astra on Split is just better than the Omen, I think. The only thing is this comp, it doesn't have any util to actually support the double duelist. Like, there's no paranoia, no stuns. So on attack side, I want to see how they actually approach that. I presume they're going to default a little bit more and then try and just hope their XX work. But I guess against this comp, the XX should be fine.
With Fnatic's Haven before, and look how that worked out for them. So yeah, I don't mind them doing a little bit of a copy and paste here, but I will
New
say,
coach watches
although
old
they're sticking
coach
with
watches
that
his
double
old.
duelist, kind of leaning into that.
Why is Astra better than Omen on Split? I know statistically it's just winning, and I think the reasons it's winning are, I would presume, mostly about defense. Generally speaking, Omen is an overrated agent, but I think on defense, the ability to just instantly shut down... I know this seems broad because you could say this about almost any map, but I think on Split it's really like egregious, where like you can shut down both the popular XX, which Double Dive is going to love to do, right? Like lots of teams are going to want to do this. And then at the same time, it also supports your mid fight, you know? Your mid fight becomes extremely strong and you can just like suck nade and stuff. So I think this is just hugely underrated. The best thing Omen does is sit here, throws a paranoia, sometimes looks into B main and can TP at a B main. Like, that's what Omen does. And then on the flip side, on attack side, he's mostly used for the paranoia XX, which I do think Fnatic's comp will struggle without, to be fair. To not have the paranoia, to deal with, to help with the double dive XX. Omen can't do one ways either, yeah.
That they did play on Split
51% versus 48%, yeah. That's quite a big difference.
Overall, so, yeah,
Omen's overrated, yes.
Some prep going.
Maybe
the recalls are pretty good too. Like, if we're gonna get really fancy with it, back in the day, we'd also do shit like this, where you do star, star, star. And at any point in the round, these stars can become smokes, dissipates, sucks, or stuns to like help you take middle, which is very useful. Like the Viper player can't feel too comfortable standing in this space with the orb, you know. I would say like you could also argue that like if you changed your Viper wall to like this one, you could also then argue that like there's also then the dissipates to cross A2, but that's a bit of a game plan shift idea. Not many teams are going to do that.
So does not really bring that much with the recent stuff that we
Astra cannot control B main. Yeah, it's harder to control B main, but the passive hold from Astra is better than the passive hold with Omen, I think.
But
I think
Razen
the
a long
ability
time,
to
so I'm
smoke.
excited.
Let me show you. The ability to do these 2 stars, play with these 2 stars. I think it just makes the hold easier for Astra than with Omen. Honestly, like if you watch Cryocell as a boaster play with these stars, like it's nonsense how easy it feels to hold. Most of the time they just become just smokes, but you can also just smoke and, you know, suck or something.
For it, but we can't have a conversation about the legacy of EMEA without mentioning these 2 casters. They've given you guys
absolute. Couldn't imagine a better 2 teams in the final.
Absolutely, I think as well. Not necessarily on both.
Start in mind, this feels very solid.
EMEA's most decorated team appearing at 9
out
global
from Fnatic
events.
here. They've
9
got what
global events. So now Toronto will be the 10th, right?
they needed.
Yeah, I think reps-wise, you probably do lean
I think that means
a little
I-
more
yeah,
towards Fnatic,
10?
but
Okay.
again, for Heretics, I think I haven't seen it. I think once we get a bit deeper into the veto, we can maybe
Yes.
start to have those conversations.
What the fuck is this wall from Heretics? Retake wall from Heretics. Not convinced by this one. I'm not convinced by that. It is a bit awkward, I guess, but it's not. I'm not super convinced. I think I was going to do this. I'd rather just do a weird one. A weird one, I think.
Conversations, but I have to see how things kick.
Did they cut? I think they've cut. Like they could cut the wall here to make it awkward for Fnatic to scale in. But I think what they're doing is they don't want Fnatic to see the wall. They don't want Fnatic to see this wall and know that they're playing retake B. Because as soon as Fnatic see this, they're gonna be like, "Why the fuck is there a wall coming across here?" And probably there's two things. They either think there's a weird fight happening here, or it's gonna be a retake. Because obviously this retake, they come in and then try and diffuse, right?
Kick
I
off here
don't
on map 1.
think the wall's very good though.
Heavy focus for Fnatic over towards B.
Because it
lane
doesn't
here.
like if I don't think the wall's very good because Fnatic just still plays in these boxes and then it's not disrupted. That makes sense. I'm using
Yeah,
Epic
though.
Pen.
The other side of the map to maybe try and sell something. TP across here, but Spike not necessarily going to commit towards this play just yet.
You've got to look at where these players are. They're taking their time. There's going to be...
It's a double fake, right? So Fnatic have done some pressure here. They've put the orb here, and so this is cute. It's like, honestly, this is a pretty shit fake, but it's a shit fake on purpose because they're gonna now fake here, and then Heretics will bite. So the usage of this orb is really smart because it acts as the shit fake, but then it's gonna be used to help with the actual finish, right? So this orb, very smart usage. Kron's gonna throw his wall. Kayak's gonna run in. The clone's being used as fake noise.
A little bit of a pause.
Let's see how many rotations it
point.
draws across.
Fnatic showing presence towards the A side, looking to maybe draw some of these rotations with this late look back towards B. And as you can
I mean, it's
see via minimap, it's working.
they've been absolutely fucked. Heretics have been absolutely fucked.
They've pulled almost every player off here. There's that little bit of a
They did
question
what,
mark
Lauren?
being raised into Woot's mind of, guys, could they be going B? And we can already see it. Fnatic are on site. Woot's a little too late to the party. He might be rushed down here. He could be
That's a good
vulnerable.
name.
We know he's on his own towards CT, but now he's got support. But
I love the zoomy circles. I love the zoomy circles. Just absolutely in them.
Alpha in the meantime finds Benji. The layers to this pistol look lovely for Fnatic. Now can Heretics fight back by any means? Boot burns the paranoia. Rienz is no utility. It's just going to be
If
the
Fnatic
fight.
lost
This
this
not
pistol
clean up.
after that, like, just go home. To be
Things
honest
off
with you.
to take deliver the kills.
Good shit, boys.
Looking
3-1
clean.
Just like in my dreams.
Seems that Kayak's making an appearance, but 4-0. What a start for him. And we talk
Poster
about
dreams of
Kayak. If he gets
pistols.
confident
Poster
early,
Poster
what this guy
did
can do,
regularly
and,
say I
well,
dreamt
that's
the
certainly
pistol
a start
last
to be
night.
had, but I loved what Fnatic were doing there. Heretics now getting farmed up. Alpha wants in on the action. Eco Cobra moment for him. Happy enough. And the rest of Heretics, well, you're looking for small victories. I don't think you're going to get many.
Being one string up. Really do any damage or put up any sort of resistance here. Trade off here of the orb.
Just crossing the T's, dotting the I's, really. Doubled up on site, though. Could get a little, I don't want to say it's not going to be dangerous, but there's a chance to do some damage. Chronicle's already cleared Benji, putting Wu next in line. This
comes down to how well Wu from this is off rip here for Fnatic, where the wall is committed. Maybe just going to sell a fake. It's going to be a commitment.
I don't really know what's happened now. Fnatic fucked up.
Off rip here for Fnatic, where the wall is commitment.
Yeah, Kron just throw that
rip
orb.
here for Fnatic.
What? Oh, he's lining up the orb again. Alpha's
It's
fucked
going
up.
to be a commitment. Off rip here for Fnatic, where the wall is committed. Maybe just going to sell a fake once again with
Oh, well.
the TP.
Fnatic are calling your ult round, I guess.
Nobody from Heretics really. Moving forwards for info here. That makes it even more difficult, really, for Fnatic to sell this.
Heretics just going to hold the numbers now. 2 of them here. And the spike is still the crashies. You're starting to see that move. That's how you can kind of determine where that commitment may reside. Kind of definitely try and draw eyes and draw attention, but no one's overly biting on it, right, as you're alluding to.
Yeah, and what's key is actually the timing on the smoke here on B main, allowing Boo to slip a little deeper. Does have mini Boo as well here, but...
Okay. So Fnatic were basically just using the first 40 seconds because Boaster really wanted to call this Euro ult strat. But the problem is that if you do it in the first 10 seconds of the round, Heretics probably would have played a specific counter to this ult. And so Boaster's basically told them to just, can you just fuck around on A for 40 seconds and make it feel like we're not doing the ult? And then just called the ult later on. And, you know, it did draw 3A again. So another bit of a masterclass from Boaster, to be honest with you. Like, I know it, I don't know how to explain it, but like, simple shit like that, where you're like, he's almost purposely not calling anything at the start of the round, just to fuck with Heretics' preparation a little bit.
You almost feel as if you don't want to see them committed towards this site hold. Kayak gonna...
Because if he does this ult at the start of the round, they're just gonna be ready for it, and now they're just not ready for it. So.
The problem being now, like I said, these committed positions now become a little concerning if they can't get away from sight.
This is getting tough. Boo is surrounded here, and the great paranoia, but he's been pinned down already. Kayak was on a mission there. With Alpha removing Mini Boo at the same time, they got caught. They got punished for those 4 positions, and the other 3 were the over.
Let me just quickly look at Heretics.
Towards that A site.
Is there anything they're doing? Because it feels like they're just they're behind.
Yeah.
This. Moving forwards for info here. That makes it even more difficult, really, for Fnatic to sell this.
Heretics just going to hold the numbers now. 2 of them here. And the spike is... Still the crashies. You're starting to see that move. That's how you can kind of determine where that commitment may reside. Kind of definitely try and draw eyes and draw attention, but no one's overly biting on it, right, as you're alluding to.
Yeah, and what's key is actually the timing on the smoke here on B main, allowing Boo to slip a little deeper. Does have mini Boo as well here, but now you're...
Okay, so for me, I think Heretics' info gathering here has been kind of iffy. They Prada and I, 45 seconds. They have no clue what's going on. I don't think they I don't think they're re-clearing this space particularly well. The other thing is this setup I don't think is amazing. Just sat Yoru backside B the entire round, doing nothing. I know it's like an anti-bonus technically, but look at Fnatic's buy. It's not really an anti-bonus. One thing that they could maybe look at doing is when they know that it's Fade and Yoru here, is having these two players contest B main. They could even do the smoke that Boo's trying to do here, and then just walk into the smoke and flash out a smoke and take it. You know, right now they got no idea what's going on the map.
And the spike.
This Viper or pressure from Fnatic is too much. That Benji never feels comfortable.
By
I think yeah. So as soon as the smoke goes down, they could sit in it and just burst out. But to be fair, it would be rough because Fnatic are looping back here, I guess. But
allowing Boo to slip a little.
Heretics are essentially just playing behind this line and letting Fnatic do whatever they want to them right now, which is a problem.
Deeper. Does have mini Boo as well here, but now you almost feel as if you don't want to see them committed towards this site hold.
Fnatic never takes B main. Fnatic, they never.
Towards main.
The problem being now,
Okay,
like
so
I
they
said,
let
these
Fnatic
committed
take B main
positions
every
now
round.
become a little concerning if they can't get away from sight.
This is getting tough. Boo is surrounded here, and the great paranoia, but he's been pinned down already. Kayak was
It's
on
one
a
of the
mission
key
there
things that I think that
without
Fnatic.
removing Mini Boo at the
I thought Fnatic had taught teams about that, to be honest with you. Fnatic was such a good team
with the
on split defense
gorgeous
at
game of
re-clearing B
Valorant
main and
currently.
taking B main.
Can Heretics do damage? They feel almost
I thought other teams would realize that that was a good protocol.
That trend outside. Hey, literally, Heretics might try and put something in motion.
Oh, okay. There's something like Paper X do sometimes, I think.
Outside. Hey, this time around, there's members of Fnatic
isolated pickup.
feeling
One sec.
outside. Hey, this time around, there's.
Okay.
I think
Sorry, I was just looking at Wood's reaction.
That's gonna make to pick up. But we've been seeing the pacing Fnatic
Alpha's
playing
been
with. It has
stupid.
been deep, and that's an isolated pickup. A bit messy from Alpha there. So a lovely bit of work for Mini Boo.
Lauren knows it. Lauren knows it.
Overall
Alpha's
for Boo
being dumb.
potentially, and you can already see that the rotation's gonna be trying to
Zero
support
reason
a
to be
side.
peeking B main there.
Benji is here. Got himself the Phantom. He's about to drop
And both are using the Viper orbit middle to make a play.
though, and the flash to set him in.
And now all these guys need to do on ramp is wait
Back
for the
on
lurk
corner,
into
doesn't get
vents.
affected, but he knows
Just
the
make
presence.
some noise, ticky-tacky
They're
boys.
all coming up towards this look towards the vents.
Nice.
The player on the other
Well
side, completely unaware of Boaster. And again, this is methodical.
This
It's
time
zero
Boo does have line, but you know, it's only two
mechanical
people.
from Fnatic. Look at this. He's
free. Look, he's early. I gap in mid. Kind of symptomatic of the other rounds, just total freedom across the map.
Hello, Kim.
and I guess this does not. It's not high about big map so far.
I think as well, you know,
Guys, I'm saying how they play this meta. Come on now.
Early on the defensive side, going to see much for the comp adjust.
Kayak has won 2/3 of his fights against Benji Fishy, dipping him in 16 of 24 of their
Have to
duels.
see again whether or not I was going to say,
Looks so similar.
yeah, because Heretics, somebody play themselves out of some of these rounds if they can't.
Fishing
pin
in a
down somebody
kayak.
for an opening engagement. Almost.
Here again.
I mean, both duelists on this side of the map, alongside Riens.
So far, Fnatic have done a nice pistol fake. They did a Euro ult and an anti-eco.
They all go up, but playing so
Like,
deep.
just like I think I said this before, but like just setting up, they've set themselves up so nicely for 4-0 based on just having their win, like they call them win condition rounds. Right? They've got a good pistol, good ults, good anti-eco. They've not had to do anything. Like, you know what I mean? They've not had to think about the game yet. Truly. Like, and they're 4-0 up. I think some of the teams who don't have an IGL as skilled as Boaster, well, as intelligent as Boaster, should be looking into this shit a bit more. Like, Boaster probably has done some calling at this 4-0, but like realistically, this 4-0 could have happened without a call, if you know what I mean.
Gonna ping anything.
A little bit of an exchange, I guess. If you know that they're playing deep, maybe
Brutal hangover.
Okay.
Yinsu
Play
tying
out
round
is
to
coming out of the
Berliner.
timeout. Fnatic almost anticipating some sort of set piece or aggression.
Lovely.
Spike actually
I mean, I
makes it
stayed up
spawn
to
this
like
time
3
around.
AM playing, well, 2 AM playing ranked solo queue, so
now on both sides of the map.
I
So it's
have
very
a
hard.
similar
They have
sort
to
of
send bodies, they have to
feeling
fully
to a
commit, which they're
hangover.
doing here. So they attempted it towards A, and they've been kind of traded out on that, so it goes back towards Fnatic's favor, as they do currently have Kayak in
Okay, so
position.
do fight for
Here,
B main
it's been
now.
traded back
So
towards
B main is
Heretics'
being
side.
fought for.
They've got B main, but some
But they required a Fade to do it, and so now they never have info on A, and Fade is pretty terrible towards B. If I know Boaster well enough, I think he identified that Fade is a shit agent towards B side of the map, and probably just want to end B.
something they don't like. Boo's reading this as it's not probably going to be B until maybe Rien's calls for support. Now,
It looks like they were
seeing
ending
this Boom
B
bot, this
anyway,
should be
but I
enough of a
wonder if
worry,
it's
surely,
because
but Boo
they
is fully
recognize
committing towards
the
this idea that
weakness
it's going to
of
be towards A.
Heretics. Look, I'm not gonna lie, they look lost right now. 2B, 3A at this part of the round. I really don't understand why. There's no reason.
That's a lot.
Losing B on this map is catastrophically bad. Like if Fnatic exit B right now and get in with like a 4v4 situation, they will win most likely.
The faith in Rien's and Benji to be able to do.
Camera's a bit out of focus. I don't know what to do about that. I apologize. If you got any ideas from me, then I'm happy to
Nothing
shift
to hold
it.
back this 3-2 split here. The ball does not connect, but Rien's
That's a
needs
big,
to call in.
big
Yeah.
win as well to throw out the C's and the snake bite.
It's fixed now? Okay.
Oh dear. Rien's might be in trouble here. As
I know. Sorry. EWC is a controversial subject, but watching just one of team's pubs was interesting to me. I wonder if you're willing to review some of the qualified games to give insight. Coach is thinking. I don't know if I need to explicitly say it, but I'm not going to be watching EWC. I have no interest in it. And I don't need to. I have plenty of other things to watch. So I won't be watching anything EWC related. I'm not even going to be watching anything. Like there's been other tournaments too that I'm watching.
Kill, but now Benji should be noted. That Viper util, and he's gonna do well, but there's a trade coming in. These splits are completely uncontested. Heretics need to get a grip on this.
Like the reality of it is though, it's not like I'm starved for content. You know what I mean? Like I have so much content to watch and catch up with Toronto.
That Viper util, and he's flies over.
Boaster just walked through B heaven.
Throughout the
It's this Viper orb, man. It's like they're like Heretics keep playing 2 here, 3 here. They're leaving middle wide open. They're weak siding the wrong side of the map. Like it's a mess.
It does not connect, but Rien's
That's a
needs to call in.
big
Yeah.
win as well to throw out the C's.
This is a strat. This is a very specific strat. Again, it's just a strat that Boast was calling. This is a strat from fucking years ago. So we put all this pressure on B with the smoke. I need a keyword for this kind of strat. And I've explained it a few times on stream before, but I know we got a few more new viewers. So I'm gonna explain this strat, okay? Because there's a strat that's used on many maps. The strat is you pretend to go into a site, you smoke up the choke, and then you walk behind the smoked choke and you split it. Because what happens is when you do the smoke, all the defenders are like, well, they're not going to come here if they smoked here. And they start flooding in thinking that like it's going to be a B exec. And then surprise, we've just walked up behind you. I don't know what to call those style of strats, but they're very popular on a few maps. Well, they're not very popular, but they're used on a few maps. So Ascent is a map where it happens, where you'll see teams smoke here. Why is that smoke so? They smoke here, right? And then they put all this pressure A main, and then slowly, one or two people walk up A main behind the smoke and catch someone in this vicinity often. It works on Haven too, where you see the Omen smoking like here. You put all this pressure on C. You have like three people at least like here. And then you have your idiots just walking in behind the smoke and catching anyone not paying attention. Because obviously, why would you smoke this if you're going to walk through garage after? I don't know. There's got to be a cool keyword that we can use for these kind of strats where you kind of smoke off your own choke and then split it where you walk behind. It only works on some maps. It's not fake pressure strat because you can say that about loads of strats. It's very specific. Delayed flank. I mean, again, that's too broad. It's not specific to the idea that you're smoking off one of the split chokes and then using that smoke to walk behind. Feint might be good work, but again, you can say that about that's too broad a word. This is very specific. A smoked split. Yeah, that's probably sabotage split. That's good. Misdirections is too broad. I think sabotage split is probably the best word there. How do you time going through middle? Because enemies could check catwalk, for example. You presume that sorry. With the ascent example, what happens is that you know that the jet rotator is going to go this way 19% of the time. And so you basically just stand here for a couple of seconds and then start walking up. You can also throw a smoke if you really want to, but it kind of gives away the game a little bit. But yeah, you just basically wait a couple of seconds and then just presume the jet rotates this way. Otherwise, the jet just starts walking out middle and then you catch him. Disguise split. Cloak split. Disguise split.
Rienz might be in trouble here as a bouncing
Disguise split's pretty good.
Flies over. It's Chronicle to claim the kill, but now Benji
Cloak
should
split.
be noted.
Cloak
That
split's
Viper
also good.
util. And he's going to do well, but there's a trade coming in. These splits are completely
You
uncontested.
think? I think this is that JJ. Are you the JJ Alpha's teammate? Alpha's old teammate.
Grip on this, and they
Hello,
can't
bro.
stop the
If that's
run.
you.
Boom! Bailed out of the site earlier on, and now punished. They can't get a grip on Fnatic.
A lot of this doesn't require good mid-rounding.
Didn't even catch it
necessarily.
in the fray there, but where Bosa slit the net once again.
I mean, it kind of does, but it's also just like
And it just feels like Fnatic.
you just have that as a set strat that you know in the mid-round you can call.
They off the starting block here for Heretics.
Kind of a surprise.
Another
mark
anti-eco.
that coin and put
Fnatic
the
just
map
waiting.
Damned if you don't. You can't really.
It's been a really nice,
Kind of force the issue
start
and
from
get
Fnatic.
aggressive,
Like
but-
honestly, like as much as like Heretics have been a bit all over the place, like Fnatic have again done.
The little things to keep
They
your
haven't
eye on
done
is obviously
much
some of
wrong
these
here.
utility wins that, you know, seeing the reveal, that creating a window of opportunity. Now the
Thank you,
boom bomb
Ace
coming out.
Meyer. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate it.
completely left open with all that attention drawn
Minis
on the
macro
extremity
disguise
line. It just
cloak
gives-
split breakdown for stage 2. Maybe. I really do like this idea. But like I'm getting worried that my ideas are like too
walk-ups.
complicated, if that makes sense.
This round maybe not so much of a problem because it is just on those pistols.
Like would the
right, trying to
producers
make
just
something
prefer I just
happen
broke
for
something down
themselves.
that's way
Once
easier
again,
to
we've seen
explain?
players in vents. We've seen players slip up towards heaven. We
Because
saw that last
I
round
don't know if
closely.
Evan or Bert
They
are gonna know
found
the difference
such
between
a
like the
flaw
stuff
in
I'm
Heretics.
talking about
Heretics
and
can't
like
seem
the
to
easy
fix
stuff,
it.
you know what I mean?
They're running low on
So I have
time
to
here,
talk about
Fnatic,
that.
but they're still dropping the bodies. It's
Hayes
Rienz to find
Witherum.
Kayak, but
Thank you very
the
much for the
spike does
sub.
need to get towards 20 seconds now.
5
Maybe
apps are
what
crazy.
could be
You
the
know what to
factor.
do
Can
if you're
Rienz
complaining about ads.
land some mad shots. I mean, okay, carpet's
Yeah, I don't know.
Got to get there fast
I-
with the spike.
I have to figure
But
it
they
out.
should have time for this
What's the
far. I
difference
don't think
between
it's a problem.
broadcast
Rienz
and the
can't
difference
even
between
get
my
there in time.
YouTube content that I should be
I mean,
making?
to this extent.
Like, is that disguise cloak
I mean,
thing
it's
more of a
nice
YouTube
day,
thing
isn't it?
because it's a bit more like
Again,
It's a
rough
bit
really to think about
more
Benji's task
complicated.
here in terms of swinging back
and
forth, or
unique,
whether or not they just
and is
commit him
broadcast a bit
towards
less
mid.
about trying to find these
Especially
unique
now the
things
buy
and a
rounds
bit
going
more about just being a
forwards.
bit broad.
Even that last round, what was Chronicle all the way over.
Was
on
this
B.
round a bit of an overcook? Which round? The round we
Tapping
just had,
gauge on the mini
Antico?
boat.
Sorry, I wasn't really.
It's a very, very
Thank you, Owen. Thank you.
passive
Thank you.
and patient approach
I was
here to the
joking. Like I was
attacking
I was
half of
joking.
split.
I do get
And
I'd
probably pretty
obviously
frustrating for Heretics as well.
I don't know.
Well, you don't feel like you get to play the game. Really, it's just pretty solid work.
I know
Mini
it
booth.
sounds like I
First
was
to get
being a
any-
dick about that thing,
really,
but
it's
it's like
just
there is something funny about the fact that
pretty
like
solid
all
work, mini booth.
esports related
First to
content
get
is
any
free,
limited contact,
and
but if
esports
anything,
is
you
in a
just feel
dire
way deeper
position
now.
right now, and we're complaining about
This is
free
the
content.
right
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
First
Like for me
round.
personally, I
That's
don't
gonna say,
care, but like
Heretics and the
for
Prowler,
you know,
actually they're ready with the paranoia, but
esports is
might have
kind
jumped
of
the gun
not in the
middle
best spot.
early.
Yeah, they really could have jumped the gun on this one because they were in the right place for it. Oh my
Ooh.
God, Wood tries to get away. doesn't quite make it too far. As both
Yeah,
defines
Fnatic just
him in the
abusing B
end.
right now, completely.
Was pulling off the nookie, but
Kayak,
not
your
quite
ult
it.
again,
But that's going
exact
to force Kayak
same.
to pop the ult. 45 seconds, they need info.
This
and they've
time,
just found
Fnatic make this slight adjustment again. Slight adjustment this time. Instead of going heavy this way, which is one, walking up Melrin behind again. It looks like Heretics might be ready for it, though.
Came through by B. They've seen two
Yeah, they've seen this before.
Got a great idea. Nice little try.
So, yeah. So I think Heretics talked about this ult and said that, well, what we will do is we'll always clear middle, give them B site, and then we'll just flood in retake. So I like that from Heretics. They had a good read there.
But Kayak now making his presence known. It's a 3v2.
Spike's in an awkward spot, though.
Certainly is, and Heretics can support this nice ult. That should identify two of them here.
Is that better?
This is big work.
Is that better?
Lovely from Heretics on the fly sort of play. Quick synergy between the both.
Oh, shit. I didn't realize, sorry. I had my headphone volume, like, so low. They're like, it was normal for me.
Maybe a little overzealous here.
Synergy. This can support this nice ult. That should identify two of them here and actually set up Miniboo. This is big work. Lovely from Heretics on the fly sort of play. Quick synergy between the both. Oh!
Why is that bad? That looks fine to me, doesn't it?
They know the paranoia came through by B. They've seen two towards heaven. They've got a great idea. Nice little drive.
This is bad. I don't know what the fuck Boo's doing.
They know the paranoia came through by B. They've seen two.
Why doesn't Boo just escape?
They've got a great idea. Nice little drive by.
He tries to escape by TPing rafters, which is kind of mental.
But Kayak now making his presence known. It's a 3v2.
Spike's in an awkward spot, though.
Did I watch this game live? No, this is the first time I've watched the game. Miniboo peeking, that's kind of weird. Is it? I don't think that's that weird. Like, he probably should wait for a tiny bit more time for them to start peeking this way. But it's not that weird. This peek here, it's not that weird. Honestly, it's not that weird. I do think that, like, a very good player would recognize that he could escape. But simplifying here and just taking a duel. I guess 20 seconds. If I'm him with 20 seconds left, I probably do run this way. And if I'm him, I run this way. But I don't think players are going to think that smart in that quick a time frame.
Maybe a little over. Kind of take around away.
How well are you satisfied with Fnatic's performance in the grand finals? I mean, you continue to watch. I don't know. HD Cam. Do I recognize anyone? I think these guys have been to. I think these guys. I think I've seen before. I don't recognize anyone though.
Maybe just a slight overheat moment, but.
Fnatic is the best +1 man advantage when recruiting. True.
Pulled the trigger a little. Have no info on B main at all, not necessarily outside.
But hype chest. Thank you for the hype chest, everyone.
This choke is always a little easy.
I love that from you.
Locked down with a snake bite, paint shell, and a paranoia.
Hype train complete. 3 subs, 100 bits, bro. We farming. What's Mr. Kayak doing?
They've gone for the cheese solution, and it's actually worked. At least to get Kayak down, quick stack towards B main.
Crashes and Chronicle looking to find some gap once again. You can see Heretics scrambling to find the timing on this rotation.
Please.
He's gonna get free.
Oh no,
no man.
Good
Cursed.
shot off of that back in their favor.
Okay.
Big shot. Really quiet half here.
Ready again?
A bit cold, but he's certainly warming up now.
Okay.
Big shot on Alpha.
I mean, Fnatic just isolated one-on-ones.
That's an instant pop with the ult. Crashes might be able to spot him out.
Oh, crashes.
How are you hitting that? Okay, Boaster now a 1v3, 20 seconds. Jump spotted out. Sees there. They know they've caught him now. Should be a swing if they fancy it.
Bosa's sense is so low, man.
Bosa's got to get a move on. Heretics, they might be about to get.
Look at this.
Sees there.
That to him probably was like, oh, that probably was a fucking like shoulder workout for him to do that flick.
Heretics, they might be about to get deep first kill.
And actually, Fnatic, if they've got anything else up,
Fade ult into Viper ult again. Like, how much of this game so far has just been dictated by ults? They're gonna just fade ult and try and get the Viper ult down into CT, I imagine.
in terms of their approach to split, force Heretics back into recovery mode.
I feel like if I was Heretics against this orb and wall, I would just play Yoru on ramp a little bit more. Like, I feel like the Fade Prowlers were just wasting a lot of Fade utility. That's not really telling us anything. We have this line completely on ramp at all times because the orb is middle. I do like this from them, but yeah, maybe something that they could have done.
Close flash here, and I mean, my eyes immediately go towards Benji and Boaster in mid here. The timing on that is going to be crucial in terms of.
You only favor Team Heretics on Ascent in this map veto? I still think that. I thought that Lotus was going to be close, and then obviously the two map bans would be insta wins for Heretics. I think. I think like the thing I was saying was that the two map ban advantage was the best map ban advantage we've ever seen in a grand finals. Both of those maps, I think Fnatic probably do just insta lose.
Crashies starting to maybe get a bit of a tempo read on this, a temperature check. Don't know if he spotted Kron completely there, but still, Fnatic finally getting a fight.
Sorry, why has Crashies died with Fade ult?
Like, until this point, Bosa has been.
Okay, so they took Heaven control and they're just waiting. And then Woot is farmed. I thought we just go Fade ult like quite quickly.
50 second middle timings there. Boo has to back away, but he's not alone in this. Benji wins
a bit rough.
Fight. This time controls Heaven, investing the
as long as we get Spike down right now, Viper ults, and yeah, I mean it's over. Kron should be running up right now. Please, bro.
Okay, I guess if we're just having these sort of rounds.
Okay, never mind. Christ. Heretics throw him.
To watch the will punish. But Heretics back in.
Now we've got Astral as well. I wonder what combo of ults we cook up. I think if I'm Boaster, I'm thinking about like using this ult maybe as a fake, because Heretics have been biting on fakes, but maybe that's obvious.
Just on a classic.
So yeah, Heretics re-clear and B main nicely. The problem is that Fnatic do this A ramp anti-eco quite a lot, and it's very strong because it's like it keeps you at range at all times, and then you get this like weird like position where you've got like high ground over like 3 positions. So it's like a good default. Hello, Cherry's Gambit. Hello, Ile. You do think it's the best show we've done at EMEA before Grand Final? I mean, I watched the walkout thing just then because someone said that they were talking about the walkouts. Hello, Sam.
Well, for looking to take space back towards Heaven. Still a lot of players here, Mike. A good opportunity, but maybe
30 seconds left.
Say, Heretics conceding mid this time around. Benji up towards Rafters on B.
So, I mean, Heretics should feel fine right now. I really hope that Boo is just watching this and not just sat in the smoke. If Boo was watching this, Benji's here, then I'm fine with playing 3A because we have B main control. And then we can keep B main control and we can keep this control. And then we've got a retake from, you know, Fnatic would only own this in the post plant and this gets cleared, you know? If that makes sense.
Still has the snake bite.
But this is nice from Kayak.
Fnatic here, if he gets punished on the peak. A little dicey
Like the
here.
way I'm seeing Heretics play right now, it's almost like watching Fnatic earlier on in the year on split defense, where they're conceding a lot of control. Like the strong side's not doing anything; they're just waiting. So Kayak's able to just sit in heaven. We saw a lot early in the year that Fnatic getting like people just would push like these areas against them on their own defense. Oh god. That's like me yesterday in ranked.
That's it, that's one down. Kayak now going to identify how many players crossed, at least.
Kills through smokes. Things that
I mean, this might be a very quick VOD review.
Ultimates now
I might need to watch something else.
firmly in favor of Fnatic.
Maybe... Did I watch the Grand Finals of Americas?
The head of the snake.
Once again, the double stack working, because...
Ultimates now
Yeah.
firmly.
I think this is a big mistake, to be honest with you. I think when we've got 3 big ults, just use the ults. We don't need to be fancy.
In favor of Fnatic. Well, Woot again. The head of the snake almost. Kayak will fall.
I know that he's trying to punish the low armors, but...
There's a few players there.
Yeah.
Just send the Raze ult in. Viper ult post.
Pick against Fnatic, and now they have to work.
Did I watch RIQ vs Genji?
Feels
No.
like at least
I have not watched it. Maybe I'll watch that at some point. I don't want to watch it right now, though.
pretty big tell. There's a lot of presence on this B side of the map, but maybe unwilling to back away. Plenty of ults.
What do you
to
think
try
is
and cross
costing Heretics the most amount of rounds? Them not fully... They just don't look super comfortable on defense right now. Like, I think it takes a very good defense team to win on split with this comp in the first place. But then Fnatic throwing this orb is like seemingly like they don't really know how to deal with it, it feels like. I think that they could have had this line earlier in the game and then allowed this player to rotate across a bit more. Like, put the Euro TP here, maybe have the Omen be this player, or just have someone up here fighting like a Raze. Yeah, Raze I'd have here, Yoru with the TP ready. And then Viper here, Fade comes into Vents or something, and then 2B.
Most committed towards this now with 2 teammates.
Hey Chronicle,
alongside him. Can he get away?
turn off your stream fast or switch to VOD ASAP. Why? You scared that I'm giving away anything? I don't think there's much to give away. I think you just watch your games, you can see.
Quite in round 3 rounds, but it's 2. So like I said, these ultimates still a concern coming into the final round.
Oh,
This
okay.
side, Kayak.
Kind of cute little micro idea from Miniboo, using the clone to make it feel like he's pushing up close, but he's actually just taking the ramp. Ironically, after me saying they could go for this line a lot more, it's the first time we see Kron using the orb on Heaven. I'm not sure what has made him change this from this. Maybe something to do with the ults, like maybe we're gonna see a fake towards B and then like an A finish, and we need the orb to scale past this way. If I'm going to call it pre-round, I'm going to say it's going to be the Astra ult on this side of the map, because we wouldn't use this orb otherwise, because we could just Astra ult here, right? So I'm going to call that as an Astra ult here, and we're going to fake and go B. A, that's my call.
On his feet, so maybe.
The only thing is we don't see the Euro TP yet. Like, I think that Kayak should have his TP over here if we're going to do some kind of fake, but let's see.
Here.
Okay, never mind.
Hitting on both sides. Miniboo's gonna be
We're just pressuring both sides at the
backing away.
once.
Woot's isolated here. He could wait. Woot's not cleared. Oh my god. Okay. Woot's
Okay, another round, surprising round for Fnatic, where they've got lots of good ults and saving them again. So round 11 and now round 12, they've 4v5 before using any ult. Like Alpha used it in reaction. So I think that's a tiny bit of mistake from Fnatic.
with his ult coming in. Now Fnatic eyeing up the A side of the map here.
Like I was expecting some like Giga Brain cool coming through the ults, but they're just kind of inting.
But this time around, Heretics have found fortuitous timing towards Heaven. Benji's still here. No pressure through mid this time around. It's all in from Fnatic.
Yeah, Kayak investing that ult, but it's Chronicle to alleviate some of the pressure. But Mini Boo gets dealt with. Kayak and Kron up against Rien's Boo and Woot. Both of the Fnatic players on the A side.
Our Sunset was only the biggest problem with our Sunset last year was our defense. Our attack was okay. Like our attack was pretty good, I thought. It wasn't like S plus tier, but I don't think anyone's Sunset attack cooling is fantastic. Our defense was shit. We didn't understand how to hold or retake B. Like I think we my solution was going to be to start flooding B more on tap of Spike, because we just didn't know what to do.
Swinging at the same time, he puts on Kayak. Drop down. Woot was waiting, and Heretics still in this.
No, but we particularly sucked on Sunset defense to the point where like teams would just like Sentinels would just go B against us over and over and over again, and it was like, well, we don't know what we're doing. We play too much into like weak side, strong side theory.
Actually interesting. Pistol round stack. I mean, this is 1.16 kills on average for Kayak.
Second best EMEA.
From pistol rounds here. Again, actually even kicking off here. What was it, 4K?
Oh my god, he's missed the... Has he missed? Okay, so ramp default for Heretics. With this wall, I've seen Fnatic do before. They walk down middle and then can threaten the flank because there's no Sentinel on Heretics side. So curious as to whether we're going to see Kayak react with that.
Just Chronicle really.
Sis, you play Omen or Astra? I play Clove.
Under little timing here with him slipping away, so maybe this is Fnatic poising towards a retake.
Okay, never mind. So no push down middle. Boo does seem cognizant. Instead, we see the standard kind of protocol where they're going to clear out ramp. I wonder how they're going to retake after, if they're going to continue this way or go back into like... Fnatic used to do like a big like exec back on the site where they'd smoke here and like double dive into the site. So let's see how they retake this one. Yeah, so they clear the ramp and then they're going to go back to their double dive retake. So a set retake here. They're going to smoke this. We're going to see Alpha probably double satchel in with a Euro TP and a big... It used to be a Paranoia and a Breach stun, but this comp isn't as good as the old comp at doing this, but let's see. Okay, never mind. They cancelled it. They're cancelling it? Yeah. No. They're not sure.
So paranoid of a late lurk.
They're just waiting for the Viper Orb. Yuto comes in. Satchel in. Nice little pathing from Alpha. And I don't know what the fuck Heretics are doing, but they ain't looking at him. But that's a really good example of how you should retake with the double duelist, in my opinion. I think once we figured that out last year, we were very strong on split.
Quickly off the paint shell as well, Alpha. The double satchel round. I think maybe somebody from Heretics expecting a peak to come through earlier on. This.
Oh my goodness, Kayak's killing everyone.
It's double digits.
Thank you.
Already here for Fnatic. Long road back in.
Wait, Kron missed the orb?
Here
Where's this orb gone? Oh no, that's normal. That's normal. I bet.
Gonna choose to invest here,
so you can see Fnatic even on their anti-eco doing the same thing that Heretics doing quite a lot, the double stack. Like, because it's kind of because like the Prowler, like you expect, like it's kind of awkward to clear this out with this comp, I guess. Like you could use a Euro Flash, I guess, but people probably aren't going to Euro Flash this. Oh, that was a mistake though. Like Heretics love this force outlaw buy, so having a half armor there for Fnatic was rough.
There was a little window of chance there for them, wasn't there? So the outlaw gets passed over, and Crashies does need to be cautious, right? He's the one on the 25, so that lighter shield. Now it's on Woot to try and make that work for themselves. He is within this pack, so could be a chance here for Woot.
Fnatic walking this.
My God, yeah, that smoke's
Things are going well. Mini Boo's the best player in the world.
Was there just a flash to come out? No, they're going to wait for the drop potentially. Just holding the edge here.
It looked like they were going to walk all the way through.
Did,
But...
didn't it? There's the drop.
I was going to get philosophical and say that, so that means he's not the best player in the world.
As they try and close down, they didn't expect Chronicle. You don't get
Ooh.
a fair
Ooh.
this, though, as they try and close
What's
down,
this?
they
This
didn't
little
expect
Valen
Chronicle.
cosplay.
You don't get a fair fight for the finals.
I think maybe Mini-Boo just thinks there's a little more space to swing into here.
I think it's kind of undeniable that Icebox is the best player in the world right now, right? Although Zekken stats right now, someone showed me. If I was to bet on a player at a tournament, though, to have a good tournament, it's going to be Icebox, right? But Zekken right now is farming. I think generally Icebox has always been better than Zekken, but like this right now is like, this is ludicrous. Especially because he's playing an agent that actually is good as well. Kayak is top 1 rated on VLR. Yeah, I mean, Kayak's incredible, but like what I'm trying to say though is just like, if you were to like put a bet on a player before a tournament, it's like a little bit harder to do that with someone who's never played at an international event before, you know, or a global event, sorry.
Actually, Fnatic very frugal as well.
Like, I have no doubts in my mind that Kayak's going to play phenomenal at Toronto, but he hasn't had any experience there either.
Yeah, it's feeling pretty awkward now.
The confidence.
Every single response from Fnatic is just doubling down on White Heritage. On the extremities, always. So,
Oh my god, he slipped the net.
benji could slip this here.
Slipped the net, the fish has slipped the net, he's out.
Missing each other.
He's wriggled his way out of the net.
Benji, but, oh, can't fight for them. And look at the
Sneaky
way-
little fish.
Slowly but surely being rather unleft. He
It's
wants
like
to
in
go
Finding
for the
Nemo
shot.
when the little fish jump out of the
Side didn't.
they
Now
jump out of the
shooting
fucking
it does go down a little late,
what do you call it?
but was Rienzi
The tank.
out. Start looking like life there. You know, get nervous. It's still not quite enough here. If we get Fnatic snowballing confidence, you get nervous.
Bosa smokes are actually, so Cryo does his smoke here, Bosa does his here, because it gives a slight gap for him to shoot people through on a one-way.
Now though, another opportunity to
Right.
stave off that 12th round.
What minute here? Kayak's going to progress any further than this.
And then look again, we see, I think, yeah, Crashy's doing, like in this position, often, Heretics formation right now would be one here, one here, one here, one here, and often it was just like one more person here, like this, like, but if you contrast that with what Fnatic have, one player, not three. Like Heretics would have three here right now a lot of the time. Fnatic have one, and then they're just ready.
Have his hands full now because
It's quite a nice TP.
alongside him.
Or the Viper or Bait is beautiful. That's really nice. I think Fnatic's done a really good job of setting this play up for Kayak. Like telling Kayak to do this a lot. I imagine coaches telling him to do that a lot more. It's very high value.
The extremities now you look towards. Benji trying to win out that fight towards ramp, but you've got confident players against you.
Best compound split, pre or post Teo nerf.
The contact made and crashes now.
Is a new player not an investment in the future?
But already Kayak's cleared through.
Yeah, I'm not saying anything bad about Kayak at all. I think you misunderstood maybe what I was trying to say.
The picture behind this. Actually, oh, hang on, Chronicle almost caught a nice timing on the back lines here, but unable to pin anybody down.
There we go, Crashies. He's had a quiet game, so he hasn't been needed.
Thank you, Pain for the sub. I appreciate that. Sub count. To be fair, I don't know anything about subscriber stuff. Let me watch out this one.
He knows where they are, and he's taken them away. This was his site. Quiet, deadly. Fnatic back in control.
I don't know how many subs I have, and I don't know. I don't know what I should have, and I don't know how much I have. So I do appreciate all those that are subbing. I did notice that there are more people subbing recently, so I do appreciate it. I don't know if I need to do anything to like make that more of a thing. Like I know some people have like a sub counter at the top and stuff. But I don't know. I'm very useless.
He's absolutely put mini.
It's just outrageous to have this sort of performance in the first.
Love the VOD review, way better. Everyone else just doing the same costumes.
It's very impressive.
I appreciate it.
Really is with Kai.
I think that the costumers do a great job. Some of them do a great job. Some of them do a great job. Some of them don't watch the game at all. But some of them do a great job.
You got Guardians. One Vandal. Oh! Kayak has got your number. Doesn't matter the weaponry.
I'll be honest, when I co-stream, I don't think I watch the game. So I can't really chat.
Even just sitting there waiting for the TP to come through. Didn't catch the second, but...
Okay. Okay, it's over. It's fucking over. Is there any point in watching this round?
Keep their composure and keep their cool in this read that's right.
See, look at the difference here between that thing we were talking about earlier. So, like, if Boo smoked here right now, like, it would be that thing I was talking about, but he smoked here, which is just a normal split. So it's not that disguised split we were talking about earlier. This is obviously a difference.
It's fight forward. Try and fight fire with fire. Fnatic have got all the...
What are your thoughts on the 100T split? Comps think he's not a fan. I'll have a look in a second. That's a good question. So, I think Sliggy is probably slightly wrong about it from what I remember. Isn't it a Sage comp, right? I wonder what he doesn't like about it specifically. To me, the reason he doesn't like it... No, I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Sage is underrated on this map. I was going to say maybe he didn't like it because there's no wall or cages A. But you don't need wall or cages A necessarily if you have an Astra Star. I quite like this comp. I quite like this comp. The Sage on defense just acts as like a Viper to some respects. Like in terms of like you can just shut down a space, but it's not quite as dynamic in terms of like you can shut down multiple places at once, but you do hard shut down one space. And then the combination with the Sage slow and like the combination of these agents is incredible. Like they pair so well together. Like every single one of these agents pairs well together in terms of like the way that you can combine the utility. So I haven't watched this game, but for instance, like on all the execs, you're gonna have a slow like here or like here, and then you've got a brutal exec coming in with like breach stun, Teo salvos. Like I don't know exactly where you'd salvo and shit, but like, you know, the site just becomes ludicrously hard to like do anything. Because the slow gets like all of this, by the way. The one slow gets all of this stuff. Like you could do that, you could do that. You can basically the slows isolate out the extremity flood or the flood. And then you just use salvos, stun, aftershock to you just it's a guaranteed site almost. Like it's pretty good. On defense, I'd have to see how they're playing it, but you can basically do traps on one side with the Teo breach, and then you could have the Sage just being an asshole on the other side, just delaying for years. You can play it in many different ways. I feel like Fnatic's done a good job with the Icebox of mixing in those like TikTok plays, right, with the wall. And there's a lot of TikTok plays you can do on this map with the wall. You could do weird walls where like there's like gaps in them. You could do like there's like a one-way wall here. There's like walls. I think Brave used to do a wall here where like you can like sit on top of it and like see into Mel. So like you can mix in those walls too. So I think Sage a little bit underrated there. Is consistent good value as Viper? I'm not sure, but I think the Sage there works with that composition well. You'll forever be my favorite coach. I was never a big esports fan, but when I was introduced the first time, it was lock-in. Fell in love with you, the boys. Thank you very much, Nutius. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, right. Any more questions before we go into Icebox? I'll answer a few questions before we get into Icebox properly. What determines if a map needs a flasher or not? Because I've always wondered why Fnatic Lotus meta works so without a flasher. Good question. It's really difficult to tell. One thing that I will say is that I think Icebox is a pretty good example. And I'll use this as maybe an example to make you think about it a little bit. And I can't give you a very good direct answer about it. But I think people seem to think you need a flash on Icebox, for instance, which you don't, in my opinion, because they see these Viper walls and you need to go through the Viper walls. And in my opinion, you do not need to do anything through these Viper walls at all, especially if you have a composition that allows you to plant on B. You don't need to brute force these walls. And then you just look at all the value from flashes around the map. I just don't think there's that much value to the flash on this map, for instance. But I'm looking at, like, this is probably one of the main use cases for flashes, is, like, go through these walls. And I guess smokes in general, like, I think people seem to think that if a smoke happens, you need a flash to go through the smoke, when you don't a lot of the time. Does that make sense? Like, they see a one-way here or a one-way here and think that you need a flash to go through it. And my argument is that you don't. Like, on this one, you can TP across, you can use your Fade Prowler and just swing together. If you macro correctly, you don't get smoked off either, or you can avoid the smoke, and you can, like, if they just keep on smoking this, and for some reason they've, like, hard shut you down here, you could even just go pressure the door if you want to. But yeah, and then on defense, I don't know what the flashes would be used for at all, to be honest with you. I don't see anything that's, like, obvious with, like, a KO or a breach that you really need. So yeah, it's a little bit about people overemphasizing the need to, like, have flashes to brute force through smokes, and then a little bit of just looking at the map and thinking whether you need the flashes. To be honest with you, with this map specifically, Anders came with the idea of playing the comp, and I just trusted him. I didn't really think too much about it, and then we started playing it, and I agreed with his take.
It's going to be tricky. They have to.
Are you a fellow KO breach hater? I'm a KO hater. I'm a breach hater. I'm a breach mostly disliker. Slight sympathizer in instances, especially in Teo meta. What would be the post-Teo nerf meta split comp? Meta. The word meta always throws me off because I think meta is irrelevant. Good is what matters. I can see people going back to. Would people go back to this kind of comp, the Sentinels comp? I can see people going back to this. Like, this was, like, the old style, right? But now Sky's nerfed. Like, maybe people would end up going, like a version with Euro Fade instead. Maybe. That could be a possibility. Most teams should just realize that playing double duelist is the best, in my opinion. And you'll get different variations of that. So Fnatic's variation is the Astra Fade variation, right? I think we'll probably see a lot of that. That'll probably be the most common thing. I still have a soft spot for the version that we played last year. Although I think that you can go Astra. And we played Cypher last year, but I think you can do the Viper. But I quite like the no drone version of this, to be honest. I still have a soft spot for it. I think the Fade makes it a lot easier to play, though, to be fair. Can ISO work instead of Raze? I wouldn't. Maybe, but I don't think you want to play ISO as the Raze. You like the Breach version more? Yeah, I quite like it. The only thing is that, yeah, it's more difficult to execute. It's more difficult to play a varied style with that comp, with this comp. It's easier to, with the Fade, to do a bit of everything. It's a bit more of a all-round Swiss Army knife agent, I guess. Any other questions? Is Toronto going to be nerfed Teo patch? Yes, it is. To split require a flasher. Yes. I think split requires a flasher. Yes. Can you tell me the difference between macro and micro? Okay, macro is... I know on Reddit there's been the threads recently about aim and macro players or something, like good aim, good macro, and they're kind of misunderstanding the word macro. In my opinion, like a player, it's a weird use of the word to say a player has good macro in a weird way. But I know what they mean. Macro is, you know, everything to do with the idea that we're playing, like what setups are we running, how are we rotating across the map. Everything broadly strategic is the macro. Like we're using the Viper wall here so that we can, you know, so that we can 1-3-1, and then our macro is a 1-3-1, and then if we get pressure here, we're gonna lurk on extremities. And we lost this game because every time we tried to lurk this extremity, there were still 2 people here. Like this is all macro stuff I'm talking about. Micro is Chronicle has a lineup for this orb that lands here, so that it cuts off this corner here instead of the lineup here that doesn't. Like that's micro. It's like all the micro stuff, like all the details. Micro is also like the way you're aiming and your movement. You know, is there a better way for me to explain macro micro? Like I think that's a relatively good attempt. Micro is your lineups, your aim, like more individual related stuff. Micro is everything in ranked pretty much. Macro is like pro play, team environment stuff. Like I'd argue that in ranked, macro has no basis in ranked, whereas micro is very important. And in pro play, they're both very important. Micro is also like, yeah, so micro can also be combos, like util combos. Like, oh, we're gonna suck nade here specifically. Like it's a nice micro. Macro would be the implication of that micro. So like, let's say that we wanted one round to play, what's a good example? Maybe Haven. Like we wanted to trap sewers on Haven. We're gonna play like a trap. So the micro of this trap is that we have the cam looking down here, and then off of the cam contact, we stun. And then the round doesn't work because we stunned here, and we should have stunned here. So like the micro was off. But we might be like, oh, the macro was right because we played the setup to beat the sewers control that they were running, you know? So hopefully I've said enough that you kind of get the idea. Any other questions? How do I improve my game sense and decision making? I have a rule in my chat that you're not allowed to ask me questions that are that broad. I cannot give you a good answer if you ask me a question that broad, because I'm just going to give you a PR response that means nothing. You're asking me a question that if I knew a good answer for, I'd be a millionaire probably, because I tell everyone for money, you know, like I don't know how to do that. So if you want to be more specific with that question, I'm happy to answer. But questions like how do I get better at the game? How do I improve as an IGL? How do I become a better coach? Like these are way too broad questions that I can't help you with. What do coaches write in their diary after every round? So the thing, I think I had it here and I've showed it before. Was there did someone put it on Discord or something? I still have, so these were like my notes versus EG, I think. The way I've done it, should I get OBS up? And you can't really see, it's a bit shit. But like you could see that like I've got like, you know, like a line down the middle. I got like 3 columns. 3 columns of stuff happening. Same on this side too. I can explain that in a sec, what I was doing. Like every coach is probably different, but I quickly explain to you the way I did it. So the way I did it was, so I'd have my paper. I would immediately divide it into 3 columns. I would write the map. So let's say split, attack up here. I'd write the timeouts. So there'd be 2 timeouts for me, 2 timeouts for them, just to keep track of my timeouts. I'd then use this space here for a timeout related notes. Or things that like I'm starting to notice about the other team, and it might be relevant later on, but I'm not sure yet. And so as the game goes, I'll write them down and maybe cross them out later if they're irrelevant. And then this will be us, and this will be them. So we start with 0-0. I write down what strat we ran on the pistol. I write down what they did on their round. And then I keep going through the game and writing down what we did and they did. Trying to just see if there's any patterns that are happening between the two. And just to keep me... A lot of it's just keeping myself like mindful and like in the moment on some level. Because it can be very easy when you're a coach to like watch the game, feel the emotions, and kind of not keep grounded and not understand what's going on and just lose track. Like especially this happens on the desk too. When you're on the analyst desk and you're trying to watch the game, you can the 7 rounds can go by and you're like, shit, I've not noticed what's happened in the last 7 rounds. So like that's what I do. I just keep going through. And then if someone took a timeout, I'd write timeout so that I knew that like where the rhythm was broke, and then go back to writing down stuff again. And then, you know, I took a timeout or whatever. Can you swap to a new tab for a better background? I mean, unlucky. What changes would you think Riot has made to Clove and Chamber to make them viable and good? I wouldn't change Clove at all. Clove's already busted and ranked. And I wouldn't change Chamber. I think Chamber's viable. Is predicting where the enemy team will hit a site based on economy and tendencies from previous matches macro, or macro because it's individual skill from the micro because it's individual skill from the IGL? Okay, macro, that's macro. Everything to do with broad strategic implications is macro. Individual skill is not like Boaster is thinking in terms of macro when he's thinking about the game in terms of like strategy. Micro is Boaster shooting his gun, moving differently, using a different Astra Star in a slightly different position. Macro is the implication of like the macro here is 3A, like 113A. The micro is that we have a Killjoy turret in a position watching here. We have a nano here and here. The micro and the macro play into each other. This micro is specific to the fact that we're playing one on this side of the map because we want to stop them pushing through and delay them for our 3 to rotate across. You know, there is an interaction between the two things, but macro is the broader scope. Micro is the more, you know, little things. What my ideal sunset be? I don't know. I don't know, to be honest with you. I would be looking at non-breach comps first to try and see where I could get value from agents. Like I know that like my hot take is that like Viper should be good again on a lot of maps, and the Vice Chamber stuff that G2 are doing should be very good. So I'd be looking at Viper and I'd be looking at Vice Chamber. And then I'd be looking at like your standard breach. Okay. I think it's better to not get bogged down in naming the terms and classifying it. I disagree with you heavily. I think that you just don't quite understand micro and macro. It's really not that deep, but it is important. It is a term that's important to kind of understand, and it just makes conversations with smart people easy. It's really not that complicated. It's just I'm not doing a good job of explaining it. Yeah. The way that maybe it's better to think micro is everything individual, macro is everything team related. But there can be instances where you do micro combos that's like it's almost like blurring the lines a little bit, but it's not that big a deal, honestly. It's just what I care about 99% of the time during my stream is macro. And I'll sometimes pause to point out micro and be like, that's kind of cool. I would argue that like the difference between my stream and Sliggy's stream is that he's going to focus a bit more on micro, and I'm going to focus on the macro a bit more, you know? I think that the micro is a bit more accessible, and it's something that Sliggy excels at, and I think that the macro is a bit harder to understand, and it's something I excel at a bit more. Would you say that Kayak was able to fill the Judas role as good as Dirk could? I mean, he's doing very well, but it's like, I hate those questions, because like, what are you supposed to, like, I'm not, like, I'm not going to sit here and flame a player that I've coached for 5 years who's one of the greatest players of all time. Like, I don't really know. You know. Just say yes or no. Well, no, because no answer to that question is as easy as that. That's why politicians don't answer questions yes or no. Okay, right then. Anyway, back to Icebox instead of clickbaiting me. Fnatic's Icebox, I think, is incredibly strong. Their composition is amazing. The fact that Sage gets 0 play on this map until this moment and hasn't been meta for 2 years is outstandingly egregious. I think that the fact that, like, if you play KO on this map and then you don't play Sage or even Gecko, then I think you're a noob. Like, these agents are actually good at this map. This agent's a piece of shit. So yeah. On this side of the map, I can see what, like, you can see, like, we actually do get a Gecko in here. Server's good, Viper's good, Killjoy's good. Neon's a weird pick, but I can see what they're doing. It's a Judas, it's Miniboo. So I actually don't mind Heretics' Icebox. Like, I think it's okay. It's not as egregious as most teams. This is actually good, though. This is actual good stuff. The Gecko on this map, especially with the Sage, they can just retake for days. They can do post plant for days. They get the spike down. The Duelist on this map is not 100% necessary. Like, there's only a few angles that you see even Aspas taking where it seems to get like heavy value. And even now we're seeing Kayak mixing in those TikToks plays to get picks. Yeah, this is where the meta should kind of be. But instead, I've had to watch 2 years of Icebox being shit, and then get flamed for our Icebox last year, despite the fact that we should have just been playing Sage and kept to it. To be honest, it's one. This is the best example, I think, of people in the community talking about meta and being like, when people say behind the meta, I want to lose my mind. Like, when people say people are behind the meta, it's kind of funny, because like they might be behind the meta if they're not playing like Teo, for instance. But then I'm like, well, you're saying this team's ahead of the meta, but they're fucking like sometimes a map is just a map, and the meta's never changed, and the agent's always been good, if that makes sense. Like sometimes people have just cooked too much and don't know how to play the map.
It's Ghosts barring Woot, and on the other side, 2 Ghosts, 1 for Alpha, 1 for Crashy. So Heretics on the attack.
Do you think Heretics underperformed yesterday or Fnatic overpowered them? The context to me is the map veto was everything. I think that I said earlier that the 2 map bans Fnatic had were maps that Heretics would have won. The first 3 maps were maps that I had Fnatic winning. The 4th and 5th map that might have come up were maps that Heretics could have won or maybe were favored on. So Fnatic did get to play maps in which that I think they would have just beat Heretics on most of the time. We saw Split. We see Icebox now. I think this Heretics should never have picked this map in my opinion. And then we saw the Fracture coming in 3rd, which is a map that Heretics are not that comfortable on. So for me, the narrative was about the veto. I think that if we saw all 7 maps in the pool being played, it would have been a relatively close series. I still think Fnatic would have won, but I don't think it would have been like a 3-0 dumpster. So right, so Fnatic fully giving up this B site, and I imagine they're going to do this a lot. This was something in the last game that happened with Heretics Fnatic, was Heretics overemphasized going to B and trying to plant. A lot of the times Boaster was just killing them planting because Heretics don't have a way to actually plant the spike safely. The only thing they have is the Gecko Wingman, which to be honest with you is better than most teams. But my read for the last Icebox game was that Heretics was overemphasizing the B side of the map and probably should have gone A. The reasons I'm saying that again, they don't have a way to plant the spike safely. Boaster is one of the best players in the world at dealing with the plants on B. And then Fnatic's comp on retake B is disgustingly good. They're going to have the orb coming up. They're going to Sage Wall Gecko Wingman. They're going to have Mosh Pit coming in. There's very little safe space for Heretics to play. They've got salvos. They've got a Gecko Mosh Pit. They have an orb. And then they've got a Spike Diffuser that is not even a player.
Clean plant from Boo here. Full 5v5 here. In the post.
So things that Heretics would need to do to make this B work is to have a plant that's more open and probably have lurks. That's the only thing I could think of. They can try all they want to push through this space, but Boaster is very good at containing these push-throughs. And these push-throughs are very bad against a team that just understands to play far back.
Here for Crashies to act upon. Heretics sit back looking pretty comfy here. No flank coming through either.
Yep, about to mention Rian still had that shock dart.
So Benji's looking for the flank right now, but I don't think he could commit to this because the plant is here, not up. Like if the plant was here in front of the wall here, this lurk's good, but this plant makes this lurk bad in my opinion.
First bit of stall towards the spike here. Heretics not feeling pressure.
And like what are they supposed to do?
Oh my god, right until now, what the hell? Finding both the wall goes up, looking to try and chip that down, but you got Wingman doing what Wingman does. A boost and he got the knife off.
So this is a complete macro app player. This to me, like if the game keeps going something like this, then like I said, I am very surprised that Heretics picked this move.
Window to punish that wall, and in the pistol round, it's so tough, especially when you lose 2 players as quickly as they did. I mean, the grand reveal off the wall.
Do you think Fnatic comp still works despite the Teo nerfs? You just replaced the Teo with Sova probably.
Desperately trying to slide around.
The util layering is actually really nice.
Holy guacamole! I'm the classic!
I'm the classic.
Holy guacamole.
I'm the classic.
This could be a big punish. Crash has got to be cautious. Does get out with his life because we can see how quick.
Holy guacamole! I'm the classic. Do you think Fade can work on this map? No. No, Fade's dog shit on this map.
No harm, no foul.
Very quick explanation. I'm happy to answer questions related to the map itself. I'm not happy to answer questions unrelated to the map or the VOD. So this is a map related question. So Fade doesn't work on this map because Aspas, you're playing against Aspas and he sits here and here. Fucking work. He sits here and here. With Sova, you got a nice little drone coming in. Nice little drone coming in. Oh, I've seen Icebox. With Fade, your Prados ain't doing shit. You know? The eye is nowhere near as good at like clearing the space out. Like it's just so easily broken. So it's the drone that becomes the big thing.
See if Fnatic can keep themselves in the right place here. Minibu does have a sheriff. Everyone else on Heretics just down on those classics, so going through the motions. Do need to kind of
okay. Let me make this clear. So any questions related to this map or this VOD, this map specifically, like Heretics versus Fnatic on Icebox, I'm happy to answer. Any questions unrelated to this, if you can save them till after this map, or you can go to my Discord, where I have like an Ask Me Anything channel where I answer questions there, and I do it on stream, and then I answer them there. I'm not going to answer anything unrelated, okay? Because otherwise I end up not focusing at all, and I piss everyone off because I'm not actually doing anything. I'm just yapping. So Fnatic playing, this is how Fnatic going to play a lot of the time. They're going to play like around this area and play ready to just fall off if they need to, because they're so confident in their retakes. And they're also good at understanding that like playing too risky on A is just like kind of overrated.
Dealing with up against Fnatic, right? This is a very different composition with very, very different win cons. Okay, all good.
So like these kind of angles are the ones where they're going to be trying to find free picks from. And they might mix it up later with some aggression or some kind of like over extension onto the A site. But generally you're going to see a lot of this kind of thing, I'd imagine. I wish that wasn't in slow-mo. That's a fucking shot.
So good today. Like he's always been good, but like this is a little on top.
Would you prefer a Heretics run an Omen instead of Neon here? I think the Omen's slightly overrated. I don't mind it. I think it's slightly overrated. I don't think that the Omen fixes anything here. It doesn't beat this. Thank you, Rim. Thank you, Rimaru. I appreciate the sub.
Unable to really punish that, but maybe try and backfill this space with the poison orb.
Would Teo be better than Solo for Heretics? Yes. Heretics should be playing Teo. If in this meta, if the question is should we run Teo, the answer is always yes. It doesn't matter what map. It doesn't matter even what comp.
For Heretics. Walk down mid here.
Okay, I'm gonna focus on the one a little bit. So just a 1-1-3 for attack.
Backfill this space with the poison orb.
Where was the turret for defense? Oh, Alpha's turret got broken.
For Heretics.
And then they break the turret in return.
Benji unable to really punish that, but maybe try and backfill this.
Benji knows he has timing. Crashy's done a good job of spotting. Chronicle, sorry. I wonder what Fnatic do now. So it looks like in response to this pressure, they're gonna go re-clear out middle. Maybe they go for a flank, I'm not sure. They're not convinced.
Maybe trying to catch I guess the backside of this side.
It's kind of funny, like this is actually like Fnatic are a bit confused of what to do, very passive, and it looks like that is a bad thing. But on this map, unironically, I think that if you're a team that's getting like stuck in this space and you have this kind of comp, it's kind of pretty normal sometimes to look a bit lost. You're like when you know your comp's retake is so good, it like puts you in some weird positions sometimes. I feel like it's definitely something you're gonna need to iron out. Some of this decisiveness about where to like be. Because I think against a team that really understands that they're playing this retake style, they're gonna have some counters to it. Like I think the lurk should be coming in later, stuff like that. You know what I mean? Also, if the other, I think one weakness that with Fnatic style right now, where it's like very passive, we're seeing like agents like in these spaces, right? Is that if the attack did just send like one person long B, and then some people at B, this person could just be a nightmare. Can always lurk in on B, could always call for cancels. So that would be the way I would try and counter Fnatic, is trying to like use this space, I think, a bit more.
most notably, obviously, Kayak and Chronicle.
How would you improve the way they're playing the comp? Fnatic.
Try and pave the way here with the drone.
On Platform, you said there was a tiered gap between Fnatic and Team here. Has Fnatic improved a lot? When I said that, it was like the map pool for Heretics looked a lot better, right? So Haven and Lotus were maps that Fnatic were supposed to be good at and got absolutely diffed by Heretics. I mean, the Lotus was close, and it was a 2-0. So I was like, I wasn't sure where Fnatic would go in their pool to then beat them. But then in the best of 5, like since then, Fnatic's Icebox has looked really good. Like again in the series against Team Liquid, it wasn't a very good performance, I don't think, on Icebox. But since then, their Icebox has looked phenomenal. So I have to give credit to Fnatic that they have you know, a very good Icebox. Their Fracture is good enough to beat Heretics. Their split is phenomenal. The thing is that they don't have a Pearl or an Ascent right now. Really? And their Haven is very shaky. So to me, when I was like looking at Heretics versus Fnatic, I was presuming an equal like map pool. And Heretics last game, wasn't it like, what was the maps last time around? It was Icebox. Fracture, was it? Heretics don't play Ascent or Pro either. I think that Heretics Ascent looks like they pracked it though. And Heretics Pro historically has been decent, right? So you could argue it the other way around, I guess. But I have more faith in like Heretics having that kind of 7-map pool vibe. Whereas Fnatic are very much specialists on maps, if that makes sense. But Fnatic's map pool is looking good right now. It's just that when Fnatic are like not comfortable on a map, it feels like they're really not comfortable, if that makes sense. Why Gecko over KO on Icebox? Because Gecko is a better agent than KO in general. But the Wingman plants and retakes are very strong on Icebox specifically because it is a retake post-plant map.
Try and pave the way here with the drone.
Here we go. Here comes that flood, you can see it. Rien's on the forefront of this. Woot doing well, but it's Crash. She's off the back of the flash. Rien still holding the line. Little Pro goes in and takes away the crosshair position.
Heretics playing quite forward and trying to brawl Fnatic out of the choke because they don't want Fnatic to just retake the Wingman, I guess. But Fnatic really good micro there to like clear out all the space, right? So Gecko flash used. Like Kron does a good job here. The Wingman's very good. Everything's just a bit annoying for Heretics to have to deal with. The trading was very strong. The micro for Fnatic there, like all of the micro was good.
This is even with Woot finding a kill ahead of actually this retake getting started, Lauren. So then the util.
Oh, that's a nice shot from Benji.
This feels like Crash's ult already.
Sage slow to get the orb, which was quite nice.
Still pretty far off. Kayak building towards
The orb on A is free most of the time, so you're going to see Fnatic farm that one up. If it's a retake map, why is Viper so good when main util is already down? Because this helps with the retake, and this helps. Excuse me. Both of the util that Viper uses is good for retake. And on the B side of the map, the Viper is the best agent in the game at delaying the plant. And so if you delay the plant, it allows you to get into good retake positions. If you do not have delay on one side of the map, it means that by the time you've rotated across, 10 seconds has already gone on the spike.
With that stinger.
Like, it's not as simple. I love that question though, because it really makes you think about, like, I think the way you're thinking about it is that if a retake comp means that you have to have all the util like coming in, you're throwing all this util at once. It's not as simple. Valorant's not as simple as play for retake, literally go in with all this big util to retake. You have to think about the macro. Like, you have to think, like, you still need your information around middle. You still need a way to delay on B. It's not a retake map if the other team just plants immediately. You got 20 seconds to rotate off across the B, and then you've got no time to actually retake. KO kind of good to counter post plant? No. I don't. No. Trying to knife people on a post plant is not a consistent strategy.
Not even getting started. Boast are going to find Boot. That's a plant denied. Woot's done well to remove Alpha, gives them a little bit more security on the site.
No, it's not a silly question. Like, it genuinely is a good question. Like, I got asked a lot of stupid questions yesterday that I was getting annoyed by. That's a very good question. Because framing something like that really has to make me think about the ways I'm explaining things in a way that I think that I will skip over my logic, because I'm so used to thinking about things when I'm talking. Like, I guess the way I explained it, well, I was so bad at casting when I first started, and probably, you know, still need a lot of improvement. Partly because, you know, from a content POV, because I'm used to talking to Boaster every day. I'm not used to talking to people who are not at Boaster's level. And that's like something I need to keep working on, you know? Trying to find that balance between not being a condescending, but also like giving information in an accessible way, right? Because I do think a lot of Valorant is complicated, but I think it's very, it's not too hard to explain if you do it right. I'm trying to figure out a way to explain stuff to you the way I explained it to Alpha, yeah.
Retake started for so long.
They really have.
10% above average.
The Pansy's really smart. There was a moment on Split once where like she started doing almost like color commentary on Split, and I remember after the map being like, was I making a mistake there? Because like you started taking it, like you were starting to do some like color. It felt like you were like doing a bit color, and she was like, no, I've just watched Split so many times that it's just like second nature to know like they're doing a 1-3-1 and all that stuff. And I was like, oh, okay, like that's cool. I think Pansy's smart.
Positions now, forefront.
She never has to showcase that though. She never has to explicitly showcase it.
Could be a problem here.
I definitely haven't picked her brains about everything, and like there are some things where like I was like, when I remember at the start of this year saying that Yoru should be picked a lot, and she like was really disagreeing with me, and she was like really surprised by that idea. And then when Yoru started getting picked, she was like, okay, I get it. Well, I think Lauren's smart. When it comes to Valorant stuff. I probably need to pick more people's brains about Valorant, because like, I know that I have a pretty unique perspective, but I'd be interested to hear what other people's perspectives are who aren't coming from a coaching background. Like, I kind of get what most of the coaches think, and I think a lot of them are, like, just not super interesting. So it'd be interesting to hear what, like, non-coaches think sometimes. Pick Angel's brain? I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I don't want to know what's going on inside that man's brain.
Benji's got the lockdown here. It's a very late tool here. They say invested. Fnatic got to get moving.
Yeah, they really do. But the ult looking to maybe try and handle that. Going to force the fight here. Boaster clears front side.
Okay, I get a lot of questions about Icebox specifically. I'm gonna watch this VOD. I can't answer all those questions. Like, they're very good questions, but this is too good a VOD to squander on me just answering map theory questions. I need to pay attention.
The eyes away, but the trade's still there, so you have the man up to the good after the early work coming out from Benji.
This TH post plant looks like it doesn't have verticality to it.
Now, do they catch a glimpse? No early.
It's a very specific thing to notice. I've never really thought about that before. You don't need, I mean, you don't need a verticality agent to play vertical post plant, if that's what you're implying.
Still bring things to level pegging here. 4v4.
You want more? Here's more.
So Benji can't use the Killjoy ult because Crashes has ult. So we'll see if the tail ult gets used, then Benji will immediately KJ ult, I imagine.
Benji's got the lockdown here. It's a very late tool here.
Okay, that's awkward.
Fnatic got to get moving.
Yeah, they really do. But the ult looking to maybe try and handle that. Going to force the fight here. Boaster clears front sight. That's Rien's gone. They're on towards the fuse. They've got to be able to deal with this. Heretics, you've got to get going. They're not denying the...
Oh, they've planted wrong. I don't know.
Heretics, you've got to get going. Boaster clears front sight. That...
Honestly, this is kind of a mistake. Like, he should be up here ready. Why did...
do. But the ult looking to maybe try and...
I think Boo is on the box to watch the top heaven plant. Like the how do you explain it? I think he thinks the plant is on top heaven. You know? Like the only reason to stand onto this box is because you can see the plant here. But he can't see this plant. And so Fnatic tap and he's not in the best position to deal with this plant is to stand here and just spam the line, right? So I don't really get what Boo's done there, to be honest with you.
Yeah, they really do.
So yeah, a little bit of a mess up from Heretics, but honestly, another decent retake. I mean, the comp is good at this shit.
No secrets. Start of this round.
Alpha needs to stop putting his turret down at the start of the round. Alpha needs to wait until this molly's done and then just put his turret down. It's an easy counter to what's happening. And then once again, the 5v4. Boo does have Viper ult here, so it should be a good post plan. But he's taking his fucking sweet time. Oh, Binny Boo's just caught in the middle of nothing. And then this is what I love Fnatic are doing right now. They always add this flanking right now. So this is the way you actually disrupt the post plant. Is you have this coming in. Once teams start realizing how Icebox is really played again, then this stuff is going to be a bit harder for Fnatic. But until teams don't realize, they're not gonna. They're gonna lose to it.
Flawless. No support on the day.
Recently, Paperx started flanking like Fnatic.
It's not often. You're saying that about Heretics recently.
Keep in mind, Heretics one who put
I wonder.
on this map, which was a rare thing itself, but Fnatic finding solutions where others
really, that's.
Heretics just
That's interesting. Like Fnatic, by the way, as if that was, you know. To be fair, Anders was the one who initially was getting us to flank out more, but I've been a big believer.
Happy to continue towards A.
I think there was one very specific push out that Anders had us do quite a lot, but since then we added some more ideas, I think. But this was 2021, I believe.
Yeah, Crashies gets away with murder playing this out. Oh, not cleaning up there for Chronicle, and Benji quick on his feet, taking the fight back, but an overpeak almost. Desperation, frustration being shown.
Thank you, Senegal. Sinkiku, thank you. Thank you for the sub, I appreciate it. See, look how many rounds now have we seen Fnatic not even really commit anyone on this A side, and they're just winning. Whereas like you watch other teams play and they're just they're in with like 3 people constantly dueling. Like I know it's the strength of Fnatic's comp, but doesn't this really like show you like how, oh my god, that is a shot though, how Icebox could be played? Maybe you don't need to fucking hard brawl everything, and when you do, if you're doing it from these spaces, it still works, you know. Can you watch the pre-show segment where I said you're my favorite memory? I watched it. I literally watched it. Maybe I didn't stream it, but I watched it. I did watch it. You did the ×2 thing with the walkout. Maybe I didn't see it on stream though. I could go back and watch it after if I didn't do it on stream. I can't remember if I watched it on stream. Because one of my mods made it into a GIF.
Boom can find a consolation here. Again, got to try and chip away at the financial lead that just shows an elbow. Kayak will punish. This combo between Kayak and Crashies.
Yeah.
I mean, especially the fact that Miniboo gets caught on the cross, but the slow and the salvage,
Gaslighting us.
the coverage is insane.
Bro, I'm gaslighting myself. I don't know anything. I'm so stupid that I don't. Bro, that sounds like the most gaslight thing to say, by the way. Saying that I'm so stupid I don't even know how to gaslight. That's pretty gaslighty. I'm on a yellow card for that, I think. Stiggy got cut from the broadcast vid. He said he'd never travel for content again. Bro, one sec. I filmed about an hour of an interview too, and I had one thing put in that video. I'm gonna presume that they are using more of that content for more things. If they don't, then I'm never staying in Berlin for longer again. There is a longer version. Oh, okay. Okay. To be fair, it was free money, so why am I complaining? Yeah, I got paid. Like what? Yeah. So, but Sliggy. I think for Sliggy to leave his house, he needs, you know, that's not enough for Sliggy. For me, that's enough. Getting paid's enough. For Sliggy, he needs all the glory and limelight, doesn't he?
This point, they still need to go through the protocol list of making sure Kayak's not here, that someone's not pushing up, that someone's not doing something else.
Little slug.
A deep position in spawn for Benji, because I mean, he's not having a good time towards middle.
Yeah, I mean, another set piece towards A.
Again, just Fnatic playing like just this offside. Or maybe they flood in this time. Are we gonna see a different? Yeah. So, like I was saying earlier, like they've conditioned now for a lot of the rounds that they're just gonna play back here, and now they can mix in a little like a bit of aggression, and then catch Heretics off guard potentially. So actually using their stool util to fight with. So yeah, this is I can't believe it, like, that Heretics picked this map, I'm not gonna lie. Like, the last time we watched this VOD together, I'm hoping that there's still people here from last time. I said that like, Fnatic are playing, like, the best Icebox team in the world. Like, to have this picked into potentially the best Icebox team in the world and seeing all this shit they're doing is just crazy.
Still posted up on the angle, not able to be forced away here. Miniboo, it feels really hard. Suppressed now on top, so he can't even springboard in. And the map gets close. Look at Alpha's position.
What's going on?
They may want to try and join Benji on B.
DTI with Mini and Sliggy when? What the fuck is DTI? I ain't doing anything illegal. Oh, dress to impress. Ooh. Bro, try to focus on the VOD. Dress to impress. I'd be the worst dress to impress person, I think, in the world.
Again, Miniboo sitting at 0 and 8. He's the one that needs to create space for those safe plants.
This would be Sliggy's dress to impress. Sliggy's dress to impress would just be Steve Jobs, I think. You know, just the same outfit every single day. Functional. And mine would just be cringe. I don't know what mine would be. Sliggy just the liquid merch. That's true. That is pretty practical. Maybe mine's the Steve Jobs.
Dismantling the front line the way he is.
It truly is marvelous to watch. She's still confident on this, not been forced away at all.
Just again, look at these dweebs, man. Okay. So, for me, game plan for Heretics, before it was going B, which I said was shit. Now they are going A, and they're losing. So, I think that it needed to be insert B long and pressure here, and then work the extremities at the same time, and force Fnatic into awkward situations where they're going to be taking, they're losing like the map completely, and then find picks and duels, or just plant the spike for free.
Now doesn't back away. He still has support here. Early wave of util dealt with, but look who's watching that.
Because
cross.
again, look at like flank again coming in for Fnatic. They know 5 people are here. It's too easy.
Fancy it.
Forward, nobody's
It's rest in peace. Like Fnatic win this round again.
Suppressed again. Look at this. It's so overwhelming. And a 5v4 plot.
Can Harbor replace Sage on Icebox? You can try, but it's not as good. I don't think that. I think even Anders would admit that G2's comp is not as good as this one.
Surrounding, as you said, smothering them this map. They want them dead. Just look at this absolute.
catch their breath. Ag sitting at 9-1 now.
Oh
It was
my
leading the charge.
This guy's prime simple in the team.
Does pushing Snowman help for that BX sec? No. No. My argument would be no, because Boaster is so good at playing these spots that like you're just going to be running through a Viper wall into Boaster and he's just going to kill you. Like it's not consistent. My opinion would be that they should be taking B long, leaving a player here, like Benji, leave Benji here, or Boo. Leave Benji or Boo. Have like 3 players scale into A. As they're scaling into A, see what this player can see on B. And then create a situation where they can find picks on these backside players, or walk into B for free and find picks on players. Rather than grouping up and trying to brute force through walls, or grouping up and brute forcing towards the backside, getting flanked, having good retakes to it against them, just make it a bit more awkward for Fnatic. Like pivot both extremities.
Wall up though. Okay, Mini Boo, a couple more of those and we're back in form, but Kayak still with an angle. And that is plant denied. It's not the most flashy of kills, but he's still here.
People are coming for us when they change Viper to Boaster instead of Crom.
Show of force.
But Boaster was just playing Harbor, right?
Actually, that's really good. They've got to keep him abreast in this, and Kayak can't dance fast enough.
Boaster's the best. Boaster has the best understanding of how to play Viper on this map on defense of all time, and I don't think it's even close.
Near for it though. Try and deny the path once again. Force him back out. Yeah, Chronicle.
You don't win. You don't win like 80% of your Icebox games without stuff like that happening. You know what I mean? And Fracture. No, I don't think so on Fracture. Nats doesn't know defense Icebox in this map as well as Boaster does. Nats might play Viper better than Boaster, get more kills, but that doesn't mean he understands the Viper as well. On this map specifically, on defense specifically, Nats' attack is very strong on this map.
This one's gonna simmer away, so
on Bind, I think that Nats is the best understanding on defense.
Finally carving a bit of room, and it feels like a lot off the back of Mini Boo.
Like I've used a lot of Nats' stuff. His like macro understanding. His micro understanding is very strong, but I'm talking about his macro understanding. And it's very difficult because it's like hard to explain what I'm saying because it's hard to see how players think on that level. But I've watched Nats long enough, and I've worked with Boaster long enough to know the ways they think about the maps.
Unfortunately, Kayak, it's the timing on that first tag when he was.
Like I know Sideshow did a video about Nats' Viper, but it was very micro focused in a way that I don't think the micro is actually why Nats is good at Bind. It's obviously a reason, but I think his understanding of the macro is what makes him good at Bind defense.
Heretics camp down on the stage. Have to get themselves back into this. And the best they can hope for is a 9-3 once again.
Yeah, and we look for diversity from Mini Boo, and it's a lot on his shoulders, and it shouldn't just be him, but
Okay. Awkward tail, but here's what it is. Would love to have that for one of the retakes, but they were 9-1 up. Does it really matter? We'd love to have that for the Killjoy ult, I guess, too. That's actually a bigger problem. Okay, first time Boast actually lets the plant go down on him pretty safely. So spam timing a bit off for him after glazing. So yeah, Killjoy ult now is pretty big. There's no tail ult to deny.
Heretic's going to try and clear some ground here because Fnatic have a chance to contest this.
Yeah, they're going for a fight on it too.
We were better on buying them in Gambit back then.
Just everywhere. Fish on fish action. Most does get detained. And now it's going to get messy. Chronicles cleared Rienz. They got to know that
it's criminal that we got to play Icebox and Bind to qualify for a tournament.
It's going to get fish on fish action.
Fish on fish action.
And now it's going to get
Bro, Heretics needed to wall up and recross yellow here.
messy. Chronicles cleared Rienz. They got to know that there's someone else.
Rienz. That's a nice slow. Look at that slow. How? That's just so GG. Bro. I can see people trying to play Fnatic's comp and doing well, but I can also see people trying to play Fnatic's comp and having zero understanding of how it actually works.
The lockdown all but secures this front space. And Heretics are unable to backfill it. I mean, the utility exchange looked perfect for them.
Nice line on the Viper wall. Shut up, noob.
Rienz is the furthest forward. Then Miniboo gets caught on the cross and wing down.
10-1.
10-1 the scoreline here.
I agree, Michael.
Just when you think Heretics might have a chance to string something together.
It's over. They did start losing on attack though, so we'll watch the attack. But this defense is just, it's kind of boring, isn't it? Look at this dweeb, look at him. He's even jump spots from Crane. From fucking barrels, sorry. Oh, look at me. I'm going to sit in Snowman all round. I'm going to put my Viper orb up and then I'm going to spam you.
Having to really try and thread the needle.
And then look, like Heretics are going to try and do stuff now through. And they probably do catch Alpha here because he is in a shit spot and no one's helping him. But if this was a consistent thing they tried to do, they wouldn't win. If you know what I mean.
Lines, but we know it's the post plant that's still a problem as well. The retake solid and Alpha sharp as ever. 2 kills.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Boss has been an open.
Back on a tear though. He's fighting back, trying to activate, trying to give him a chance.
Okay, and then Sage ult.
Back by a wall, denied.
I quite like, I remember when we have played Sage a lot, I remember saying to the boys, like, can you please try and die in these areas? Just overfight, like, these spots. Because we'll always be able to res you back, like, in these spots. So I do like that Alpha commits there.
The chance to punish the res, I guess, at this point, but it's still a 4v3.
Someone give me a sub, I'm not giving him money. Fair enough. To be honest, it's fair enough. I wouldn't give me money.
Boo and Benji on those back lines now got an army to face. They take down the majority. And now the 1-for-1. You got to mark your man here. Alpha up against Benji.
Sorry.
Alpha's already had so much impact. You got Crash. He's isolated, as you said.
2v4. Oh, okay. Boo just sprays them all. Okay, cool. Right, attack. So why did Fnatic's like struggling? I'm skipping this. Who fucking cares about Yinsu? God, it's so long. Look at you taking up all the fucking time on my VOD. Taking it all up. Right, Heretics. Heretics go for their aggression again. So this is the third game in a row in which Heretics go for B long aggression. But they've mixed it up. Usually they'd have 3 to 4 people here. But this time just sending 2 and then the recon. And then they still got 2 people here.
So it has to start now, and it has to start on this half.
And one thing I was criticizing Heretics for was every time they did have priority over these spaces, so they were the team that had the space, they wouldn't flank. They would never flank. They would do this, and then they just rotate this way. So if Fnatic did this, I think that they would actually push out after. So we'll see if that's changed.
They were able to reset I guess bounce back versus
3 more ads? Yes.
Liquid yesterday.
That's what I do to people. That's what I do to people.
Here in the grand finals. I'm curious whether that actually from Heretics was going to dig a little deeper there.
Look, I consulted with the experts. I consulted with my mods, and I consulted with other streamers, and they told me my ad settings were correct. So get absolutely fucked. I hope you enjoy all the Amazon Prime sponsor. What is it? No, is Amazon has a bunch of ads, right? What's the popular ads right now? Oh my god, Yemen. Is that one still popular? That one was a banger.
Very lucky to be alive there.
Yeah, and all this time though.
Kayak went plus 40. Hello, Boostio. Yeah, bro, he's gone plus 40. Did you win yesterday? Are we laughing at Boostio? Never mind. Never mind. Cryo says 25 to 13. Imi not in the chat today. Imi's not in the chat today. Thank you, Addictaholic. Thank you for the sub. I don't appreciate that you subbed it to Yinsu, to be honest, but I appreciate the sub. You dominated them. Need to see the last round of map 2. Okay. After I've done with this VOD, we'll watch the last round of map 2. Imi nowhere in sight today, by the way. Nowhere in sight. He was I think he was confident yesterday, sitting in the stream, having some fun, chatting away.
Gotta be cautious now. Does have Benji with him,
right.
Plenty of bodies here for Heretics.
Oh, okay. So Fnatic fucked up.
Benji with him, but the
timing of this is a little bit unlucky, but no, it's not. No, it's not. So what I was gonna say was, the timing looked unlucky because Kayaks put the wall down, and then, like at the same time, this Viper stuff went up. But I think because this Viper stuff went up, Kayak should have waited. Fnatic need to wait for the Viper stuff to go down and then wall and plant. It doesn't feel right to wall, like to Sage wall whilst the Orb and Viper wall are up, because it allows Heretics to come in and just break the wall and just to stop the plant, right? So I think that this is a mistake from Fnatic. Like they're just gonna break this wall now, and Fnatic are in a weird position. Unless, no, yeah, see, spike down. So rough for Fnatic a little bit. Now we see four Heretics members in. Again, like I said earlier, with the 2B from Heretics, I would have loved to have seen them push out, and it would be perfect right now. They denied the plant, they'd have a flank coming in. It would be perfect macro. But Heretics are allergic to doing the push out for some reason. A nice little molly out with the Viper. Bosa tries to make a play, but Bosa's doing is like, I need to make a play, it's low time kind of play. And yeah. So that entire round comes down to the thing I was saying earlier, in my opinion. It comes down to trying to plant the spike through a Viper Orb. It's just not going to happen. So yeah. So this moment was the loser for Fnatic. So they fucked up there. They'll need to go back to the drawing board and make sure they don't do that next time, I guess.
Have to sit back and watch this fist around past
I pick his butt. Oh, chat, if you had to eat one of Minnie's body part at a barbecue, what would you eat and why? You pick my butt? I have been doing some squats recently, so it's a valid choice, I think. Not my best lift, but
it's fallen already.
Yeah, and it looks like.
Imagine I come back and tell everyone I ate your ass.
Boost got to be careful. He doesn't want to get caught on an island. Looking at the rest of Heretics, to have to try and stop the gap now of losing a player early. They're trying to jump spot this. See the paranoia building about that someone could have walked you.
Boost will be angry. Boost has no idea what he's coming.
Reinforce that boiler.
Boostio probably thinks that Yinsu's a normal human being and that I'm a reasonable person, and I think yeah.
Find a plant, but immediately
yeah.
2 more members of Heretics here.
I don't know.
Right place. This is good.
I don't know.
There's a lot of util and Kayak is
Boostio,
firing
what
again.
body part?
Takes away Crashies in the plant.
Boaster would beat the fuck out of me, bro. I'd beat the shit out of Boaster. There's not a chance in France Boaster could beat me up. I'd be UFC all over his fucking ass, man. The ground and pound, I'd ground and pound like Prime Khabib. There'd be elbows in the face as well. It would be going off. Boostio, if you could choose one body part for to eat of mine at a barbecue, what would it be? Yinsu's chosen my ass, which is valid, I guess. My brain. Boostio's smart, man. Boostio's smart. I think that causes I think if you eat someone's brains, I think you get a disease that kills you. But I see the logic. I do see the logic. Because you're actually not a dumbass. I appreciate that. I think that the way that Boostio compliments is a lot how I compliment, you know. Instead of saying it's because you're smart, it's like, yeah, you're not a fucking moron. Right. So standard 113 for heretics. Standard approach. Boo again has a nice timing. Could pre-flank B. But if I know anything about heretics, they're not gonna do this. But he does have the position to do it if he wants to. If Fnatic start making noise towards A. Fnatic prodding middle. Did they actually break the turret or attempt to break the turret?
Heretics really, yeah.
No. I think that this is something that Fnatic probably need to add to their game a little bit, just making sure they're breaking that turret. Something Heretics are doing on their attack side. Although I guess they could be doing it on purpose to just. No. They should be breaking it. They should be breaking it. Okay, Boo actually does push out. My boy. That's my boy, Boo. Bro. Bro. Ooh. Ooh. So we see Gecko Flash Recon combo to fight, I think. No, just Gecko Flash and a Mosh Pit. That's quite nice. That's really nice from Heretics. See, the people asking me about macro and micro earlier, this is a micro play, right? This is a micro play. This is like a combo refight. Like, it is part of their macro setup, but like that's, you know, we call that micro. What's going on in chat now? Are we still talking about eating people's body parts?
This is a necessary conversion, and it is. Heretics are not out of it yet. The first real signs of life.
Exactly what you want to see versus this Fnatic composition. Heretics taking the initiative.
The problem with Boostio is that I would be making like a pig-related joke, but Boostio now doesn't have that vibe anymore. Boostio now looks like a bit fuckboy vibe. So like I would make a joke about like whatever, like the rump or something. But Boostio's gone glow up mode. I don't know, like you're still a pig? Bro, no, you've been trying. I've seen you. You've been putting on nicer clothes, eating at the freshest restaurants, chilling with the coolest dudes, the hottest dudes. I'm honestly a little bit ashamed, honestly. A little bit ashamed. I thought better of you. I thought you'd be one of those degens forever, but.
She's creeping pretty close here. Woot's got to be cautious, not get timed on this. The barrel blocks it. Crash.
Eco. Scaling into A, free kill. As long as they get the spike down, we can win this round because they have the disgusting post-plant util. Well, they only have Viper Spit right now. Teo Saba is going to come back up.
I was going to say, whether or not Fnatic are going to try and play a little aggressively. I think probably want to put that rifle into the strongest.
Killjoy Nano already used. I guess it was going to be countered by Rians anyway. Spit already used. This isn't looking amazing for Fnatic. Like, Heretics should be okay. No, they shouldn't. What the fuck are they doing? I don't think. Why are they? I think that what Heretics are doing is misunderstanding that Fnatic don't have util in this round. Like, they don't have the economy to buy the util, and so they're pushing in, hoping to just kill Fnatic before they use util, but they don't have any util. So what they need to do is just sit here, wait for the tail salvos, defuse, and then just kill them when they're peeking. But instead, they've kind of noobed it and died in pushing, you know.
This is dangerous. Rienz and Benji got to get that defuse going, and they
Yeah, so a bit of a mistake from Heretics. Not gonna lie.
Again, just catches a glimpse ahead of.
I mean, nice opening pick from Fnatic. Good conversion.
Felt like Crashy's kind of identified that space earlier in the
Bro, why are we talking about threesomes in my chat?
As it stands, still a buy in hand here for Heretics.
I'm not being seen dead in a bedroom with Boaster. I don't know what Boaster is going to do with John QT. Oh, John QT and Crashies. Okay. God almighty.
That could be the death of them. 4 players committed towards that A side, so now he's got to fall away.
I'm not invited. Thank fucking God, man.
Posture up here, but
I shared a room with him once before, and I got very nervous. That's a nice spam. What the fuck is that? Is that a thing?
First blood drawn here. Fnatic not shy.
What happens in Egypt stays in Egypt.
no. So back to business for them. Boo doing just.
Okay, nice little play from Kayak here. So the wall up. We had a play that we used to do where like we would stand behind the box, and then when the enemy defender would spam the wall, you just peek up on top of the wall and kill them. But because Fnatic are 4v5, Kayak needs to make a play. So his play was to just wide swing across entirely and take space now towards kitchen and find a kill. So very solid play from Kayak, knowing that he needs to do something with this disadvantage, and he gets the refrag. So beautiful play from Kayak there. Alpha on the lurk. Ooh.
Still an alarm bot there though.
Was the turret broke this round for Fnatic? Oh no, they got a bad turret. It did get broken though. That's crazy timing, by the way. Look at that. Look at that timing. Alpha triggers the turret. At the same time, Kayak peeks the kitchen. Minibu turns around because of that turret breaking. That's crazy timing.
Alpha's got to deal with that to get a little closer to this, whether or not he's even called upon.
Oh my god.
I think he's maybe aware of it, but Kayak in a ratty spot on the wall.
Is so ratty. Surely you don't expect it. I don't think they do. Oh, they do!
Clear it!
Nice work from Benji, so heads up! Catching Kayak, but Chronicle gonna fight back, and now we're gonna see the ults coming in, but the defuse is still going. Benji's not stopping! Full on defuse, right up in
Why did Fnatic end up losing this?
I don't think they do.
Oh, Kayak tried something cheeky, but his Galner's just in the middle of the open. Okay. Okie dokie. Yeah, full defuse. Okay, cool. Timeout? No?
See the rotation already from Heretics. He's called in for help here.
B long default. Quite nice alarm bot just to secure. I quite like this. So the only place that Heretics could push is this choke, I guess. Usually you see the alarm bot back here, but I think this is a much better version. The only downside to this alarm bot is when Alpha starts to group towards B, he has to pull back the alarm bot. So I imagine if Fnatic do go B, that he'll stay more towards the center of the map and then take a timing later this way. Because that could be a read, I guess, if he takes back the alarm bot. But yeah, that's a nice alarm bot, honestly.
Fnatic falling away.
Signed the task of
Middle. Usually not a fan of middle. But maybe Fnatic cook something up here.
Mid-piece here actually from Fnatic.
It looked like Heretics weren't too sure what's going on really. Now they might have a bit more of an idea.
B split. I mean, if you are going to do a B split, having the Sage Wall is pretty good. The Gecko Flash pretty good. The Sova ult does nothing. It's crazy. Yeah, so Heretics not ready for this one at all. Gecko is going to be pretty big.
Can anyone help him out here? I don't think they can.
Yeah.
Oh, turns around, catching both players. It's getting messy in middle now. Alpha on 21, a sliding Minibu takes away 3.
Yeah. I mean, these splits usually don't work. So I'm not really too surprised. Because, like, you got to go through a tiny choke point. You got to go for a tiny choke point. There can be defenders, like, surrounding you completely. Like, you're kind of putting yourself in, like, a circle. So it's, like, not the most fun strat in the world.
Can he get away from the site? I don't think so. Kron's in a bit of a pickle as well. Can't get off. Minibu doing so well here. Prioritizing the right fight. Can he get the ace?
Play of the day. Is that really play of the day? 1, 2.
Tease up crashes with the stun as well.
Well, there was nothing better than this. Like, this is pretty good, but... Hey, one sec. Where are they? They look like they're in a big tent. Okay. Little timer, Arena. The third best retake globally. 48%. That's kind of nasty. Average 34%? That doesn't surprise me.
Heretics then get aggressive. A common response to these sort of timeouts.
I'm considering it, but again, versus this composition, it's so
Yeah.
easy for
Pipes reclear again.
to isolate you with those slow orbs.
Although it's Killjoy here this time, so I don't expect them to actually go for it aggressively.
Minibu to get bogged down in that slow.
So many big ults for Fnatic. I guess that Heretics want to put some pressure on the ults. They don't want Fnatic to just run up and Killjoy ult in the corner. Yeah, Fnatic win this out really easy. In terms of ults. Like, Benji can't even use his ult for retake because Crashy says his ult. It's a rough position to be in for Heretics. I think once again, like I think the best thing to do would be these two start pushing out. Bait out the Teo ult with the Killjoy ult. The problem is this Viper ult in post is going to be nasty. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough.
Supporting Boo over towards B. They're still walking on this.
I'm worried about Kron's flash though. If he's holding just like a vert flash on this, actually gonna catch him. Oh, he's been caught off here. Benji though gonna eat it back. It's that again. It's a mess between these two. The trade's coming early.
And contest the lockdown.
Unwilling to fall away from it, and the stun and the swing. Minibu.
Yeah, Heretics just never do anything with their B long control.
So stubborn to give this up. Minibu. Oh my God.
Oh, it's nice from Minibu.
Up and over. Gets Alpha, but he can't deny the lockdown. He's done a lot of
He never gets a wall up from anyone. Why does he never ask for wall up? You know what I mean? Like in this position, this Viper wall needs to go up immediately. And I've seen this now a couple of times where the wall never goes up. And I don't think it's necessarily Boo's fault to not know to like have to preempt that wall. But it's so late. Oh, what is Brian's doing? Okay, fair enough.
It's fine. I'm out from Fnatic too. That crushes those adjustments. Heretics giving us a reason to get excited now. Showing some of their own pedigree.
Saying Forsaken wants to be Leo is saying Boaster wants to be Baby Bay. Bro, that is a hell of a comparison. I don't know. I mean, the way I'd frame it, I guess, is that Forsaken and Leo are very different players.
Fnatic looking like they might have been waiting on this though, so careful as they proceed.
And there's been a couple of times
Fnatic but they're very
proactively walked up, but a slight now actually from Boaster. He finds Woot with the Sheriff. Minibu got to tuck his tail.
That's a weird one.
Ooh, Boo, careful.
Forsaken is one of the goats though, I'm not gonna lie.
But Boo's gonna back away towards yellow, plays it well, and Minibu now in support.
Top 20 player of all time, Forsaken.
Progress being made now. Boo caught
Top
him.
15.
No safety for him there. You felt how uncomfortable it was to hold, but Minibu's on the side. Takes away Kayak, the heavy hitter, and resets.
As if they still want to follow through here.
Might even be top 10. I think top 10 gets difficult though. Let's do a little list after and see where we feel. Top 10's difficult, I think. It might be, but it's tough.
They do have that lockdown with Benji. There it is. And it looks like Miniboo's almost tasked him.
Because it depends how much you value some of the recent performances from like does any Heretics player go into the greatest of all time list? Like where does that list get you? You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
10 seconds. Miniboo under pressure, and so is Alpha. Oh, it's stunning.
Yeah.
Now, most of again, a lot of things still going right for Fnatic, so you got to credit.
Okay, so the attack side was looking a bit shaky for Fnatic.
Yeah, now bite.
And it's a mark of a great play.
Just hard first match.
The flood-ins from the Neon might be a problem against this comp, maybe.
Icebox.
First time we're seeing this
2-1-2. B long control is Fanatics. A main control is Fanatics.
Once more, actually Fnatic already.
We see Heretics coming over towards B to re-clear. You're probably going to see... They're already going to get close and slide in with the Gecko Flash, maybe?
As if they've got some space to work into on A.
Or just slide in.
They were so good before when we were looking at split.
So this pressure means that... what Fnatic are doing here is kind of what I think that teams need to do against Fnatic. You see like pressure on both sides, and they're just going to like teeter-totter between the extremity control. Catch timings. Little fake towards B, and they're just going to force a plant. They're going to just open plant. I think it's a bit optimistic that it's open plant in this situation. I don't think that fake was enough, but... Bro, spam. Oh my god, Rians doesn't realize that he's planting behind the box. Okay. I mean, the fake was good enough to get space on A for a free plant, so nice call from Fnatic.
Available now for Kayak, one away for Chronicle.
Neon long B. Are we gonna see the push?
So
again, the kind of choke alarm bot again for Fnatic. This time it looks like we're gonna see we used to call this Fnatic strat, where you send 3 B long and then the two middle on a timing will walk through the tube. I think that's what we're about to see.
This man early on.
because Fnatic have seen deep players deep on B long, that these two might accelerate a little bit, trying to get more space. Because they know that middle should be a bit weaker now, with B long being this contested. They're changing their style a little bit here though. They're kind of resetting. Alpha's making noise middle, so that the strat no longer works.
Still kind of posturing here, Miniboo.
I mean, both teams are a little bit confused right now.
Rotation for Heretics, 4 members. Well, call it 3 with Benji Fishy still over towards mid. And
okay, Bosa wants to get rid of the stuff at middle. I think both teams still a little bit confused. Oh, okay, now another fake. So Fnatic are gonna throw A fake. Go B. I think this is good. This has been a good finish for Fnatic. They were struggling to get plants down against Heretics, and then they've thrown in just little fakes, and then trying to use that to get, you know, Heretics have been biting for rotating to the site. Should get the plant down pretty easily on the B side of the map. And Miniboo's in a world of pain. Yeah, really good calling from the rest of this half from Fnatic. Like the neon strength is flooding in. Heretics will love to flood in to stop plants. Fnatic's comp wants to just get the spike down, play post plant. Answer, just pro some fake site, get that plant down, play post plant. So was looking shaky from there for Fnatic, and they won out not because of any kind of just luck or brute force. It was genuinely good adjustment there from Fnatic, to be honest with you. So impressive stuff, honestly. Boosia top 10 entertainment. Okay, right. Top 10 players of all time. Number 1. Wait, should we go number... I don't think we should do number 1. Number 1's 10. I'm just going to rail them off. Does Forsaken get into the top 10? Mini used to justify the IGL issue. Just do 10 players. Just name 10 players. EMEA, EMEA, I think, do I put 10s in my list? Nuts in EMEA, Gambit, Ascend, FPX. It's hard to put in any FPX players. Why is it so small? Do we put in Alpha Year? Do we put in? Should we quantify like? The problem is that like Boaster, Sadhack, FNS. Do we put them in the top 10? You're saying no. No IGLs. Okay, IGL list. These, if we're talking Hall of Fame, these would be in my Hall of Fame though. So Hall of Fame IGLs. Hall of Fame top 10 players. Kang. Or Kong, sorry. Sue gets annoyed. Texture? Guy, Texture's played for a year. Less. Chichu. Demon what now? Sassy. I'll put Sassy down here for the moment. These are my locked in. These are locked in. I think Mako has to go. Doesn't Mako have to go in the list? Celsius. Redgar, no. Angel would be up here in the Hall of Fame. I don't know if is he in the Hall of Fame. We could. I think these are the absolute Hall of Famers. I'm not sure after that. Trent. I don't think Trent's played long enough. Trent's been to 1 global event, hasn't he? 2 global events. Valen's been to 2 global events. We're talking of all time. Like, Valen and Trent will absolutely be in this list in like a year's time. But I think that like we're talking these players have been around for 5 years. Or like at least 3 years, you know? Yay. Does Yay make the list? Pancada, Stacks, Buzz. Honestly, Forsaken makes the list over a lot of these players, I'm not gonna lie. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Dereka. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Meteor. Bro, Meteor's played the game for a year. Jempkin. Jempkin's never been to a global event. Yampy, no. 10s, I think 10. For fuck's sake. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm pretty EMEA biased here. It feels kind of fair to be kind of. We've got 4 EMEA players, 3 Americas players, 2 APAC players, 1 Chinese player. But I feel like that kind of makes sense. Like these 2 are gonna be stacked. APAC hasn't won many trophies and weren't historically a trophy winning region. And then China wasn't, hasn't been around as long. What's the most egregious one? So people are saying Sassy over Mako. Sassy over Mako. Second can't be in it. I think Sassy's impact on his team, if it makes sense, like Sassy's when he was on the teams, he had high impact, but Mako's impact on his team was relatively higher. Like Mako had to be a better player than Sassy had to be, if that makes sense. Like his team required him more. Meteor, guys, Meteor. If you guys keep saying Meteor, I'm gonna lose my shit. Meteor is one of the greatest players in this current moment, for sure. He went to Masters Shanghai last year. He went to Madrid last year. Where the fuck was Meteor before last year, guys? We're talking of all time. This motherfucker started playing Tier 1 Valorant in 2024. You get banned if you say Meteor. You guys are stupid. You guys are dumb. Like, Ardis. If I put Ardis in this list, it would be for content reasons only. Like, if you genuinely want to put Ardis in this list, why am I not putting in Saigetsu? Why am I not putting in Shao? Why am I not putting in fucking... Why can I see his face in my head, but I've forgotten his name? Swedish blonde kid. Zipants, yeah. Why am I not putting it? Like, why does Ardis get it over any of these players? Crashies. No, Crashies isn't a top 10. Like, I'm sorry. I love Austin, but he's not on his team. He was not the impact that these players had on his team. Scream did not do well enough globally. Mako, you can make the argument that he didn't do enough globally to be on this. Like, I think Mako is the biggest asterisk on this list so far. Jugamo has not... I don't think Jugamo has been... Jugamo had a good 2023, a fantastic 2023. He's going to have a fantastic 2025. 2024, he was in jail. Like, let's look. Leo's been that guy since 2021. Chronicle's been that guy since 2021. Dirk has been that guy since 2021. Nats has been that guy since 2021. Aspas has been that guy since 2022. 2022. 2021. 2021. 2021. I don't know about Kong. 2022, 22. Meteor has been in Tier 1 since 2022. Name a global event he went to in 2022. '23, Kong? Bro. Why can't I spell his name? What the fuck? Oh, it's because it's okay. Am I being gaslit? Bro, they play a lot of fucking tournaments. Oh, really? I thought they went to Copenhagen. I thought they were around in 2022. Yeah, 2022. Shut the fuck up, you noobs. Don't gaslight me. This motherfucker was playing 2022. If Kong Kong makes it and Demon 1 makes it too, have you lost your mind? No. No. Bro, I think you guys say stuff. I think you guys watch Tarek stream and just say stuff. You just watch Tarek stream and he says Demon 1's sick, and then you're like, oh yeah, look at the nice knife headshot he got. Demon 1's a great player, and he's been one of the greatest players, but like there's a trifecta, there's a triforce, there's a holy trinity. The holy trinity of duelists has always been these three for the past 3 or 4 years. Those are the holy trinity. Jing, not Kang. I love Jing, but Jing is a Raze player. He's not a duelist. Now Zekken is there too? No, he's not. Bro. Zekken will be there. Zekken will absolutely be there. Julgama will be there. But they've not... Like, Zekken is close because he was playing well in 2022 with Exa. He's very close. But to win Madrid and have, like, we're talking these motherfuckers have been around for so long. Kang literally carried the shit out of his team at every single tournament to the point where I thought that maybe they'd never be able to win because it's literally just him. Dirk has been farming since 2021. Aspas has been farming since like 2022. These players have had to literally put teams on their backs and make deep global runs fairly consistently. Buzz is down here. This is my top 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Mako is my asterisk. Mako is my asterisk. Where's Alpha? He's here in this list. This is the maybe pile. I don't know. Mako is my asterisk. I feel like we might. Let's have a look. Like, we're doing a stats check on Mako. Look at this motherfucker. 2022. So many tournaments this guy's playing on. It's plus 25 immediately. Don't need to look at the rest. Not looking at the rest. Plus 25 first game. Plus 25, guys. Plus 25. He's in the list. No asterisk. No asterisk. Is there anyone else who should be in this list here? Okay, let me... Will be top 10. Need more time. Maybe Zekken's in this list. He might be top of this list, maybe? Like, does Jokamo go in this list, though? But John QT, I guess, might go into this list. Boo, I think, would go into this list too for me. Yeah, Rian. Yeah, Rian's. I mean, yeah. Rian's. Yeah, Rian's absolutely. Texture. Yeah. Benji, I'm not as sure. Leaf. This is weird because like there is a Venn diagram here of players who I think have played the game long enough to be like almost top 10, but also I know that if they got more time, like Leaf absolutely. Like Leaf will. I am a very big fan of Leaf. Munchkin? Probably Munchkin. Yeah, probably Munchkin. It depends because Genji are a bit shakier this year. So I almost guarantee these ones, whereas I'm not as confident about Munchkin, but I can see it. Karen, Chichu, yeah, I mean... Is Karen still Karening? Chichu? Still Chichuing? They're doing alright. Crashes. Derek, Premi? Premi's difficult because there are plenty of players like Premi, if that makes sense. Like, Premi is like an Oxy to me right now, where it's like they're clearly extremely good and they could absolutely, they have the skill and they are no less skilled than almost anyone else on this list, but I don't know if their achievements will allow them to get into the list. Woot. It's fair. What's this? Oh, Meteor spam. Meteor? I'll put him in there for you guys, you fucking dweebs. I do love Meteor. I do think he's a very good player. Cryo? Cryo is down to whether Boostio starts calling masterclasses again or not. Literally, Cryo's existence on this list is, does Boostio int the calls or not? Mr. Fallen. I would put him like, I don't think I can put him up here. I don't think I can put Fallen up here. I don't think I can put Fallen up here. There is a tier gap of difference between the team's achievements up here compared to Fallen. He's the definition of needs time. He's had like enough time with Foot. Like that. What I mean is like okay. What I mean by this, Sue, is if we gave these teams one more year with their current achievements, i.e., they do the things that they've done in the past year for another year, they will be in this list. If Fallen does the same thing he did last year, next year, he doesn't make this list still. Does that make sense? Fallen has to go up. Fallen has to do more than what he's done last year. Because Fallen still hasn't done top 4 in like global. He hasn't won domestically and top 4 global. Kiko? I accept Kiko. Kiko needs a bit more time than the rest of the players, though. Like he'd be like he need extra time, but like Kiko's skill is good enough. Som. What has Som done globally? or domestically. Som is kind of down in this part for me, like with Kiko. Why is Som done and every single person just spams the cove? Shy? Oh, okay, okay. No, wait. Kesnit. That's a fucking shout by me. This is, he's definitely in this list. He's in this part of the list. Kesnit. Bro, this motherfucker. I know it sounds weird to say, but when he was, he was dating someone English speaking, right? And I was like, my God, if this guy learns English, like if I was an America's team, if I'm Boostio right now, I'm getting 100 Thieves to send in English speaking people to just talk to Kesnit. Because I'd be wanting that man to speak English. And I'd be taking him for my team. I don't know if Kesnit's English is good enough yet. I remember asking Dryad about it. I was like, can Kesnit speak English? And she was just like, I don't think it's very good. But if this motherfucker learns English, it's over. Luckily enough, Crew's in a good enough spot with their team now where they actually have a very strong team. But before they built the team they have, like, for the past year and a half or so, this motherfucker was in jail. He was so fucking sick. I am suggesting honey trapping Kesnit with English speakers, yes. I think I know what that means. I think I'm not just saying that I don't mean, but yes. Demon 1. If you did put Demon 1 had one, like we're talking this guy 2021, 2021, 2022, 2021, 2021, 2021. No one on my list is a 2023 plus player. Every single one is a 2021, 2022 maximum player. So Demon 1 can't go on this list. I would put him in the needs more time list, but he's not been good for 2 years. CNED had one good year. Some of them are 2020, yeah. Calm, no, I don't think Calm's quite there. I think Device quite there. King, nah. Jing. I mean, players like Jing would be almost there. I guess if we're putting Stacks, the big reason Stacks and Buzz get in now is because of that Masters trophy, right? So they've been around since 2021 and won a Masters trophy. It's harder to put players from Paper Rex in just because that trophy doesn't exist. And because they already have Forsaken in the top 10, like Kesnit had to literally put Crew on his fucking back for like 3 years. Like, I don't think you guys realize how much impact Kesnit needed for them to be great. Cowanzine, 2023 plus player. Cryo's like... Wait, where did Zekin go? Where did Zekin go? Are you down here? Cryo's like a Zekin, but like Cryo, again... Cryo's achievements in the past couple of years haven't been good enough. G2 no trophy. Yes, that's why you don't see a single G2 player in this list. Jonah P. The list is based off of a combination of individual performance and achievements EU. So it's like players that have consistently competed in at global events since 2021, 2022 is this list. are highly skilled. Are highly skilled, phenomenally skilled. That's the criteria. You can't believe Alpha's not up there. He is up there. Bro, he is up there. He's in the list. It's just he's not quite... If I put Alpha here, who am I replacing? Bro, people keep saying Demon 1. Demon 1 has not placed consistently, has not competed consistently at global events. He's not done it since 2021 or 2022, and he was phenomenally skilled for 1 year. He hits this marker. He does not hit these markers. Chat is rage baiting. I mean, someone just put cracks, so I know that it's got to be true. I mean, to be fair, cracks did compete at a lot of global events. Consistently competed at global events with deep run potential. Coach Hall of Fame? Coach Hall of Fame. This one's easy. That's me. Yeah, we're done. No, I'm joking. Potter. I think fraud. I think this is the... I think this is my top 3, but... If Doom Bros can go, could maybe go. I don't think Kaplan's done it long enough. Nil, I don't think's done it long enough. Eng's had not been to 1 global event in 3 years. Okay, my criteria here is coaches that have consistently competed at global events with deep run potential. I guess that takes Potter maybe out of that list, though. So maybe I can't frame it like that. And if I take Potter out of that list, I will get crucified. So it's impossible. I can't put Josh RT in a list. I don't think I can put Josh in there yet. Josh, to me, is the best coach right now. Like, so let's do like historical list, and then like list for now. Like historical, future. Why can't you add Kaplan when Potter's in there now? What did Kaplan do in 2023? He instantly lost lock-in to Fnatic. At Tokyo, they weren't... Were they at Tokyo? If they're at Tokyo, I don't remember them. So they instantly lost the lock-in, instantly went out at Tokyo, they weren't even at Tokyo. Then why is fraud here? I guess that's a good shout. The problem with coaches is that there is reasonably only one coach that consistently made global events and played at the highest level for 5 years. Termi is a good shout, but he aren't they the 5th to 6th team? So it's like Termi's in this part for sure. You feel like Bazooka over fraud? If you, I don't know, from what I understood and been told, it felt like fraud had a lot more impact on that team's like there's a reason why fraud continued with the team, but it's the difficult one to know. Sliggy did it for like a year and a half, right? 2 years? Maybe Sliggy's enough to get on the list. Shut. Atom to me is like putting on guys. I think if like Atom and guys to me are kind of in a similar position where their team is better than they should be, but they've never made like a deep, like they don't make deep runs. Solo, I think we can put in. Can we put in Solo just off the basis that he used to actually play the fucking game? Like he was at Masters Reykjavik as a player. Like, like does he get in just historically because he was playing at Reykjavik 2021? I'll put Solo down here. The problem is that like this is a pretty big Hall of Fame when like this is a lot tighter. If you were to make like if we were to like condense this down to this, to me it's difficult. There's one name that I'd have there for sure, but I'm not sure on the other two. Angel should be there. Milan future? The problem with the future for Milan though is that we're talking 2023, 2022, 3, 2024, whereas Milan's literally starting 2025. Like if we put Milan here, it's 2025. Like when I'm saying future, I mean like a year's time, like one more year for them. Like next year potential. Scream should be in the Hall of Fame for IGLs. That's criminal. Okay, anyway. Okay, we're done. Any other lists we want to do? Hall of Fame IGLs. I mean, I guess I would put these as the top 3. Maybe we could add the list. This is the Holy Trinity. And then if we were to add more, Angel stacks. Boostio. Right, guys, you keep naming players that are in this part of the list. Shazam. Markney or Pow for next year? Bro, they haven't even gone to a global event yet. 85% win rate, coach, without an IGL checking in. You chose to not have an IGL, and then you use that as your crux. That doesn't work. I will put you in the list, though. Who would go in if Sliggy gets in the list? Is there anyone that gets in that like you guys thought were like other maybe Sean only did it for one event. Owner? Owner's not a bad shout. I think, yeah. Auto bunker. I think here I do have to put Bazooka here. It's just that the way I thought that their team was ran was a bit like, I think if Fraud's had far more success since Bazooka, and like Fraud was working with Bazooka and then took over his job, so like it is kind of not the best look narratively for Bazooka. Okay, right. I feel like we've done enough. I feel like we've done enough. I think I'm getting a lot of the same comments of people who just don't understand certain things. So I think this is a fine list of people. A beautiful list. Right, now what we do is we pick one person from each. What would be the super team? Pick an IGL. Pick an IGL. Bosa, Sadak for FNS. Boaster. Pick a coach. Do I remove myself? Potter. I'm gonna go Potter because you guys are biased. Pick a duelist. I'm gonna go Aspas because you guys are biased. Now pick players here. No, wait. One sec. We got 4 slots left for players. 1, 2, 3, 4. We can't get Kang into our team if we got a duelist already. He's been... Pick 2 players from here. Leo Kron. Leo Nats, Leo Kron. We're from these 4. From these 4. Leo Nats, Leo Kron. Okay. Leo's in the list. Kron or Nats? Kron or Nats? Okay, that settles it, I think. Less is automatically wins this one, I think. Actually, Less or Tens. Because Tens can play smokes. Yeah, Tens roll swap, so Less or Tens. God, this one's hard. How do I make a poll? How the fuck do I make a poll? Ardis, weird you're not in the top 10. Ardis, I was so close to putting you in the top 10 because I know you'd see it. my argument for not putting you in the top 10 was that if I put you in the top 10, like, what do I do with these players? Like, where do they go? Because to me, your team was never like one shining individual. It was always like a pretty good joint effort between all the players. So it's like, because you're all kind of very well skilled and none of you kind of like outshone the other, it felt like really difficult to put you in this. Iris says that he's in the top 10, but they're just below him. Okay. Okay. So I'll put an asterisk there, but let's not forget. Oh, wait. So Leo or Nats? Who's winning? Leo or Tens, sorry. Tens wins. Okay. Wait, we've actually got duelist. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, no, shit. We've got too many players. I forgot. We've got too many players. We've got a Smokes IGL. We've got Potter. We fucked this up, guys. We fucked this up. Okay, right. No, we got another one. Tens or Forsaken for this flex role. I think I know who wins this one. Tens or Forsaken. Okay, Forsaken's in. I think this is fair. This is a solid team, guys. This is solid. Is there anything else in this list? Okay, we're gonna add an assistant coach. Okay, we're gonna add an assistant coach. We're gonna add an assistant coach from the list of potential coaches in the future. Josh RT, Kaplan, or the Neil Weber, or the Solo. One of these four is assistant coach. Josh RT. I think Josh RT wins this one. I mean, Anders can be strategic coach. I'll put him in. We'll add Anders in. He'll be in there. We'll add him in. And then we need a sub. We need a sixth sub. Our substitute will be from this list of players. So consider their flexibility a little bit. I'm looking at Leaf. I'm looking at Zekken. I'm looking at Rians. I'm looking at Wu. Meteor. Bro, I know who I'm picking. This motherfucker's our substitute right here. This guy's my sub. This guy's my sub. I'm not even looking at chat right now. Is that Zekken? Zekken? Okay. JT, who's Gentle Mates analyst who actually knows what he's talking about, is saying Zekken. He has played every role to a high level. But hasn't this guy done that too? We got a Sentinel player, Duelist player, Smokes player, Initiator. He has not played the Initiator too much. This guy has played more Sova. This guy's never played Senti though. So Zekken's not played Senti, Leaf's not played Initiator much. Okay, we're gonna poll this one. We're polling this one. Leaf versus Zekken. Okay, we are already polling it. I think I biased though with the Leaf. Get Artisan. Yeah, one sec. Artis gets in. One sec. Where is it? Sub. Leaf. Content creator. Artist. No, performance coach. Performance coach. Performance coach / water boy. Bro, I never know how to spell Iris's actual. Is it double I? Yeah, double I. Okay, fantastic, guys. Pleasure doing business with all of you. Absolute scenes. Okay, right. That was a good break. Fantastic clip farming we've just done. Hopefully, all of this pops off and we more viewers tomorrow. Do I have any idea about Plat Chat? No. Team Chef. Team Chef. Who's our manager? Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Manager, GM, I'm putting myself in. I was getting a lot of votes for coach, but I'm putting myself in. Kojo, assistant. Kojo can be my assistant. Assistant to the regional manager, Kojo. CEO, Celsus. Celsus has been talking a lot about how he wants to run an org one day. So we'll have Celsus in CEO. Who would our co-streamer be actually? Who is the best co-streamer? Should we have like FNS and Sliggy? Sergio? That guy, that how do you spell his name? I can't remember how to spell his name. Whenever I see his name, I just see Ferrari. Is it actually Ferrari? Left. This motherfucker, I feel so bad for this guy. Like he's the Koi co-streamer who has to watch Koi lose every single game for the past 3 years. And it's got like the biggest fan base and well, one of the biggest fan base in EMEA and hypes up the team so much. And he's got to watch Koi lose. So for once we get this guy a solid team to support. What are we cooking now? This is our super team. Hall of Fame super team. We added some nonsense afterwards though. Tarek has a huge fan base. Yeah, but we want something those could keep Tarek. Why do I have Forsaken over Chronicle and Flex? It's because we were trying to choose players from different roles, like different regions. We're trying to make it a bit more, you know. Okay, Chronicle versus Forsaken for Flex. Who do we think? Okay, actually, answer in the poll. Answer in the poll. Answer in the poll. Forsaken's one. Yeah. I would be more than happy for Kron to be in the team. I think it's just kind of cool that we have like a Brazilian. Where is Forsaken from actually? Is he Singapore? Indonesia. Indonesia. Okay. We have an Indonesian. We have Swede. Russian. I mean, the America's fucked up here. American. I guess we have American. A British boy. American, American, American. We have a nice mix going on. Nice little mix. Nice little mix of people. Right, that's it for getting clip farmed. That's it. We're back to VODs. Back to VODs. Back to boring school. Oh wait, my headset's died.
A demonstration of just how hard you have to work versus a team like Fnatic in form.
Wait, that's like no turnaround.
Gotta credit the comeback
Bro,
here, but
there was like 1 minute of the desk. What was Mitch doing there?
Welcome back, folks. If they've got hot hands, pins on the line, some codes for mini games.
Hi, I'm Julie June, and I'm actually from Berlin, so not far away.
Not that far of a journey.
Good. You look at how he's performed on the
concern though looking back at this, yes, it's
Fracture.
here.
Fracture. Run ads before. Okay, I'm running ads right now, and I get a drink. I'm not getting a drink actually. It's right here, my drink. Hello, Kimmy. Hey! Sorry. Christ almighty. Right. Captain Cow just announced on KC Academy. Captain Cow. Captain Cow. KC Academy. The stats are about to be farming for KC Academy. Sorry, I'm just browsing Twitter. KC Academy. It's a pretty good role for him. I think that stats in an academy team make a lot of sense for scouting and whatnot. Will I be watch partying Toronto? Right. So currently, right. Like I have to figure some stuff out because when I co-streamed the last event, I had barely 100 viewers for co-streaming for Bangkok. Right. And when I was VOD reviewing, I would get like 350, I'd say. But now it seems that people have actually realized that I exist as a human. And now I'd get like double this. Like I have 1.2k right now. Like I know like yesterday I was getting like 800. The day before I was getting like 1000. So what I need to figure out is would this drastically increase because I'm obviously a little bit more popular streaming this week? Or would the ratio stay the same? Would I still get like double the amount of viewers I would usually get if I just did VOD reviews? The problem with doing co-streams is that I have to compete with Sliggy and Tarek and FNS and all these big streamers that people are probably going to watch instead. You're reviewing the final. I am reviewing the final, but if I co-stream the final, I wouldn't get... I was getting like 100 viewers. So what I need to figure out is that, like, is it worth me to continue to test co-streaming or not? So what I think I'm going to do is I will co-stream the PaperX games and test how my viewership does there. I expect to get more than usual because obviously PaperX are popular and I have some affiliations. So I will co-stream the PaperX game specifically. If I'm feeling good about it and enjoying it, then maybe I'll co-stream other games too. But I think what I would do is focus still on the VOD reviews. I will let everyone else farm the co-stream, and then I will VOD review the next day. PRX is FNS. Again, I don't mind that I'm not going to get as many viewers, but I think it would be nice to watch PaperX live and test whether I still get viewers. I would imagine that FNS is going to co-stream most of that tournament. I don't think he's just going to focus only on PaperX. Yeah. I'll have to see how it all works out, but my current plan is that if I'm really smart, I would also upload some YouTube content during that event, but I'm not going to stress myself out. Try to do a collab with a famous streamer. I mean, I'm trying to put myself out there a little bit more, but I don't want to force people. Like, yeah. Right. Anyway. I'll see you in a bit, Kim. Take care. Right, I'm going to watch the last one.
That's it, yeah. Fnatic win this series. No EMEA team will have a positive series record against...
I feel awkward. Like the problem is that I feel awkward imposing myself onto other people's stuff. You know what I mean? So I don't want to force anyone to be doing something they don't. It's awkward. It's awkward for people like Sliggy or FNS to be like, no, I don't want to do that with you. You know what I mean? Because it's me. So at a certain point, if it makes sense to ask, I'll ask. But I don't want to impose on anyone. You know what I mean?
I think that just
Sums it up,
yeah,
right?
it does. It really does.
Like I have asked to go on plat chat a bit more if they're happy to have me. Like I would like to do that. But yeah.
Order nonetheless.
Right. So Fnatic, Southside Crunch, Pistol. We're mostly gonna be looking at Fnatic here, I think, because obviously they won. So drone at A main, which usually implies a push here, but it's also the push here. We use the camera for info here, drone info here. Beautiful from Fnatic. I'll point out straight away, this comp is kind of ass. I'm not going to lie. I don't think this comp is very good. I think there is very little threat on the execs for Team Heretics. Something specifically, I think I watched the tail end of this game, and tower for Fnatic is going to be an area on defense that they can just play. Like, I don't usually love hard holding sites, but against this comp, they've got nothing to push to disincentivize Fnatic playing Heaven. There's no tail salvos, there's no breach done. They have a raise nade only. So something Fnatic could do is abuse that.
Isolation of building a comeback in the second half of Icebox. Drag that across now to Fracture. Fnatic really looking to pressure the back line.
Start with Yinsu, she'll force you to not be awkward.
Yeah, because they can't disrespect
What
the
do
molly.
you
Kai
mean?
actually needs to get your gun out. Ooh, it got a little bit messy here. Yeah, because they can't disrespect the molly. Kai actually needs to get your gun out. Ooh, it got a little
So yeah,
bit
nice little
messy at
crunch
this
from
point.
Fnatic.
It's an extended fight that Kayak's finally tipped into.
Bro, if Yinsu's talking about eating my...
Oh, that's gorgeous from Woot. That's what the
eating body parts of mine, that sounds more awkward than me just doing a nerdy fucking VOD review. Is it possible to use timeout after first round, or before the first round starts? What, you would never need to. But between the maps, you have like a 5-minute break, and then you have a few minutes before whilst you're like waiting for the game to start. You don't need you can talk to the players during that time. You don't need to pause before the game starts.
We've seen every single one of them. See if it can be replicated now going forward. Clean affairs to be had here.
Wait, how did Heretics end up winning this? Wait, sorry. The macro was so perfect from Fnatic, I was surprised that... Oh. The micro was not perfect. Okay, yeah. Okay, Fnatic absolutely should have won this round. Nice nade from Woot. Yeah, I mean, Fnatic should have won, but Heretics shoot their way out of the bad situation.
We know that Kayak is firing on all cylinders. We've seen every single one of them. See if it can be replicated now going forward. Clean affairs to be had here. And again, looking to try and punish.
She talked about fisting both with FNS.
Calm under pressure. While all this happens, obviously the green light's given towards that ace.
Bro, Yinsu's hand going like a fucking glove into Boaster. That's what I'm saying.
Comes through as well. Plant will follow. Chance here though for Miniboo to get shut down.
Gonna make it scathy. Yeah, Miniboo and Woot took some damage, but they don't need to overextend. They can leave it onto the others to pick up that mantle. Woot still trying to draw eyes. It's Miniboo closing in. Who's that?
Look, if Yinsu's gonna try and infect my stream with nonsense, I'll just double down. I'll just double down.
Alright, I mean you got those 2 Vandals in there.
Hello?
Silence.
Oh, okay, it's just I think a little check from the
To move.
No issues yet. Just a little check-in. Okay, so this is now where we get potentially a big momentum swing for Heretics if they can do some serious damage.
I like Alpha's position here.
Most convert this round. For Fnatic, obviously, this is where they want to really stop that rod, deny that momentum.
Curious, Fnatic's protocol is they often play the Teo up here and drone out but they don't do anything with the drone a lot of the time, and then they don't have a drone to clear out A main for the push. Usually when you drone out here, you want to see some kind of push behind, because and then it's the same down here, right? So I wonder, I do wonder about this protocol Fnatic have. Like, how are they now gonna? Like, the big question is, like, how do we defend B? Like, how do we get advantages on this side of the map in order to defend B better? Like, usually you push out and try to flank.
From Boaster.
So drone out dishing sees nothing. These two just start a push. They just dry contact push, and then the rotate is cheated because this info. Okay.
Downstairs here, underneath B site.
You can see Rien's might get contacted, get almost awkward timing. Yeah, Alpha, it feels like it's going to be everything or it's going to be nothing. He's, oh my god, look at this. How much util?
Christ. Nice little punish on two crashes. I think they did this before, Heretics, where they love to smoke here and then hard abuse into the space. So like I said, like, tower is free for Fnatic, but this space here is what Heretics is like answer to the fact that they don't have deep space tower. It's like, we'll just push into CT. Nice idea from Heretics.
Look at this. How much util can they throw at him? But he's still here. He's still standing.
And then the hard hold on site doesn't work for Alpha.
Clearing site. They have site control now, but Fnatic want him back fast. You can already see the kayaks getting closer here. But Fnatic can be forced
Fast flank works.
May have got a kill there, but it looked like
So maybe Fnatic even a little bit unlucky on those site holds. Woot though wraps Boaster. Nice play from Woot.
Catching Boaster off. Now Heretics back down to the 3v2.
Actually, Heretics.
Shifting towards A.
It's okay.
Kron is main though.
Chronicles here early.
Yeah, and Kron's gonna get a free
Oh, so Kron just Kron uses the Leo Phantom with the purple. Maybe I should just do this. Maybe I just do this. Leo Phantom with Master's Buddy. It's not the nicest combo,
He had to stick the plant. There was no
but it is
doubt about it.
flexing.
And bang on. Fault lines there. They know about kayak too, surely. So Miniboo and Woot, this is gonna be rough. Looking to isolate a fight on the side. Woot's now surrounded. He's got problems. And he's fallen. Kayak doing really well, and now it's on Miniboo.
Yeah, I'm planning my solo queue later. The Prism Phantom with the Master's Buddy is good, but it's not Leo's. It's not Leo's gun.
Now do you handle this one? Kayak, can they start that diffuse up? That's lovely from Miniboo, keeping calm under pressure.
If I do hit that Prism one in the store though, I'm gonna buy it for sure and see if I can cosplay Nuts.
He gets to swing on this and he has to choose right.
Nice round from Miniboo. Kron played a mistake. Let me have a look quickly. Sorry, I think you're probably right. 2v1. Yeah, Kron's facing. Yeah, Kron fucks up. He probably tried to 3-2-1 face it, but like he can't. Like, Kayak has to swing this way, and then it's awkward for them to both swing here because they're going to be lining up with each other. You know what I mean? That's my fantastic drawing of two men facing.
They actually go to double swing Miniboo when he's on the left side. You see how awkward it was there.
Please be normal, chat.
Try and find the kill.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying it because someone just referenced Hiroshima. Hiroshima, sorry. Like, yeah. Yeah, if you guys could not reference, you know, things like that, my mods are going.
It's dream stuff for them, right? Couldn't ask for a better start here. On the map that's necessary, the other two you can kind of suffer through, but this one you can't really let it slip or you're done for.
Wait, one sec. I need to check something. One sec. Sorry. One sec. Sorry, vaguely important. Something just happened. It's vaguely important, and I need to just make sure because otherwise, I could get doxed. One sec. Really sorry. There we go. I think that should be fine. Cool. Sorry about that. I just remembered something. Cool.
Again, actually,
Tax evasion email checking. I have my tax evasion meeting at 4 o'clock. No, it's just a normal meeting.
I don't think you would have expected coming into this to be trailing.
Bro, the amount of it's just yeah.
Heretics.
Working is like freelancer vibe. It's there's so much shit, man.
Nothing to act upon.
I felt like I've lost money. I paid so much money.
Doesn't spot anything either, so not necessarily able to.
I'm always paying the tax, man. Many signing paperwork documents? No, those documents already been signed.
The map through, but this start here. So I think
arcade default from Heretics, smoke down, orb grab, leaving Neon. Boaster's playing in tower now with the shotgun, but low buy for Fnatic. So they're just taking the risk 4B. But Heretics have literally taken. Have they taken this orb, they're probably going to go take this orb, and they'll take this orb. So 4 orbs for Heretics this round. Most likely.
Doesn't spot anything either, so.
Chip, we need a couple more of those though. Not going to get any easier either, as they've already diverted.
Have you seen Sergio's tweet? No. Thank you. Okay. Sergio, yeah, he added there was a huge drama about the koi chef. Apparently the koi chef was putting like what are they doing when they put in like nails into the putting nuts into the smoothies or something, glass into the smoothie. Hey Sergio, I'm good, how are you? Why was there glass shards in the smoothie? Like, how does that happen? Like, what does that mean? What does that mean? Like, seriously though, what does that mean? Why? The nuts to an allergic player, I can understand, like, I mean, do I understand that? No. Not, well, I guess I understand the nuts thing a little bit more than I understand glass. Glass being put into smoothies. Why? That, like, that's trying to kill someone. Like, that is just, you're trying to kill someone. Chocolate smoothie, no, glass. Yeah, my favorite flavor, glass smoothie. Glass smoothie.
I don't think there's much more to be said unless Alpha.
Bro, I just swallowed, like, I need to take a drink, I think, because my throat feels a little bit weird after thinking about that. Like, that's some real soul shit, right?
Some of those ultimates going to be on the brink as well. Did previously.
Was it a small piece of glass? The thing is about the whole Koi situation is I like the fact that I don't know, and like everything I read is either like Kokuka will just tell me in passing, or I just translate it on Twitter, and so I don't get the full story with anything. And I like the fact that I don't get the full story, because just hearing the phrase "there were glass smoothies being served" is enough for me to be excited. Like I don't want to know the reality. Like it's quite nice having disinformation.
Both of them taking the steps together.
I'm not going through the drama.
Called for the timeout, it looks like. And probably rightly so. We're getting to round 5 now. They've not really been able to get a grip on things. And if you're looking at who's played this most,
It's so stupid, man. So stupid.
Really. You've got since the start of this year.
Yeah, I prefer not knowing.
7 showings on it, 5 wins, 2 losses.
Like I like the ability to imagine the situation in my head, like as stupid as possible. She works for Vitality now. Is she the one who was having arguments on Twitter with? There was a guy who used to coach in GC, an Italian guy called Joint, I believe. And he wanted to become like an esports chef, and he was like arguing with her on Twitter a lot. Like she would like flame the stuff. Like he'd post like a picture of food, and then she'd come in and be like, flame it, saying like he used the same sauce in the last 10 recipes or something. And I was like, what the fuck's going off? Like here.
Absolutely absent before, and the one thing that brought him
She would flame his dishes. I don't know if this is the same person, but I remember like seeing like coach. There was fucking chef drama on Twitter. And like it's hilarious, the idea that the chef drama comes from the person who put glass in people's smoothies. Wait, am I allowed to say that? There was glass found in the smoothies made by that chef.
Again, it's nowhere near the same case. But with the operator, he is sharp as hell.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Brutal.
Right, yeah. So Fnatic have made some kind of adjustment here, where Tower they've recognized that Tower is a place that they can play. Neon Op, it seems like Kayak, like Fnatic when they start losing heavy, it seems like Kayak Op on defensive fracture is just what they lean into. It's like we don't know what to do. By Kayak Op is usually a big answer.
To the adjustment Fnatic have brought.
Rough as well to fall, being tagged through the clone. It's just an early.
It seems like they're dying to try it. Bro, mate.
No pressure to follow that.
Bro, imagine that though. Imagine it's not.
The other side of the map as well, trying to get something in motion. So actually,
Karzi's mum is the chef.
Turn being is Rian solo on the other side.
Yeah.
I mean, the operator is a little bit more value against this comp, I guess, because there isn't as many like tools. Like Rian's is gonna have to do a lot of work to get the op off. There's no flashes to turn corners and stuff. I live in Brighton right now. I used to live in London. I now live in Brighton.
He doesn't need to.
I have lots of friends who live down in Brighton, so I moved down to Brighton. Very close to London, though. Oh, again, a nice little... You see this again? So this is Heretics' Heretic strat. They love using this TP into Gen. So as much as I'm not a big fan of this comp, Heretics at least do cook some stuff up, you know? So another punish into the Gen. But the question is, can they get alpha out of heaven? Excuse me.
I don't think it touched Kayak, no. And I don't know how affected even Alpha was, but Manitabu's gonna isolate Boaster. I don't think they expect him to get past all of this. Alpha, you're a lucky boy there. Almost punished. Kayak still finding body zone. Alpha's still standing. Finally removed from tower. Heretics now control the site. Chronicle trying to fight back in through Canteen, and you're right. Ult is now ready. This gets difficult. Picturing that, posting it right up towards that tower side. Rienz and Benji, this is not going to be a comfy one for them. Kayak eyes locked to this. You can already see the Benji's gone loose. Brought back down to earth as Kayak is firing off it.
Nice retake from Fnatic.
But right, isolate Boaster. I don't think they expect him to get past all of this. Alpha,
how?
you're a lucky boy there. Almost punished.
Oh, the kill from the...
Past all of this. Alpha, you're a lucky boy there.
Oh, Teos. Wait, He's just ooped him straight through smoke. Kayak, you.
Almost punished.
Kayak ooping that guy through smoke is one in the round. And then mini boo overcompensates. Yeah, the Heretics unlucky to die to that operator kill, but mini boo's overcompensating. Mini boo really just needs to come down here. He has a very good plant for him to just play off, and he's the win condition for the round. These two just delay time, be pains in the ass, and then mini boo can win the round with the clutch. I think mini boo kind of fucked that up a little bit.
And for Fnatic,
You just came here from Twitter. What the fuck is that title? You've missed a lot. You've missed a lot today. You've missed a lot. There's been some insane shit happening in this stream today.
Oh my god. Again and again.
Yeah.
Now it's mini boo. Big impact.
The operator in EMEA, defense operator on Fracture's looking really good in EMEA. I don't think it should get as much value as we get with it, but we'll see.
Can't fault them for it. Have to try and take that space off the investment in utility, but punished once more.
I mean, one thing I would say is that, like, Heretics going heavy dish. I'm never a big fan of the heavy dish stuff. But they do leave just one player, so I don't mind that. I think one thing that I think a lot of teams are fucking up with on this map is that they're sending so many people dish, and then they exec out dish for loads of people. I've explained it before on stream, and I can't be bothered to go into all the details why right now, because it's a bit hard to explain. The traps that are being baited out by Boo look like he's very cognizant of that happening.
Try and catch somebody off guard.
They're not pathing through sand, so
Bosa solo side, hard holding. Tough position for Bosta. Flooding in with the Neon ult. If there was a time to hard hold the site, is when you have Neon ult, I guess. So well played from Bosta. Remember Forsaken 5 dish cool? No. Can you translate and read this? I don't know what this means. I like the koi cooking thing. You know what free crystals are, which I pay for. Hugs. Minnie, I'll do it. I'll be a kitchen helper. His name is Jesus, so having Jesus in the kitchen sounds like a good deal to me.
Early on in terms of positioning. Alpha just say I'm playing ranked.
I don't know.
Bro, wait. They didn't understand what Alpha said? I think he said, what are they doing? Aren't they drunk?
Clear cut response to this early on in terms of positioning.
Yeah. I was thinking for a second, maybe I just understand Alpha.
Heretics back in, 3 sheriffs.
But I think that was kind of obvious what he was saying, right? Do you think Fade is good as solo in this shit on Fracture? Not really. Not really, no.
Yeah.
Not even getting much chance to play in early now.
I'm trying to think of a comp where solo Fade would be good. I think, like, I know there was a lot of criticism around, like, I know Sliggy didn't love the raised neon that Vaporex had. They played the Breach. The Breach with it. No Fade. I think that Teo solo would be fine here, though. You know? Raised neon Teo. Like, smokes plus Santu. I think this was underexplored by a lot of teams in terms of, like, solo Teo. Like, if you really want to run, like the Haven comp with the Yoru ISO, I think you could have ran solo Teo. I think double dive split, you could have ran solo Teo. Does that make sense? I think it was underexplored. Breach is so good on Fracture. The Teo is pretty good on Fracture too. Lotus? Lotus? Possibly. I think Fade... possibly Lotus.
Someone's still watching for that drop down from Dish, and Chronicle unfazed by this pressure.
Sorry, I'm a bit confused what's happening. So,
There on 50 now.
Heretics are exploring a lot of the map.
And he's
Fighting into A main with only
got
3
down the
players
dish,
and
Chronicle
dying.
unfazed by this pressure. No one actually watching the peak there. Just the push and the ult on this one. I mean, Crashy. I'll burn for it, he says. As
I mean, just a low buy, I guess. We'll excuse Heretics for a low buy round. Looked a bit messy, though.
You can see where he's positioned.
The 4th best team globally in clutch assist stage. Okay.
This under kayak here. Steps heard. You can see them trying to
Bro.
almost path up those cases.
Dish again. What's the reaction here from Fnatic? 2 here. What are we doing? I want to see a push somewhere.
He is forced off the angle now.
So awkward for Fnatic.
Has been achieved. It took a lot of
Neon on
veto to
site,
achieve.
Brim just under
One of the
dish.
prowlers as well coming out from Rienz, but
Doesn't feel
Give them at
nice.
least Woot's ult as well. I'm pretty sure that's now locked in.
Ironically, they start rotating now, but this is exactly the time in
So
which...
taking the tour.
Oh, they are taking the tour. Okay, so, okay, Heretics default, they leave an insert here and then come back A main. I like this from Heretics, I don't mind it. The only problem is that Fnatic are, like, thinking it's definitely an A due to all that pressure. Like, if you are going to do something from Dish, you might as well leave someone there instead of going as 4 or 5, I think. I'm not watching Challengers EMEA, and I usually don't engage with non-VOD related questions as much, but I'm interested in... Where is this? I think there's too much good Valorant for me to watch right now, to watch this right now. I think that once it gets to playoffs and stuff, I might be more interested. But at the moment, I think that there's too much tier 1 Valorant for me that I haven't watched yet. So I won't be watching this yet. Which team's Doma on? Enterprise. But my ranked carry, I'll make sure to get some VODs in from my ranked carry. Because Doma has been carrying me, did carry me in rank the other day. So I'll get some VODs in on them at some point.
And Crashies took the contact. He doesn't land in midair, so Kai backs away. But they get slowed down on their push up.
It's a 4 on A for Fnatic already. Nice flash through, but didn't get to anything.
Attempt here, but you can see Fnatic waiting patiently in all these smokes.
A valiant attempt. Valiant attempt.
The next issue being Kayakers still here, still unfazed. That's actually perfect. Kayak almost turning into
Oh!
That's a swing and a miss on the first.
That looks so on. What? Did that look on?
That's actually perfect. Kayak almost
Huh? That's weird.
turning into it here, but that's a swing and a miss on the first.
Movement error? Yeah, maybe. Do I prefer Paper Rex or Fnatic? I can't answer that question, can I? I mean, like, obviously, I worked with Fnatic for 5 years. I can't... I can't, you know. You'd be a very bitter person to choose Paper X when I worked with Fnatic for 5 years, you know.
Yeah. Will actually get control of the operator themselves. Even there where it feels a little dicey for Heretics, but it's the biggest concern.
Paper Rex are one of the teams, though, that, like, when we did go to global events, I was very happy when we could hang out. Like, we didn't get to hang out that much at global events, but, like, I remember we hung out a couple of times, and it was fun.
As effective as, yeah, first time actually you see Kayak under a ton of pressure.
I do think it takes so much mental focus though, because again, this map has so many avenues of approach.
A main pusher.
Okay, because he was
4 people at A main. So Fnatic may be reading now that Heretics keep doing this dish default, which means that the south side is weak, right? So Fnatic gonna completely take over the south side of the map, which I think if you control the south side as a defense team, you win the macro. Because as long as if you have this and this, like where can the attack play post plant from? they're stuck in like a box here and a box here. So in my opinion, winning the south side for the defense is huge macro advantage on this map.
They've made progress through A main. They pushed off this. They're going to leave Crashies looking over towards Dish.
Everyone said TH is best team in EMEA until the second bit plus 3 against Fnatic. Do you think they're a hard anti-ball team? No, it wasn't to do with anti. It was just to do with the map pool.
Don't need to deal with this trip.
Oh my god, Chronicle catches Rienz. That's gonna be
Some of the maps, Heretics, I don't think should be playing double Jurist on,
Fnatic,
to be honest with you.
they've given up the B site, but that's fine. They've already got the pick.
Still got this retake set up as well from Alpha.
Like, this is one of them, probably, that I think that I wouldn't play double Jurist on.
Gave away the camera there, so not going to have it once this retake gets started, Lauren.
Wait. Doma's games are gonna be a movie. This team is the European Paper X. Which team, Foxy? You mean Doma's team is, or you mean the teams he's playing against? Are you saying that Enterprise play like Paper X? Oh, they do. Okay. Okay. I mean, Zeke is IGL, and Zeke's more like a fragging kind of player, so I can see them just kind of, you know, Polish fucking power here. Okay. I'll give them some watches at some point. Maybe some VOD reviews. They could be quite fun to watch. You tried getting them to play a slow default. They didn't know what that was. That's funny. Sayonara, Doma's team might be playing with 0 Valo plan all on the fly. That does sound like Paper X. Okay.
We know this kid can clutch. We know he's good for it, and Kayak's barely alive.
What is Alpha doing?
But a 1v1 now. And it's gonna be a fair
Oh,
fight.
Leo Phantom again. Wait, so how did this round actually?
The whole time.
So okay, so once again you see like so Fnatic won the south side and they're containing here, but once again, you know, Heretics aren't comfortable just playing the post from this position. So once again, going in deep into CT, and probably mistakes being made for Fnatic here to lose against this push.
No one.
Yeah. The slow walk into the operator.
Wanting to break the silence until then. Woot not leaving that angle. Gonna get another as well.
Woot's done well, but Fnatic again won macro and lost. If that makes sense. I think they won macro on pistol and lost the round. They won macro here. And they still win the round with the clutch, but it shouldn't have been a clutch.
This is a curious start, but again we can see the intention.
Curious start.
Trying to take a lot of space off this. Kayak, that's a lot of players here though on that corner.
That's unlucky again.
A lot of space off this. Kayak, that's a lot of players here though.
That's very unlucky. I'm not gonna lie.
Confused, almost went into that.
Oh,
Easy boo. Mini Boo's then sprung into action. He spotted 1, 2 players. I don't know about the third by Sam. There's a lot of bodies
what
here.
the fuck is that, by the way? What is that reveal?
Players.
I've never seen that reveal before. It's kind of nice. Do you think he just lined it up with the Do you think it was a set reveal, or he's just put it on this ledge here? I presume it was a set thing.
I don't know about the third by Sam. There's a lot of bodies here, and it's shot through smokes at this point. It's an absolute nightmare to try and catch who's killing who, but it's Benji.
Bro, I have no idea how those trades have happened.
I don't know about the third by Sam. There's a lot of bodies here, and it's
Oh, Bosa's run through smoke and killed 2 people. Okay, Bosa's won them the round, and then Crashies has got his kill at the end. So Bosa's flood in, won them the round there. Yeah, there. And then Crashies getting 1 here is pretty big.
It's also kind of heartbreaking because Heretics again, they navigate the early round, they get towards the site hit, and it's
Bosa with the left-hand view model. I do like this Phantom too. This Phantom with the lock-in gun, but I'm surprised he's not flexing it. The lock-in gun body with this Phantom specifically, color, does look pretty nice. I might have to tell him that one. He needs to start flexing on people.
Again, when you're trying to be frugal in these sort of rounds, you're maybe a little bit unwilling to invest all that utility again. Rin
Unfortunately, Kayak's got the
Kayak opening pick. A main, but just Nico again from Heretics. So good comeback from Fnatic to get back into this. But I think it should have been... It maybe even should have been slightly more Fnatic favored this half, honestly.
But I think it's a little late to it, but it's fine. Him and Kayak locking out the side. Heretics not finding that same footing now. Move left. Round walk through the sand, nowhere to be going.
With the EU on Monday, we'll let British travellers use e-passport gates again? That's pretty good, because that's pretty nice. It means I don't have to wait 20 minutes every time to go through the gate.
In hand for Kayak.
Very middle-class privileges coming through.
Alpha could be feeling the pinch here.
Yeah, we're trying to identify him. That would be
I mean, I like the fact that Fnatic recognized tower as a weakness, but at the same time, I think I even heard Josh talking about this recently, like Sideshow, like, if you're going to play on-site, just make sure it's not against the ults. Like, Fade, Raze ult on-site, you're probably in a world of pain.
Alpha could be feeling the pinch here.
Yeah,
Let's see, though. Have I jinxed it? No.
He's got him. Alpha's gone down.
I thought maybe Alpha did some Neo moves, like dodge it or something, but no.
Ooh, you can see the caution, though, trying to get that spike across.
The drone gets the tag, which means Kayak gets the up kill through smoke again. That's kind of crazy.
What he can do here, it seems it doesn't matter if there's smokes, cages, it doesn't seem to hinder him. Paranoia about a flank, but we know it's not coming. Stalemate now achieved. Crash, he's going to find Mibu. And Heretic struggling to find any safety on this site. Utility now being layered in him.
Into 5. That just tip in
I want to see.
favor.
Burster's crosshair's so ugly, man.
Tip in Fnatic's favor.
He's changed it from yesterday as well, I feel like. From the other day. It's so ugly.
And of course, onto right. I think it is team double for joining.
Question 5. Run.
Polarizing. Nobody either able to.
Jesus. I feel like if Captain Cow is here, or Kim, don't we just round this one up, I think. Let's round this one up.
Establish control or
16 out of 22 duels. That's kind of crazy.
at least here just yet. Another themselves in a position to potentially
Arcade default. This is becoming like the bread and butter default. We saw G2 do it in Americas. We're seeing a lot of EMEA teams doing it. I think we see some Americas teams using it other than G2. I don't know if they're gonna do the smoke every time, but smoke here, drone in, taking the space. I think even I think Koi were actually, to give them credit, I think Koi were doing a good arcade default at the start of the year before other teams were doing it. I think they didn't have. There were other things that they probably should have had, but they did have a good solid default there. Do you think Breaches of the Fade is better for Heretics' comp? Playing, I think I'd prefer to. Breach is so really good on this map, but playing without Prowlers can be rough too, and they do get the flash from Yoru, so. It's kind of like a dealer's choice, like pick your poison kind of vibe. I don't know how I feel. I wouldn't play this comp in the first place, so I'm not sure. I'd honestly probably end up just picking Comfort and then seeing if it worked in scrims. Hello, Matteo. Wait, were you the guy that I played with yesterday? Yoru player? I had no problems with you playing yesterday, by the way. And I was terrible if that's you, so you don't have to apologize. Their comp was a nice curveball. Hey Scott, how are you? Congratulations. Their comp was a nice curveball. The curveball I liked was the gen aggression, I guess, but ultimately I'm not sure what it does that I'm not really sure what it does that can't be done by other things, to be honest. At least on attack. I think you guys should have won probably 9-3. I guess you won. Did you win an eco round? There were 2 big rounds that I think you should have won. To be honest, I think you had out macro positions like a couple of times.
Yeah, this is lovely.
Certainly, mini boot.
I'm here. Mini boo. What woot?
Close this out in 3, Lauren.
So Fnatic defaulting arcade.
Taking his time here.
Going down. So probably took orb, take orb, and then they're going to go into an A crunch, I think. Right? That's what they do.
Punish down to 23 HP. Certainly gonna weaken the.
They're walking into 4 people though. I do like the one thing I do like about Euro is the ability to play on the B site and then TP out. Like that is something that no other agent can do, not even Chamber, because Chamber's TP range doesn't get far enough to play like this. So that is the best thing about Euro, I think. I think G2 were trying to do that a little bit with the Waylay, playing the Waylay like here and then dashing out and then using the refract to go back into Flood. But I think this is the best thing about Euro that I was thinking of when I was thinking about Euro. So happy this is at the pool. One sec. Let me get a fraud check on Cupid right now. One sec. Fraud check on Cupid. Of course you want it out of the pool. Of course he wants it out of the pool. Look at him. Fraud check complete. Bro, I just have this thing where like I know whenever someone says they don't like a map, it's because they're bad at the map, you know. Oh, we never played it? Oh, okay.
Get a kill ahead of time. Yeah, actually, Riens finds one as well.
Yeah, this is lovely from Heretics. Oh, it's just picture perfect. Holy crash.
The first slash.
Yeah, wait, so how did that A crunch actually go down? The A crunch, they ran into 4 people. So like, I guess that's pretty much, there's not much to say. You're running an A crunch to 4 people. Pistol round, probably not the best round to do a crunch on, I'd say. Like, I don't mind the crunch, but like, you want to have you want ants, right, on your pistol. You want like 4 people just running at people most of the time. Spreading out, especially in that A main, like only having 3 people there might be difficult.
Certainly looking a little more energy.
Sombra. See him get a little side. Kind of, that's something that will return.
Just an eco for Fnatic. Although, many boos in a weird spot. That's a terrible TP as well. Okay, never mind. He's fine. Do you think Fracture requires more macro than other maps? It the irony is that I think that Icebox is an example where there's so little macro you need, and yet teams still don't play it as well as Fnatic do. If that makes sense. So like, it's weird. I do think Fracture does require more macro than most maps, though.
You can't stop him.
Probably. Yeah, probably. I mean, the fact that there's 4 quadrants. There's 4 quadrants. And then you can also split the map in half. In a way. And think about it like north-south. Like, it's a very, like... It's a map with a lot of shit on it. Like, yeah. Defensively, you can't just sit on sites and flood. And if you do that, then good luck to you playing against anyone that's any good.
I don't want to talk about reverse. It's way too early at 7-7. But
it's way too early. Let's get Fracture out of the way first.
Okay, so I just need to get.
What about maps with 3 sites, e.g., Haven and Lotus?
Second half of Lotus we'll start talking about.
Second half, I have to wait.
One sec. I think 3-site maps lend themselves more to macro because what happens with 3-site maps is teams play 3 here and they play 2 here, and then they just try to flood between the sites most of the time. Whereas on 3-site maps, if you tried to play like, I don't know, if you're like 2-1-2 or something, you can't get to there in time by, you know what I mean? So like teams who play that kind of flood style, a team like Foot on the 3-site maps, I think they struggle a lot with because they can't get in time to flood. And if they do, when they try it, there's then gaps in the map that they get opened up. So yeah, I would say that you need to think a bit more carefully about the 3-site maps, I think. Does Euro band-aid this problem? It doesn't band-aid the problem. It makes you think about it more. It was one of the reasons why I wanted to play Euro on Haven last year, was because you can obviously do like a 2-1-2 or something like that, and then immediately leave a player here on a deep line and immediately have 3 like here, right? So yeah. Neon, kind of Neon. Sliggy said Leo isn't the best player because he only performed on Fnatic. However, he thought Aspas performed on every team. I mean, Leo did perform on Guild, but Guild weren't as good as Aspas's team. I absolutely am fine with the idea that Aspas being the best player of all time. I have no problem with that. Personally, I think, like, as my personal opinion, is just that Leo played Valorant in the way that, like, I wanted it to be played. And I think he played a role where it was harder to have the impact he did on.
Beginnings. Fnatic with very patient approaches.
Sliggy did not say that. Like, I don't really mind if he's being taken out of context or something. I'm probably being taken out of context. It's not that big a deal. Really, it's not that big a deal. Talking about the different, like, talking about, it's almost like, it almost takes some of the fun out of it sometimes, talking about players as good as Aspas and Leo, because it's like, it's almost like I'd prefer even to have the conversation like, why are they so good, rather than like, who is better, because it's impossible to have that conversation. I know like Messi and Ronaldo, there's a huge thing about doing that, but it's like, my analyst brain is more interested in like why they're so good, you know?
Really to offset that, this Heretics composition.
I think I push for Leo a little bit more than I would usually, partly because I know that it would be harder for the casual audience to know how good Leo was, if that makes sense. It's very easy to watch Aspas and be like, okay, this guy's fucking sick. You can tell Aspas is a GOAT. Like, it's a little bit harder to tell with Leo.
To build for them. Fnatic gonna stack back up towards B, but this judge could cause problems for anybody progressing through arcade here.
Boo can buy time. He's still got another smoke. He's still got his molly. Now they can disrespect it, but...
Do you think a Chinese team can be contender for Toronto? I'd be quite surprised about if China did a very, very deep run at Toronto, to be honest with you. Judge?
The passive reveal, not going to get anything. You can see that pause for thought here. Little labored, but it's fine. Job done.
Wait, let me look at this exec here. 3-2. I'm of the opinion that I think that I need to see how the meta develops with these XX, but I always thought it's better to have, like, in the current meta, like 4 here coming in. But I think that's against Vice specifically, maybe. So against no Vice, is this XX fine?
Progressing through arcade here.
Boo can buy time. He's still got another smoke. He's still got his molly. Now they can
Teo Savage Heaven. Dodging the hit.
Passive reveal, not going to get anything. You can see
Heaven
that
is
pause for
pretty
thought
good.
here. Little labored, but it's fine. Job done. Bo's going to take down Rians, but this is the only fact.
But then nothing to flush Heaven.
This judge up towards the tower, going to get down the first. He survived. He does get caught in the end. Takes away Boaster though, so back down.
Okay, I think the exec's fine. I think with the neon, the stairs wall is very strong, so I think that that's fine what they just done. A little bit worried they didn't really have much to flush tower when it was necessary. Like, the timing of the Teo salvos, I don't think make that much sense.
Still got another smoke. He's still got his molly.
Like, salvoing now, I guess it does make sense. Just salvoing out this space so that the neon can get up. But this raise is kind of...
Now they can disrespect it, but...
Wu literally has a tiny corner which he can hide in. It'd be lovely if we could force him out to face here. That would be my only little note. Would be, can we get this guy fully dead?
Passive reveal, not gonna get anything. You can see that pause for thought here. A little labored, but it's fine. Job done.
I like the wall and the tail drone. The tail drone kind of used with the wall is kind of cool.
Still gonna put the pressure on them.
I mean, the drone doesn't need the wall. I guess it's invisible. So yeah, I like the exec.
Woot's pathing. Look at this post-bomb positioning. Woot's done really well. Woot's pathing was excellent for this. They're gonna know where both players are. Miniboo, I don't think you can get past this utility though, right? Like, has to just wait.
They also got a lot more 3Ks yesterday.
And they've got bodies now to throw. This Crashes can just take that
I
swing.
don't blame Icebox though. He might be getting bored of Julius. What are you talking about?
That is a costly round, but necessary for Fnatic.
Absolutely. See if
Icebox was playing Killjoy and Haven yesterday. I was hoping Viper on Saturday. You mean in ranked?
when you see Boo, you think Fnatic in a position to isolate him, maybe conscious of something Jashley as well.
I'm kind of in.
Actually, thing to know.
I just want to see Icebox on Yoru.
Coming into this now. An operator in hand.
I have no
Early
doubts
on
that he'd be a
in
good
the
Yoru
half.
player. I think Yoru suits Icebox too, technically speaking. The EMEA zoom.
Now,
Yeah.
an operator in hand early on in the half.
I know Hypok doesn't like it. Hypok doesn't like the zoom. I'm zoom what's the word? Zoom neutral?
Smirking as well, by the way.
I'm without words.
Aspa says he doesn't want to play Yorick because he doesn't want to TP and die. Yeah, but he shouldn't have to TP in and die.
Show me that one on the replay. Down to 4 though. And Rien's feeling pretty alone here. He doesn't have much help. Benji trying to get closer, but that's a pixel spotted. But Rien's not going to be cleared. Tries to get ahead of the stun. But Kayak again clearing house. Miniboo
Crash watching for it.
just can't seem. The timing. This round feels so sewn up for Fnatic. Kayak just can't. Rien's not.
Sorry, let me watch this exec more carefully. So the smoke, we get one tap on this guy. We still have the drone. The drone from south side.
Smirking as well, by the way.
I'm without words. Show me that one on the replay.
I'm wondering. Okay, I'm gonna load Valorant. I've had a thought, and I want to test something. I don't think it's consistent, but.
Down to 4 though, and Rien's feeling pretty alone here. He doesn't have much help. Benji trying to get closer, but that's a pixel spotted. But Rien's not going to be cleared. Tries to get ahead of the stun. But Kayak again clearing.
Benji making a play for smoke.
The
Flank is covered. Smoke dissipates. Yeah, cool.
Again, they can't really afford to let it slip. As much as we've seen Heretics have a great start in this half, you can see where the scoreboard resides. 9-7. Those first 2 maps in Fnatic's hands.
That's weird. Surely Fnatic would have heard this camera and been a bit concerned by it. But then they're just walking straight into A main.
And Miniboo trying.
A little strange from Fnatic.
That's a big scalp to claim though. Ooh, that's a
So could cause issues here. She able to get out. Can remove now. That'll be the green light.
Okay,
for Fnatic.
simplifying stuff with the tail up.
It's going to be forced into an awkward position, but not taking any damage here.
This feels a little bit uncomfortable, but for Fnatic, they've got the side, but you're looking again towards tower a little bit here.
Post plant though, look at this. Like Fnatic conceded this, and they need to push tower now quickly. Both is fucked.
Benji, but he's only got a ghost. Okay.
Only a ghost.
Yeah, my bad. Apparently haunting tower.
So
like
Boaster knows the implications and runs straight into CT. Kron is in a terrible position, and Alpha dies tower too. Yeah. What should Fnatic have done here?
Damage here
They took so long.
this feels a
for Fnatic. It's going to be forced into an awkward position, but not taking any damage here.
It's kind of hindsighty, I guess, but I think they needed to start planting and get quicker into heaven.
bit uncomfortable, but
together.
for Fnatic, they've got the side, but you're looking again towards tower a little bit here with Benji.
Like,
But he's only got a...
honestly, I know it seems like hindsighty, but Crashy should have stunned this corner and then cleared, and then Alpha should be with him right now. I mean, it's micro hindsighting though. Like,
Yeah, my bad. And now Boaster has got to go nuclear here.
You
Curse.
Nice. That's right. One could hear. But moving straight clean against classics,
Fine.
Lauren.
Yeah, it's fine. It's all
Fnatic
good.
has a 92% win rate against eco rounds. Third highest globally.
Marvelous news.
Mark your calendars, round 17, Fracture.
that's funny.
That was a ghost in there, actually. That's it against classics.
Don't start misbehaving. It's a close game. It's 9-8. I need to stay focused. Kayak's got ult. Boaster's got out. Who's got it on the other side? Okay, Woot's got his. Boo's got his. And Rien's 1 away. Mini Boo 2 away. This could be a big old round here.
So that's really the swing round. That
No, I don't need a body to. I wanna look at 1 sec. Let me log in. It's not that smart. It's just I've been thinking about Fracture drones a little bit, and I could be wrong, but I feel like teams are missing something.
would have been asking for. Can they follow through though?
It doesn't apply anymore because
Really
Teo's
see
kind of
much
dead
an
anyway.
adjustment
But
here from Fnatic. Attacking side, but that's it for. That's really the swing.
Mini Boo's got out. It's a 9-8. Okay, big old round.
Would have been asking. We see much of an adjustment here from Fnatic.
Fnatic just spreading the map. They've got. I don't really understand what they're doing. Drone here, Cypher here. Like they're just everywhere. Not really sure what the intention is.
Heretic's going to get a little proactive here, rewarded. Oh, that's 15 kills.
Face there, turning the lines along.
Sad.
Just a bit of a lost round to me.
On their side, the
Getting
showstopper.
picked individually.
Orbital strike. Rien's a mini boot. Just on the brink as well. Kenzie.
Get a bit of peace.
Yeah, this isn't the risk-taking territory, really, you want to be in a grand finals trailing by 2 maps.
New weapons. Same war.
Alright, it's got ult. Looks like he's intending to use it this one.
Droning dish for Neon. They're betting out a stun. So it looks like they're going to go for a crunch. I like this version of the crunch where you get the neon here, able to slide out, and then you crunch this way. I like this strat. Especially when Neon's got the ult.
Dropships, artillery, SOPs. Just your typical retirement.
Progress through.
That's what he wanted. There's the camera. There
Okay, that's beautiful. The entire round you could see them trying to bait out the Razor, and eventually they get it out. It's really nice from Fnatic. They seem very, again, cognizant, very aware, and now, yeah.
Yeah, the floodgates could have opened them, but Rien stops it in his tracks. Takes a lot of damage for it. He doesn't know about the push-up.
Crassy's just misses Rien's ult, gets the free kill because of it. Yeah.
Can he thrive? And can he even survive at this point? Looking for one, he gets it. Isolates Alpha. Tucks it towards that pillar side.
Ooh, Kron, he gets a kill off of that trip. That's nuts. In the smoke now too. You gotta be shitting me. That's a little bit lucky. That's a little bit lucky. Right, so what I was looking at quickly was just something I think that like not enough teams try is like like the default you smoke here. And then you'll see the drone being used like this, right? They'll come here, they'll jump up here, jump up here, and then they clear through that smoke. Like sometimes I feel like you could just. So my thought was sometimes you smoke this, and then you could just save the drone, and then use the drone. I think you can use it here, right? Yeah, use the drone here. If you get contact on anyone up here, you just use all your util. You know, you stun, you breach stun, and you go up, and you fuck the person up who's up here. And again, the same thing would apply. I can't do it, man. The same thing would apply. Like if you see no one here, people come at the ropes, and then you see someone here, immediately you just like spam util on them. You know, flashes coming through, you fuck them up. But what Crashes was doing was droning from here, and I was just wondering if you can get just a bit of tower, but maybe not enough. And the thing is, this drone could be broken quite easily, I think. But I was just wondering if you could get it. The problem is you don't really want to necessarily clear that tower because you're going to be a bit worried of people hiding behind these boxes and stuff. So you might end up doing it more like this, I guess. I think my idea for the drone on tower though is very strong, and no one does it. Like this is how we would use our Sova drones quite a lot of the time, is we would like go under here and drone through, and then if anyone was here, they were just dead because we know they're there and they're just gonna be stunned. Jump spot, eat it forward, and you get a lot of arcade also. You need to do the jump spot tech. Oh, you mean like that, you know? Yeah, I forget. If you like jump peek with it, right? It pushes the drone forward. You get more. Yeah. Okay. Is there anything else on this map for? Nah. I think Vice has a few things like that I wanted to try as well, but I think Vice is just hard to play. Where like you flash, if you can flash the site or flash out an area, and then if it pings, you just hard util out the spot. Whereas if it doesn't ping, you can just save util.
You're gonna know there was someone nearby. Don't get there. Really, I mean,
Well, yeah, it's curious of how the purchase will lie.
I have no thoughts on Sunset right now.
A Guardian.
Neon would be played quite a lot on Sunset, I think. Can you make a replay? What? Are you still coaching Fnatic? No. I prefer Phantom. I prefer the Vandal, but the Phantom's better.
Side with an operator,
right, willing to take, but
maybe just anticipating
another B crunch.
Get a little aggressive, but
see this crosser. This is funny.
it's not going to happen this late on in the game on map 3.
Unchecked on. Makes me a little bit nervous. Okay, so
Oh my god, that's unlucky.
Now, yeah.
But you're going to look at the util coming in, waiting for that player to slide on up. And Woot's in a lot of trouble here, trying to pick his target. Tower's already taken, he's got nowhere to really run here. And now
yeah, it's too easy. The tower crunch here. It's tower coming in and then just coming up here. Like, what are those players on site supposed to do? I do think the tower is being underutilized by a lot of teams right now in terms of their attacking approach. Like what I just said with that drone, like, it feels like tower just is OP.
Even more pressure, Rians finds a response, but a 1v4 Fnatic from tying things up once more. Good for the second as well, actually.
Do you think Milan could bring a toffee home? I imagine there's toffee in Canada. They seem like a pretty normal country. So I think if Milan wants to, I think he could bring a toffee home. What is the best entry duelist? The best duelist is Yoru. I don't know what you mean by entry duelist. Why do teams not use Clove and Phoenix more often? Because they're not as good in team play. They're just significantly worse in team play. Phoenix is just like worse than the other initiators in team play. What do you think the new meta be after Tail nerfs? It'll be a comfort meta until G2 show everyone how to play. I personally would be, I think the meta should shift more towards Viper comps. Viper Yoru comps. And Chamber Vice comps. Personally. This is where I see the optimal Valorant, I think. Luckily, I don't have to think about it too much because I'm not,
Well, let's
you
see
know.
just how easy you can follow through on that statement.
Actually, I should start thinking about it more if I'm coaching teams, but like PaperX's style doesn't necessarily lead itself into playing.
Yeah, progress through very early on in the round.
You know, they have their own style, so like I'm not so much. You know, it doesn't matter as much. If that makes sense. Does Deadlock get picked more often after the Tail nerf? I thought it would get picked less after the Tail nerf. But I'm surprised that not more people played it during the Tail era, because the Tail pairs well with the Deadlock. I think that ironically we might see a little bit more of it now. I don't think it's as strong as other people do. What informs your decision in respect to the next meta? Knowing how every team thinks for the past 5 years, knowing the trends of what was picked and not picked. Yeah, I just know what most people think about when they think about Valorant, I think. I think we'll see some double Judas, we'll see some double Initiator, we'll see some double Sentinel. I think we should be seeing a lot more double Controller and a lot more Chamber of Ice, but that will take a little bit more time, I think.
Now, Alpha has to make the walk of death here in the wide swing. Throws him off guard. Fortunately, still a trip.
Hey, tap. Oh god, this all it's just insta death. And from
Yeah, I believe after the cages from Alpha have been invested.
Sorry, I didn't lock in for that round.
In round 22.
I remember watching this being weird. What?
Sound 3, it has to be here in round 22.
It's a weird round by Heretics. They just essentially into crashes.
How is he coming out of this looking so calm? The guy is so ice cold. But Fnatic punching right back. They try to get aggressive, Heretics, and well, Woot's gonna go for it again, it looks like, but Crashies is still fine. He's just towards the corner. Woot looking kind of confused as to where to be really keeping control of.
So now, unable to win out on Arcade either, so they have to retreat. Benji still committed towards A site as well. Pressure to on this site to anchor for Her.
Good call, from how many teams in that position would have just like gone dish? Like way too many. Fnatic take ropes and just A split through sand split. Sorry, I think very good call from Fnatic.
Stalled 20 seconds. This is getting a little bit dangerous.
And this is why you shouldn't be playing on A site against Tail Breach.
Survive, but only for a second. Kaya catches, pushing through the smoke, and even with late time, there's still enough for this plant. Woot's options
up for purchase still is as well. So definitely tools to throw out.
Any reason you won't be watching PaperX? Anything other than PaperX live? I talked about it earlier. I think I will get more viewers, and I personally enjoy more VOD reviewing. Like, I want to, like, one of my big focuses for this year will be growing my stream a little bit. So I am thinking in terms of viewers quite a lot, but at the same time, I do actually really enjoy just VOD reviewing games. Like, co-streaming means that I have to sit there and just react to stuff, and it's harder to break stuff down and be a bit slower and methodical with things. And you know, like, co-streaming, it's like hard to balance between like reacting and being a bit more analytical.
Funds already starting to dwindle now after a few rounds. Feel like.
Did you see the Honda X Team Liquid announcement? No. Do I miss coaching Fnatic? Of course there's some things I miss about coaching Fnatic, but I am happy right now. At least happier. Happy might be overselling it, but I am happier.
Certainly would feel that way. Certainly would look that way as well to kick things off.
A deep trip as well.
Ready.
Catch anybody out. That though, almost looks like it was a full retake setup once again. Maybe Fnatic leaning into that. You almost want them to
I'm also due. I promised that I would do Gambit versus Fnatic split VOD review at some point and upload to YouTube. So I do want to do like some I do want like a classic kind of Valorant series where like we watch like old games and force me to actually upload some videos on YouTube at some point. So that will come at some point. It's just I've been lazy.
progress a little faster on the other side, though.
Did
Just now
you did
exposed
say you want to
Arcade.
gatekeep it behind subs? Did I? That sounds pretty smart,
Lucky that Fnatic haven't
but
followed
probably
through on
not
this
smart at the
just
same
yet.
time. Matteo, you have to ask me after. That's a big question. Thank you, Shoxy, for the sub.
About that 50-second marker now, timer starting to become a factor. Didn't see too much,
One
but
sec.
wild.
Right, give me a couple of rounds, and then we can watch. I can answer some questions. Okay, so hold the questions for a couple of rounds. Okay,
Kick things off.
and I'll answer some questions.
Lucky that Fnatic haven't followed through on this just yet.
They're targeting almost towards Benji. It seems wild, but we are.
Targeting Benji is a very smart idea when Benji keeps playing on A site. To be honest, like we got Breach done, Aftershock, Teo Sabos, and a Brim ult. So
Seeing that
the only thing is this
investment of the ult from Miniboot. About that 50-second marker now.
this does beat
Timer
Fnatic,
starts
so
to
Fnatic are in the worst spot right now.
Didn't see too much, but here comes the play, and Benji once again.
But yeah, Benji, like yeah, this is not Benji's fault at all. Benji cannot play A site against this comp, in my opinion.
Factor. Didn't see too much, but
Like
here comes the play.
what I mean is I think Benji's been told to play like this,
And
and
Benji
therefore
once
it's
again
not his
can't
fault, if that
withstand
makes
the
sense.
pressure. It's too much on him, identifying him solo almost and creating that pressure and punishing. And Heretics though fighting back, clearing through from main. Kayak gets one for himself though, so keeping it this 3v3.
Booter invests the ultimate as well. Kayak now slipping ahead of these.
Kayak just individual diffs this round, right? I think I remember watching this.
Done wonders here. So much from him, but
And then
boom,
Alpha, yeah,
stands. I
yeah.
thought that was on the money, but no. Crashes is cleared.
This shot by Alpha
Alpha calls
is
for
crazy.
1v1. Oh, he's got it this time. Maybe Valorant is a little easy for this guy.
When Alpha's like put into those situations where he doesn't have to think, he just has to shoot in like a split-second time frame, like he's always gonna win, I feel like.
Kayak again, just toying with expectations once more.
But I thought Heretics had done
Like if this was like a longer 1v1,
Especially when you see the volley.
I'd be more nervous, but if he's just put into an immediate fight, he's gonna win.
is off to another big star here.
Purchase is awful as well.
Is off to another big star here.
Purchase is awful as well.
Wait,
Is off to another big star here.
Purchase is
sorry.
awful as well. 2 rifles, 1 gun alive on Fracture.
Goes down, might catch the secondary part of the pack. Isolates the first. Boo gonna pick that up.
Fnatic a little bit desperate there, I feel like. A main in general is like, you're just kind of praying that the defense doesn't try and smoke and molly you.
Get right, C's goes down, might catch.
So they get smoked and mollied and isolated, and immediately Kayak's dead.
Isolates the first.
That's why you'll see, you know, Fnatic always going this way usually, you know, like splitting from Sands. Because if you go through here, you got one tiny choke point,
Boo gonna pick that up. Heretics holding on here.
and you got all this
Quick
nonsense to
get
deal with.
that. Grabs that in.
So Fnatic re-explore Sands and get fucked. Okay, cool. Right.
Combination here will actually force Boo forwards a little bit. It's only 1 kill, but special response once more.
He's looking down. No.
Okay, OT.
Being timed to perfection. Kayak, ultimate in hand.
I mean, this was imperative before. Lovely.
Bosa buys the judge
Shoulder that smoke as
for
well.
tower on B, which is very good against this comp. They have no breach and no tail.
That's got to be reinvigorating though for Heretics.
So Bosa can farm in tower.
Really hard.
With the broken buy for them as well.
They drone out A main. They should push out with this drone and then rotate CT.
Can do
Leaving Kayak is fine. He's got the operator actually.
wonders with it.
Flood towards B and Bosa. How do you get Bosa at this spot?
I feel like it's going to be rewarded, but let's find out. They are very much
Not going to be expecting that.
It's also, yeah, like Mike saying, it's not expected at all. Because why would you buy a judge in OT? So, yeah, GG. How did they win their last round? I think they win this, right? Or maybe they...
We need resilience from Heretics and singular focus from Fnatic. This round means so much, and an aggressive start. Heretics.
Oh, okay. Good opening from Heretics.
Taking away Kayak, taking away Crashies. That's a big advantage.
The map. Alpha not sniffed out.
Alpha's been good at lurking on this map recently.
Again, it's not as if he's got space to move into. Oh, spots Rien's trying to shoulder that angle. Deny the information of the reveal as well. Still question.
And again, so now like the Euro again. So instead of it being Cypher here, I quite like this again. So like we were saying earlier, Euro can play B and get out. He can play A and get out too. Like it forces, it's like it really does force the attack to have to expend util on the site no matter what. So I do like this idea about playing the Euro. I don't think it's optimal, but I think that there is a cute idea, like a very defined idea of how to play the defense with it.
All three heading this way. Be Benji. Support Rien's.
I guess part of the problem though is that it doesn't, like, where do the pushes come from if you're playing this Euro like this? I guess it should be him on the weak side, and then the site with 3 needs to do the pushes. So like if Euro was here with 2, and there's 3 here, they do the pushes, and then he stays on site and gets out. That makes sense.
Deal with this. Second still on that horn. Smokes up. It's simplistic in approach. Rien's temptation. He wants to walk the smoke.
Considering it, yeah.
That mid fights, bloody hell. They don't know how close they
are. Alpha's lurk. Okay, does not even need it.
But Chronicle gets the key kill. That's the site open.
Aftershock and ult here available for Fnatic, and actually used proactively here. Maybe
Both are stuck in a corner, so ults himself out.
In a nice post-plant position, very unexpected. Beautiful from him and unnoted to Heretics' eye. Alpha to try and complement the cross, but Miniboo's going to get the 1v1.
It's beautiful from Miniboo. But they're not going to expect Alpha, I guess. I don't know why. Standing on the back of this site just feels like free kills.
Oh, it's huge. Util poured on
That's nice. Very nice. Okie dokie. Cool. Thank you. Oh, Shoxy, I already saw your sub. Right, I've missed chat for a while. Hello, Churis. All right. I got some time to answer some questions now because I'm gonna call it after this. I think what I'm gonna do is, shit, I got an hour. Okay, so I'll answer some questions now. I've got to go have a meeting at 4 o'clock, and then later on I'll be back to play some ranked games. I think. Any scrim leaks? No scrim leaks. Okay. Community reference. I have watched Community, but I don't know the reference I just made. Will you ever do a casting VOD review for funsies? If I feel comfortable enough, potentially, but I don't even know how to review my own stuff yet, so I wouldn't be super comfortable. If I get to cast more, then maybe I get to the point where I'm comfortable to do that. What was the general consensus why Heretics got top map 1 and 2? Because Fnatic are just better at those 2 maps. I was surprised that Heretics picked Icebox. How familiar are you with Robbie, BK, and Leader? How do you do you think they're good pickups from Loud? I don't know much about either of them. Obviously, the only thing I know is from Robbie BK, like on camera, like giving it. I think that Leader, the coach for G2 Gozen, are we talking about? I do think that G2 Gozen had some holes in their game, and so I'd be slightly I don't know if that, like, I don't... The thing is, I don't know... With some coaches, I can see over 5 years, like, or like multiple years, what the trajectory they've had and how, like, their thinking is. With coaches like Leader, it's really hard to see. So all I've got to go off is that G2 goes and were very good, but had some holes in their game. I mostly play Senti and Viper Fade. I was playing a ranked game and I played Killjoy on a Sent team. It's wanted me to play Cypher. Why do teams in ranked or played Cypher over Killjoy on a Sent? Ranked players are phenomenally stupid and would just tell you things and say one thing's better than another thing. So I would not worry about your ranked teammates telling you stuff. Right now, people generally prefer the Cypher. I'm not sure why the shift has gone towards Cypher necessarily. I guess Teo meta makes Cypher better than Killjoy. But now there's no Teo, like Killjoy might be back on the menu a little bit on that map compared to Cypher. Yeah. Are plans to VOD review teams at Toronto? Yes. Any plans to VOD review teams at Toronto? Yes, I'll be VOD reviewing hopefully every day. Where do you rank Fnatic attack-wise in Toronto? One of the best, I guess. What teams has surprise potential for you in Toronto? PaperX. I don't know because I know these teams, like I know these teams very well, and I don't really know. I've not really watched these teams, so that the teams that probably are supposed to surprise are the teams that I've not watched much of. What do you think is the issue with the second place curse? I think historically, I think Heretics last year probably did have some nerves. I think yesterday it was nothing to do with second place. It was everything was just they were just not as good. Like, and their map pool didn't look as good against Fnatic yesterday. What do you think the biggest difference between top tier 1 and tier 1, tier 2 and tier 1 teams are? I answer this question all the time, and it's the same with everything else. It's like you're asking me what's the difference between a diamond ranked player and an immortal ranked player, and the answer is there's no one thing. It's the same thing. There can be loads of different reasons why. I will say that in general, I think that the tier 2 teams that I know, especially in Counter-Strike, have very bad ways of dealing with, like, they don't debrief and don't talk as a team as much as they should. They don't have, like, an open communication thing where, like, a lot of tier 2 teams I feel like shut down quite easily because the environment's bad or something. And then, of course, in tier 2, you always have the threat of, like, a tier 1 team picking up your players. And so, like, there's always this angst around it. Whereas, like, if you're a bit more open and talking to each other all the time, I feel like that would be less of an issue. Like, you just be on the same page about everything. Cool is a line one of the main characters say all the time. Is that Ahmed? Is that his name? I can't remember. What's the best team in Master right now after G2? Probably Fnatic. Sentinels are still good though. Do you have any player recommendations for server VOD reviews? For server VODs? Players like Rians and Leo, I guess. Verno is probably pretty good nowadays. Would you ever do one-on-one coaching that someone would pay for? The problem is that it's not. I'm not the best person for it because I'm not the best like ranked player. And then the amount I would charge for general coaching for my skill set is going to be significantly more than it should be for that, for that, if you know what I mean. So if I was to ever do one-on-one coaching, it would be on stream so that it would be content. Because it doesn't make sense otherwise, really. What player or coach that you haven't worked with would you have liked to work with in the future? I think coaches I've said before. Like, I think I would work well with probably Kaplan and Josh. I think. Like, the way they play the game is, especially Josh, like, I think I would have impact. Any plans to VOD review Pacific teams? Yeah, so tomorrow, I guess we need to figure out what am I doing tomorrow. What do you want me to watch tomorrow? So it will be... I think it might be this that I end up watching, but I could watch like the Gen G RRQ finals too. Or just Gen G in general with RRQ. So yeah, I'll probably watch one of these two games tomorrow. What do you think of the improvements in players that you helped develop, like Kron and Alpha? I think that Alpha had a little bit of a dip after 2023, but he seems to be back on form again right now. And Kron's just always Kron, so I can't really talk. It's really impossible for me on the outside to look in and say how they've improved, because I think a lot of Fnatic's gameplay is down to like how they're setting up rather than individuals a lot of the time. I'm Radiant 2 years. I want to get into the pro scene. How do I get into tier 3 or pro or 4 pro Val scene? You go join a team in tier 3 or 4. Go talk to some people. Go network. Go add some people on your friends list. Go find some Discord servers. After Tay and Nerf, do you think it'll be... Who do you think will be the dominant initiator? Sova? Probably Sova. But you didn't answer my ban question in Ask Mini. Okay, I'll ask... I'll go into Discord in a second and finish with that. Wait, one sec. Where's Kron's here now? Bro, one sec. I'm so far behind questions that I could see Kron's now asking questions. Bro. Where the fuck are... Top 10 player list for Toronto? I'm not sure. Thoughts on Swift stage, matchups for Toronto? Not looked at it. I'll look at it later. One more thing. Viper Harbor Comets will make a comeback on this patch. I don't think that Viper Harbor is as good as just Viper plus normal Smoker, to be honest with you. So if Harbor gets a buff, then maybe. If I want to become a coach, should watch like 2 or 3 VODs a day and make notes. Yes. Yes. Watch. The way I would do it is try and figure out who you think the best teams on every map are. So, like, write down, like, Ascent. Who's the best team right now? I think there's not really a contender. That, like, it's quite open. Like, go to, like, Haven and, like, look at, like, Team Heretics, maybe. Go to Split. Maybe, like, Fnatic. Just watch G2 in general, because they're really strong. And just make some notes and figure out what you think they're doing well or not well. Any plans to VOD review specific teams? You just talked about that. Am I still helping Purple Rex? For Toronto, I should be helping them a little bit. I'd say if you're starting a new team and you're coaching and you're trying to figure out your map pool, I would start with like 3 maps. cycle between like three or four maps maybe, and then start adding in more, if that makes sense. Once you have the foundations down for one of the maps, then start add another one. Are you gonna watch Genji RQ final? Yeah, I will. How much do pro players train their aim? A lot of them play deathmatch. I think it's kind of hit and miss whether they aim train. Meta in Toronto will just be comfort. I've said about what I think it should be, but it'll just be comfort. It'll just be default comfort. I think the biggest thing is the amount of small... So Kron's talking about the difference between tier 1 and tier 2. I think the difference is the amount of small things, gimmicks that tier 1 players consistently use every time he plays compared to others. I could see that. There's an argument, though, that is almost the reverse, like especially in Counter-Strike. In Valorant, you're probably right. In Counter-Strike, it was almost the reverse, where tier 2 and 3 was where you would look for gimmicks because they didn't play... They would rely on gimmicks more, if that made sense. But I think you're right, probably. Because Valorant, like round to round, there's more gimmicks every round you can do. So, and the pro players, the tier 1 players have their kind of library or archive of little things they like to do, maybe. That's how you could describe the difference between Radiant and other ranks. I think you're right about that, actually, Kron. That's probably a good way to think about it. With Radiant, is that I think it's routine. The way I would think about it is like a routine. Like, when I play some of the maps right now, I have a routine on maps that I'm good at, and some of the maps I'm really fucking awful at, and I don't have a routine. What am I thinking about? What maps am I actually okay at, do I think? This is trouble. I don't actually know what I'm good at. I just know, like, on Icebox, for instance, I know that, like, I don't feel comfortable with the peaks I take on defense. And I don't have like a set like routine that I want to try and do a lot of the time. The only thing I got is like if they don't have a recon, I'll like run into this tower here if they don't have a recon. Like I know to like sometimes jump on this box is kind of good, but like it's not comfortable when I'm playing here. Whereas I feel like on other maps, I feel a bit more comfortable. Ascent, I feel a bit more comfortable. Split, I feel okay. Yeah. I think I lack those little routine things. Does coaching need a high rank like Radiant or Mortal? No. But it helps. How do you think Paper-Rex is different with Mindfreak and Pitman? Honestly, I've not watched Paper-Rex much when they were playing with Mindfreak. And so I can't tell the differences. And now I'm like, I can hear their scrims and stuff. And I wouldn't be able to, I don't know what the differences are, if you know what I mean. I've not been working with them whilst Mindfreak's been subbing back in either, so I'm not 100% sure. It feels like their roles generally make a bit more sense with Patman. But yeah, I don't really know. It feels also like something that we talked about in Fnatic a lot was when you do have a new player, it just feels like you've got this refresh of motivation. And I can see that with Paper-Rex a little bit, like they do have a little bit more... it feels like they're very excited and enthusiastic. Do you think BBL's going to champs? So obviously I think that these three are like the ones that people think will go to champs. The problem is like BBL should be right now the 4th team that we think about, but it just depends if teams like KC or Vitality like decide to be good again. Like KC's team should be much better than it is on paper, and then obviously Vitality have enough players to be good enough to make champs. Ascend versus Gambit. I could do that too in terms of the classic VOD reviews. I'll ask my Discord if you guys want to join my Discord. I can ask that in my Discord and get a poll going for what classics games we can watch or VOD review. I probably will avoid VOD reviewing Paper-Rex on stream because I think that's kind of an advantage that I would not want to. I would feel bad for them to see me VOD reviewing them on stream, if that makes sense. Like, it's a bit unfair. When you watch VODs, can you compare what to do similar to like a chess opening? Like, it's what you have to do, but at the beginning of every game. I would say that like the way that especially like Fnatic like to play is there is like opening theory to a lot of the macro. And then there's like branches out, right? So like you start with your opening and then you start making like, you got like 3 branches. And then you go up, and then there might be like a couple more branches, and then it gets like to the point where there's so many branches at a certain point that the opening theory is like stopped at that point, I guess. From what I know about chess, like it does feel a bit like that in Valorant sometimes. How do you generally deal with disagreements in teams when you're a coach? I think we try our best to like keep the disagreements until after scrims, and then again, like we try and debrief as much as we could, and just talk about stuff after scrims. And I would do everything as much as I could just in the group environment. Like I wasn't the best person at kind of dealing with people individually. I would just prefer to have it all within the team, if possible. Anyway, right? My chat just skipped down again. So I might be missing some questions. Give VIP to Kron. Yeah, I'll give VIP to Kron. Sorry. Christ. If I didn't answer your question, just re-ask the question. I'll try and get to it. Ex-performance coach for RRQ back when it was tier 2. Curious how much funding tier 2 funding... How much funding tier 2 funding is in Americas and EU compared to SEA? Aside from main coaching, seems like many tier 2 teams in APAC can't afford it. I think in EMEA is a bit rough. I think that if you're like the richest EMEA orgs, you might be able to do a tier 2 like performance coach thing. Americas is different. I think there's a few more teams in Americas that probably pay decent salary. Amy was in the chat earlier the other day saying that there are some teams in tier 2 making more than tier 1 in Americas. So I would say that EMEA is probably not much better than SEA, but probably a little bit better. And then Americas is probably the best. Did you manage to go through all the unlisted pre-franchise votes? Yeah, I looked at it, but bro, like it was a huge list of just things that I was like not sure what to like. If we could filter that out a little bit, it would be more useful. I did see it though. I just don't know what to do with it. Like it'll be a useful tool if I'm trying to look for a VOD and I can't find it, then I'll use that spreadsheet though. I'm a Challenger League player. My teammates say I lack structure and I'm just good at aiming. Any tips? You should ask your teammates what they mean a little bit more. Oh, you're just good at aiming. Oh, okay. I don't know. Like I don't know, bro. You're gonna have to ask your teammates for better feedback. Yeah, you could, like, Kron had a good idea. You could do this. I don't know if it works. Yeah, if you filter by agent, so like if you want to play Sova, and then you want to look at like Ascent, 1700 is around where the tier 1 teams are at. So if you look at the way I look at it sometimes is you can see here, like it shows you, it tells you the number. Sorry, lagging. Really lagging here. Jesus. You saw Fnatic was 2000 elo, right? The top 10 was like 2000 till about 1650, I'd say. Maybe filter it to like 1600 or 1650 here. Have like 200 rounds and then pass 90 days and then apply the filter. I mean, it's going to be more than, it might be less than 200 rounds, obviously, because Ascent's not played that often. And then you could sort by rating, so Fallen, or ACS, or like KD or something. But most of the time, you're just going to be looking at reends, to be honest with you. Yeah. So this is a way to do it. You could do it. Does an analyst in EMEA pay well? Yeah. I can't complain. What's the best map to work on to understand foundations? Icebox is the best at understanding how to scale on the map. I would say it's the best, one of the best at understanding how to play retakes. I wouldn't say it's the best for like all foundations. I think Ascent is like the most default map, so like maybe that's the best for foundations. But yeah, I'm not sure. Should Alex smack desk more or less, and how does it affect Paperwork's game outcome? I have no idea. I kind of, it would be really fun if I was in the booth with Alex, because I don't think I would mold at all. I think I'd just laugh a lot, because I think I'd find his reactions too funny. What should one do to play perfect Valorant? Bro, that question's like asking what can I do to have the best aim in the world. It's an impossible question to answer. You have to ask yourself a lot about is there anything I could have done better that round? Both I like to think about it in terms of like, when you died, could you have not died? Or could you have done something better instead of dying? In my opinion, there's a notable delay on decision-making at each game. Decision-making, game sense, aim, and everything really that separates each rank. Yeah, maybe an average, but I'm saying that like you could have really good aim and be like in a lower rank, or you could have like really. You mean it's like you could both be immortal players, and one of you has really good aim, and one of you has shit aim. But like the other thing is good or bad. So like you could have good aim and then like shit like fucking game sense and be immortal, and the other person could have the opposite and be an immortal. Like you could have the opposite problems and still be in the same ranked. I would argue in general that if your aim is probably going to be more important overall though. So like I think that I'm stuck in immortal because my aim's dog shit, but I think that I know how to play the game. I think Americas is generally the most competitive region. I think the EMEA is second, maybe APAC, and then China. I think it's a bit like this right now. I think this is, like, depending on what you think about the top teams. I think the EMEA have more teams likely to potentially win a trophy, but APAC might be a bit deeper in terms of like, their worst teams might be better than the worst EMEA teams. Paman seems more regimented than the rest of Paper X. Is he having more impact on that for the rest of the team? I'm not really sure. Like, it's really difficult. I know that he comes across a very certain way in the comms and stuff, which is nice to see. Like, almost like an experienced player, mature player. Hello, Jing. Sorry, I've only just got down here. Jing's now here. Please vote for a few heretics on stream. Nice, bro. I mean, I just watched them. Well, I'll give you guys the VOD review later. You guys get the special VOD review. But welcome, Jing. Welcome. How much do you think Tail nerf will affect Toronto? Not as much as what people think. I think America's had plenty of time to adjust. I have a lot of faith in G2 adjusting to the meta well. I think it'd be interesting to see what Sen cook up. But I think it'll be a lot of standard Valorant, a lot of default standard Valorant, to be honest with you. Wait, that was 10 minutes ago? I'm sorry, I was looking through questions, bro. Right. Okay, I'm gonna go down to the bottom now. So if you want to ask me questions again, you have to ask them again. Because I'm now ignoring Jing 10 minutes from the past. How should one approach working with players who have a big ego on the team? It's the exact same way as I said before. Like you basically you make sure that every single day you're talking at the end of the day, and make sure that like those things are addressed. I would also, if I had a performance coach, make sure that the performance coach had a way of working with that player that made sense. I would discuss it with the management a lot to be like, okay, well, we know this player could be potentially a problem. Like, how are we going to deal with that? What are the lines for us to like make sure this player knows what's on the line? Like, we're not going to like pretend this player doesn't have something that might be a problem. Like, let's just address it and see if we can figure it out. Do you do personal coaching? No. What makes Karak so much better than the rest of the pros in the game? I mean, I don't think he's very good. I don't know if he is at that level, but I'm not sure. I'd have to keep watching him. I think he has a very good system around him, and he's also just a very good player. But I'd have to watch closer for it to tell you what the differences are between him and other players. Tear meta is the most boring meta. How can you tell if a player you're trialing fits into the system or team in a short time? It just feels right. I don't know if like Jing or Chronicle might be able to answer that question too. But like when you trial a player, like it just feels right. Like when we've trialed Magnum and Durka, we're just like, this kind of just feels right. When I tried Alpha, like Alpha was a weird one because it didn't have the same thing. I just had so much faith in Alpha as a player that it didn't really matter. And by that time, I guess with Alpha, we kind of knew what we needed from a player, and Alpha would provide that, if that makes sense. Show me the pick'ems. I'm not going to do pick'ems yet. Do you think CS IGL skills are transferable to Valorant? Yes. Yes. What are the chances of Apex getting into VCT EMEA? Is it IGL? Okay, 5 years now, Apex is gonna struggle. Apex will struggle. Which meta was worse, Astra meta or Chamber meta? Astra meta or Chamber meta? Chamber meta? Play a lot of Senti and Fire and Viper. Can you give me some good players in the EMEA and NA? Should be studying for those roles. Senti, Viper, Leaf, Fade, Trent. Who else in the EMEA? Rians. You can watch Alpha, but Alpha would just be shooting people. Celsius split on Viper is very good, yeah. Celsius on Viper is good. What teams are going to be most affected by the TO nerf? I mean, people seem to think G2, but I don't think G2. I think that there is a chance that Trent has been phenomenal with Teo, but I don't think it'll matter. Who do I think will win Toronto? G2 would be my favorites. I think Fnatic have a very good shot. The only thing for Fnatic is minus Fracture plus Sunset is very good for... This is... Oh, excuse me. This is very good for G2 and Heretics, in my opinion. Whereas it's not so good for Fnatic. The tail change will be good for Fnatic, kinda. Yeah. Also good for Sen. Also good for Sen. You have to say Paper X? Oh yeah. Is it good for Paper X? Oh no, you're saying that I should say Paper X win the event. I mean, we're building the train. We're building the train. I think it's better to be Paper X and to think that it's going to be a tough tournament than to presume that Paper X are going to win. You know what I mean? I'm sure that it'd be better for the boys if like they see it as like that they're the underdogs. Like I think it's a lot better to be in that position. Is the VOD review over? Yeah, but my VOD will be up. When will Leo return? I don't know. You're asking the wrong person. What do I think the Sunset comp will be going to Toronto? I think most teams will run like something like this. I think I'll just be very boring. Something like this. It could be a raise. This could be different initiators. It's going to be an Omen, and it's most likely going to be a Cypher. It could be Vice if you get cheesy with it. I don't think G2 will run this. I think G2 will run something more interesting. It could be Vice. It could be Vice. It's just I can see teams. Teams wanting the Cypher to just deal with this side of the map a bit more, you know? And just having the Cypher being over this side of the map. No double Senti? No. I don't think it'll be meta. I don't think double Senti will be meta. I think Chamber Vice should be a meta. But I don't think double traditional Senti should be meta. Do you think Teo is best post-plant agent despite the nerfs? You can say that an agent is the best at something and it still be shit, if that makes sense. Like, Phoenix, like you could say like Phoenix has one of the best ults in the game. It's just like, well, who cares? I don't think teams will use Teo after nerf, no. I can see people, like I've heard some murmurs about Fracture still being a map where people like it on. Because the drone is just really strong still. You feel like any teams that run double Senti will make top 4 international. I disagree, and I think that you've Sliggy's poisoned your little brains. I think to me, double Sentinel is a strategy that it gets worse the deeper you go into tournaments. It's the same as double Judas. I think double Judas is the worst the deeper you go into tournaments, and then someone's going to be like, T1 won a trophy. But it's like, everything I'm looking at in Valorant is increasing the percentage chance of winning. And of course, any team can win. It's just about what is the best way to increase the percentage chance of winning. And I think that, I don't think double Judas on most maps, and I don't think double Sentinel is the best. Double, like, when we're talking about like Deadlock Plus, if we're talking Vice Chamber, I think this is actually super interesting. I think this is actually really interesting. Viper equals Smoke Splash Senti? No. Viper, well, in the language I'm using, a Viper is a smoke player. With Teo being nerfed, will teams go back to Gecko meta? There was never a Gecko meta. Gecko is good on Bind, and it's good on Icebox. There was never like a Gecko meta, in my opinion. It was played on Sunset, but it wasn't good on Sunset. It wasn't great on Sunset, I think. Like, it's phenomenal on Bind. It's decent on Icebox. It's okay on Sunset. Gecko Lotus pretty good. Nah, not really. Gecko, 100 Thieves had an interesting Gecko split, but I don't think it was amazing. Their Haven Gecko, I didn't understand it at all. When I watched it, I had no idea what they were running Gecko. I watched so many VODs trying to figure out what they were doing with it, and I couldn't figure it out. I'm really surprised. I really wanted to see some Gecko Teo buying this year. I think someone, but we didn't see it. Gecko Teo buying would have slapped. People are too pussy to run Gecko without, like, they seem to think that the drone was not good enough for Teo, and so they played Sky a lot of the time and maybe Fade. But this would have been so sick to see Gecko Teo. Why do you like Vice Chamber so much? The Vice and the Chamber pair really well together. Like, you can be playing around, like, the Vice Flash means that the Chamber can get back onto lines. The Vice Wall means that you could be playing around the Vice Wall or just leaving it there for nothing. Like, it basically is really good at conditioning the opponent. Like, you can't know whether the opponent is running like a Chamber setup with the Vice or not. And then they just pair well together, if that makes sense. Like, you can go aggressive, TP out, and then there's a wall protecting you, and a flash could be used to, like, re-get you onto lines and stuff. Like, it all just goes together nicely. It just works. Like, the Vice has a bit lacking of, like, cross-map info, but you still got the Chamber trip too. Like, it all just syncs up quite nicely. Okay, right. Is there anything else? I kind of want to raid Chronicle. I just let him answer all the questions you guys got. Kron, start your stream. Let me raid you. Craggy's live. Choba's playing Doom Eternal. Is that game any good? I feel like that game could be quite fun. Just running around bashing in zombies' heads and monsters' heads and. Any players who are good oppers on non-traditional op agents that you could watch? Boostio used to be very good on Killjoy. I think Nivera was the best example. Yampi's not too bad at it. Alpha had a bit of a moment with it too. I think Boostio was the one that kind of set the trend a little bit, I'd say. Because I think that opping on Sentinel is better than any other non. Like, I think it's Duelist and then Senti. Whereas, like, TL, we're doing a lot of, like, recon or smokes. Opping, which is very dangerous in my opinion. I think you need your util out here, and if you die with smokes, you're kind of fucked. Boaster actually kind of did it, but very passive. Boaster's not the worst. Ooping on servers, not good. Right. Anyway, I'm gonna need to go because I really need to wrap I got 15 minutes to a meeting and I have no idea. I need to go research a bunch of stuff and figure out how my brain works when it comes to some of the stuff I'm talking about in 15 minutes. So I appreciate everyone coming today. Nice. This is my max viewership for non. I always had this sneaking suspicion I'm being viewbotted because, like, I can't believe, like, how big this stream's got compared to the last time I was streaming. But I'm gonna presume you're all real people, and I appreciate it. I think I got like 1.3k or something today, with like no raids. So I appreciate that. Who should we raid? Should we raid Karagi? She was annoying She was annoying me yesterday. And she was because she's been banned. She was banned for She was banned for flaming because someone was being like very, very inappropriate towards her, I think. So I guess we should repay the debt. Please tell Siggy to check Discord. Okay. I will, okay. Siggy's been a bit busy. He's been a bit busy. I'll be back for some ranked games later, hopefully. So if you are around later, check me out. I'm not very good, but it's quite fun playing. So, yeah, I'll message Sticky. How do I get you guys to lead? Like, why is it not? How do I raid? How do I raid? Just end the stream? Oh, okay.